understood what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can change your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't give your radio back. Open your heart. what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your other side. Change your destiny. And throw your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. Yeah. And show your other side. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can keep your radio open your heart and show your other side. Your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your other side. Your destiny.
Oh my god, chat. I'm just having a tough hair day. Having a tough everything day. How are you? What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is Monday, and it feels like a Monday. The 18th of November, 2024. This is NCC TV coming to you live from Sumaru City. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere, don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels out there, all my forest creatures rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer, trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debts to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and whenever you are. We're about to jump right into it here on twitch.tv and youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be sometime in the distant cyber future. Chat, I am so freaking tired. Can I let you in on something? It's the middle of the night for you? Yeah, I mean, that's gonna be a thing. I did not sleep last night. I am just really going through a lot of anxiety. I've got some, issues with my apartment and, gonna have to be looking for a new place before I even get out of this country. Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to my landlady. There was just like a problem where one of our roommates was not paying the rent, and I didn't really realize, like, she was so far. I don't know. It's this whole thing, right? So, but yeah, I didn't sleep last night, and I'm not doing great. And I'm really worried. Look, I see, like, on the other side of all this, if I can get myself moved to where I'm going, things will be good. Finances will be good. My health will be good. I'll be able to get, the exercise that I'm used to. Stream ends a little after dawn for you. Whoa, that's super late. Nice to see you too. Yeah, that's pretty late for you. Wow. But yeah, I'm vibing to the music too. I gotta vibe to something because I gotta. And we still haven't covered this Trump the appointments, and I'm like a little bit afraid to, right, chat? I know that a lot of you, the news about the election, however you felt about the Democrats or the Harris campaign, I know for a lot of you, the news of the election hit you like a fucking freight train, and it hit me that way too. And I have been purposefully leaning into the drama a little bit to give you a break from that stuff, right? But we kind of got to get back to it at some point, and I'm not looking forward to it either. The cabinet picks, right? The people that Trump is choosing, right, include people with fucking white nationalist tattoos on their shit. People that are credibly accused of SA and worse, right? It's like it's bad. It's really, really fucking bad. And a dude that eats bears and gets brainworms and wants to be the head of the Health and Human Services Department. See, the thing about Trump's appointments is that it's like the ones that are so bad, right? I feel like those are the ones that like maybe they won't, like some of the worst ones, like maybe Gates won't get appointed or something. But it'll be like a compromise of like, okay, well, you don't have to appoint Gates, but you got to appoint RFK. Like, okay, well, that's reasonable. That's reasonable. A human tracker? Wait, or trafficker? Oh my God, Davy. Well, I mean, I guess we'll get into it tonight if you're ready for it. I don't want to like drop anybody off the deep end as far as political realities go. Trump's favorite company. Did you know that they made RFK Jr. eat McDonald's? Right? Like the dude is screwed up, don't get me wrong. But I mean, like, there's some things that he says that are just like, they're not that controversial. You know, when he's like saying that there's ingredients in the United States that are allowed that wouldn't be allowed in other countries. That's true. That's true. Right? You know, what he says that the, like, right, there's like a grain of truth amidst a sea of brainworms. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. Wants to put people on Adderall into work camps with no access to social media? Jesus fucking Christ. This is the whole thing. It's not worth it. It's not worth it for whatever he does. And the thing is, the things that he would want to do, right, are not going to be done. Because the Trump administration is not going to be about expanding regulation. It is going to be about cutting regulation. It is going to be about doing away with regulation. It's going to be about making life easier for the wealthiest people out there. Oh, chat, did you know that I got mentioned in an RM Brown video? Yeah, I happened to make one comment while watching Pod Save America, which I had been giving them some credit for a little while, right? In terms that they called the Biden thing, like when Biden needed to step down, they were some of the first people to say so, some of the first institutional people, because remember, these are like Obama, flack from way back, Obama speechwriters and such, right? And they called, that Biden needed to drop out. They called that correctly. They got called out by Biden. They got put on blast. They got like subtweeted by the Biden campaign. And, they were right about that. They had a decent conversation with Hasan in which, like, I sort of felt like, does Favreau get it? Does he get it? And no, he doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. They don't get it, right? They are making the wrong choice. They are with the wrong side, right? There's two sides of the, what are you going to learn from the second election of Donald Trump, right? And one of the sides is that, well, you know what? The Democrats did not do a good enough job being political chameleons and being like, oh, we're just like the Republicans, right? They need to be more like the Republicans. And the other side says, you need to heighten the difference. You need to heighten the contradictions. You need to show how you are different. You need to stand up for, the groups that you purport to represent. And the Pod Save America, the Pod Bros, the Pod Johns, they're on the wrong side of this. So, I mean, I didn't call them out too hard. I didn't like yell at them. There was no ad homs or anything. But I was just really frustrated with the person they brought on as a guest and how much just head nodding and glad handing Jon Favreau did. So I made a comment about what I thought was wrong with what their guest was saying. And this comment went straight to the top, right? Apparently, I was saying what a lot of their audience was thinking. And then because it was on the top of the comments, when R.M. Brown reviewed that interview, R.M. Brown, pulled me up and read out at least part of my comment. So that's pretty cool. I like R.M. Brown. Wait, they just threw Biden under the bus? Yeah, top comic chick, I guess. They do get it, but they don't care. Yeah, Davy, you might be right. You might be right about that. You might be more right than I want to admit. But yeah, I'm tired. I'm grumpy. I'm anxious. I'm worried. And shit that I'm seeing from the Democratic Party makes me so fucking worried. Look, I don't expect a lot from the Democratic Party. They suck. All right. I'll be real. I think that for sure, long term, like there needs to be a party in American politics that actually represents the left. Like the United States has had the left just truncated, just lopped off, right? Ever since, probably before the Cold War, probably the Red Scares is where that stuff started. And so we have a fucked up politics that's just skewed to the right more than other countries. But I'd like to think that in the meantime, that the Democrats can do a decent job of when something happens, like Trump gets elected, they don't make it easy for him. You know what I'm saying? They get in his way when he tries to pass legislative bullshit as much as they can. They can't totally do it. He's got the Senate, he's got the House, he's got the judiciary, right? I know I'm not expecting them to work miracles. I'm not expecting them to chain themselves to the to the House floor to disrupt the vote or something like that. But I would like them to use what power they have to get in Trump's way. And I'm seeing too many signs that there are enough of them who want to be in Trump's good graces. The people that have called him a fascist straight up, right? I'm thinking about mostly Morning Joe right now. If you watched, this is a MSNBC morning program featuring a former Republican congressman. That's Joe Scarborough, who's married to a daughter of I guess you'd call it a political dynasty, right? A really big foreign policy guy from the 70s named Zbigniew Brzezinski. And they're, they were on board. This isn't normal. This isn't okay. We're reading what Donald Trump says, and you got to believe him when he says that he's a fascist. And he's basically said as much to, to generals, to people, in his cabinet, right? The whistle has been blown. The red flag has been called out by these people. And then they're going to meet him in Mar-a-Lago. They're going to fucking do a kiki with Trump. Say that 3 times. Zbigniew Brzezinski, Zbigniew Brzezinski, Zbigniew Brzezinski. That one's not hard for me. I mean, assuming that I haven't just been mispronouncing his name my whole life, right? a little bit of an assumption there. If you think capitalism is the greatest thing, why wouldn't you believe in the MAGA screw job? You got mine belief? Well, yeah, you are definitely pointing out, the connection. Like, people think of liberalism as being people in the United States think of liberalism as being a philosophy of the left. It's not. It's not. It's one half of capitalism. And the difference between liberalism and conservatism is mostly in tactics and mostly in strategy. It's not in ideology, right? They are both, they are both forms of conservatism. You could even see it that way, right? And what do they seek to conserve? They seek to conserve hierarchy in the form of capitalism. Sophia Martinez says, I would much rather have someone that we would have leverage against. Are you talking about Kamala, Sophia, or Biden? I'm not. I heard that Dasani water is banned in the UK. Is it? Yeah, there's a lot of things in the United States that are banned. So yeah, what I'm saying is that in terms of our, food system not being the healthiest, in terms of there being a massive influence of industry, and you know how this works. We're talking about the revolving door, right? Somebody works in industry, let's say the ag industry. Let's talk about Obama's, Secretary of Ag, Vilsack, Tom Vilsack, right? So he works in the ag industry. Then he gets nominated. He gets, appointed to be Secretary of Ag, and then he goes back into the ag industry. So there's a huge conflict of interest there. It is so fucking blatant. That's the thing about the United States is we are definitely, our government is very corrupt, but it's corrupt in such an obvious, transparent, and I would say a little bit banal sort of way that it's kind of like people just memory hole it. They just forget or they accept it, right? And so are there some things that, RFK Jr. says that I wouldn't disagree with? I mean, yeah, but the things that he's going to be able to do in that position are not the reasonable things. Are not the things that are going to make anything better. Oh my god, I'm so annoyed by this. Let's see if I can pop this out. No, I need to do this. But yeah, I guess I did get that shout out from RM. And I wouldn't have known about it either if it wasn't for Natalie Marie messaging me about it. It's not corrupt, but yeah, exactly, Davy Cliff. Yeah, it's not corrupt in the sense that laws and regulations are being skirted. It's that the laws and the regulations are written by the people who would want to skirt them and now no longer have to because they're able to put their people in. They're able to put their dudes in. Syracuse, the lead in the water, right? This has been going on, or we've been aware of this, painfully aware of this since Obama, and nothing's been done. Obama going to Flint and drinking the water is probably if you weren't already jaded about the Obama administration, you probably were there. He's quoted of having a copy of the H book. Yeah, Trump. A lot of progressive voices were imprisoned or silenced during that time. Yeah, a lot of non-socialists even have been persecuted and prosecuted for being socialist, right? Like, look at Bernie. Bernie's not a socialist. Bernie's not a communist. Bernie's not proposing any sort of disruption, any sort of seizing of the means. You know, like, I mean, he could probably tell you more about actual socialism than most people in Congress. But right, in terms of what he's proposing, he's just like, I just want to give people health care. That's all it is. And they're like, socialist, get him, get him. RM Brown outro is always cracking me up. RM Brown has a idiosyncratic sense of humor that I appreciate. Real Socialist Party. Yeah, because Simone Pierre, I think, aptly pointing out that some parties that call themselves socialist parties are not really that, don't live up to that name in any sort of way. When it comes to ending Citizens United, is that up to Congress? God damn. Oh my God. More than just Congress, Sophia. Oh my God, this is so bad. But I got to tell you the truth, right? Citizens United is a Supreme Court decision, meaning to alter. Am I wrong about this, chat? I think you'd need a constitutional amendment. I don't think you could do it with a bill in Congress, right? And even a bill in Congress, right? You know, like when the Congress is Republican and the Senate is Republican and the president is Republican. Oh, chat, I'm doomering. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do this to you. I just, like, I've kind of suppressed this. I kind of have stopped, you know, like I've been trying to give you a break from some of the grim meat hook realities. The First They Came For poem, yeah. You can't tell RFK, if RFK drank the water, he's probably ate or drank so much stuff he's immune to. Yeah, it's the hygiene hypothesis. Yeah, you're right, Bad Lefty. You're right. Bernie does want to, and Bernie's one of the few people that actually talks about money in politics and getting money out of politics, right? And I'd say in a way that's a little bit more substantial than, like, you know, people that sort of virtue signal towards that, like Cenk Uygur. It would have to be an amendment. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh my God, Narwhal by nature. I wish rent was free right now. Trump said he would use the military for mass deportations. McRFK Jr. with a side order of fries? Damn. But yeah, chat, you kind of like hold it down for me. I don't know if you know this or not, but like talking to chat is one of the only things keeping me grounded these days, honestly. A deep and dark Jovember. How do you think the era of liberal debates that happened on YouTube affected young folks' understanding of material conditions? Do you think that gave them too much? When you say liberal debates, are you talking about like the Vosh Destiny era? But yeah, chat, I feel like a mess. I look like a mess. My life is a mess. And I can see like a much better situation on the other side. It doesn't fix how screwed up the country is. It doesn't fix how screwed up the world is. But at least it gives me a fighting chance, and that's all I've ever wanted. Was Kyle on Vosh today? I think you're right, yeah. Kyle was on Vosh. Wait, what the hell for Kyle going on Vosh? It's weird. It does strike me as strange. Look, I don't want to be judgmental to anyone, because of the like larger creators who still, you know, hold some respect for Vosh. I don't know which ones of them are just ignorant about what's going on with that guy, and which ones are, you know, don't care, or they just like look at his numbers and they're like, So I don't want to make a judgment. But I just like knowing what we know about Vosh, I just don't understand. I don't understand it. Wait, Stephen Fry, for example? Oh, in terms of what you were talking about earlier. Oh, okay. Liberal debates. Wait, Stephen Fry? Liberal debates on YouTube. I'm not entirely sure what we're talking about. He denounced Vosh, if I remember correctly, though. Maybe I'm wrong. It's possible, but yeah, I mean, Vosh mentioned, of course. We haven't talked about Vosh in a really long time. Yeah, Shakespeare, I don't blame you for wanting to seek refuge somewhere else. I don't give terrible people my time. Yeah, well, I mean, like, yeah, I feel like I said everything I need to say about Vosh when the thing was going on. Stephen Fry, why do I not know about Stephen Fry? Is this a YouTuber? Okay, so chat, I feel like I kind of let you down yesterday in terms of the bonus content. I don't think I provided anything terribly compelling. Some of the topics were kind of old. So maybe you can help me by suggesting some bonus topics. I know one that we want to do is what if alt hist. What if alt hist? The scary thing is, like, what if alt hist, but people took him seriously? Like, what if alt hist, but he's regarded as an intellectual? He's a Brit comic from yesteryear. Stephen Fry said, "I don't care if you call me the F slur because he is comfortable." Yeah, I've been you know, like, I've been hanging. I mean, like, I always hang out in you know, a lot of like leftist best kind of chats. And some of them, I just like the vibes are like off, right? Not necessarily like MR, and I mean MR's chat moves so fast it's hard to even characterize it. But like, just some places that I you know, always I've been hanging out for a long time. And it's usually not like that. They mostly don't want to believe it. They're still in denial about the contents of the you know, that's the sad thing about those tax folders, right? Is to actually prove it to somebody, you've got to show them, like, lowly with zoo characteristics. You know what I'm saying? You've got to to actually be like, to face somebody with what we're actually dealing with Vosh, or you know, what the actual problem is with Vosh. You've got to show them, like, pictures that I wouldn't feel comfortable having on my computer. I don't think many people would. I mean, obviously Vosh did, but like, even people that are into that stuff, like, you would expect them to, like, I don't know, not download it. That was the weird thing about Vosh, is that, like, he's so into that stuff that he's gotta, you know, he's gotta have it on his hard drive. I mean, not that it would make it better if he was just like browsing it, right? But all right, so I definitely got a request for What If Alt Hist last night. He's had a few new videos that we haven't watched yet. It's like really is staring into the... Oh no. So we got several options with What If Alt Hist. We have well, why don't I just put it on there and then chat can choose like which What If Alt Hist. FD Signifier Anime. Has anybody seen this one? The FD Signifier video essay on anime. Shakespeare, I don't, would you be surprised to know, and maybe we'll go over this today, right? Maybe we'll actually go over the pod save bullshit, right? Bronze Age Pervert got mentioned on Pod Save America. It's their this guest that they had. His name is like Jeremiah something. He's from like I think the Doom Scroll. I mean, Bronze Age Pervert, like, I feel like if it, like, look, Bronze Age Pervert is like the, it's like the refined taste version of What If Alt Hist. Could I say that? Do you think, is that correct? Right? If most people just don't know who Bronze Age Pervert is, but in terms of what If Alt Hist offers as far as pure, unadulterated spectacle and, oh no, Brianna Wu Dollcast. Okay, we'll put that on there. God damn. I'm just filling up the, look, I've got some stuff that's not cursed, okay? I got the FD Signifier anime video. If you want to choose Brianna Wu's Dollhouse? That's terrible. Okay, I think I got what we're doing today. All right. Also, thank you to those of you who have been contributing to suggesting topics for stream in stream suggestions. Ooh, the German Revolution. That's an interesting. That's a topic I don't think gets covered nearly enough. Like, so many people unaware of, if not the existence of the German Revolution prior to World War II, at least the history of it and the way that was a pivotal moment that could have altered the 20th century so much. If it had gone in a different direction. But yeah, some good suggestions today in stream suggestions. Thank you, chat. All right, I'm gonna put the bonus content pull up now. Bonus content, always a question. The question is, do you want bonus content? And the answer, well, only you can give that answer. But the first thing I want you to do is vote for which bonus content is most appealing to you. Are you in a gaming mood? Are you in a cursed content mood? Are you in a Brianna Wu, dunking on Brianna Wu mood? Are you in an FD Signifier mood? Because it's all a possibility tonight if we hit the dodo goal. Right, there you go, chat. You can vote. Rudyard is proud of his mom being a colonialist in Iran. Oh god, I always forget that, Bad Lefty. Yeah, Rudyard's last name is actually Lynch. And his first name is Rudyard. It sounds like a joke, but it's not. So many of these fucking weirdo right-wingers, they sound like a joke. Like Bronze Age Pervert, like, if I played you Bronze Age Pervert, okay? First of all, the name sounds like a joke, alright? But if I played you Bronze Age Pervert, you'd be like, this isn't serious. This isn't for real. This is a parody of a right-winger. And in some ways, these fuckers are beyond parody. Far beyond parody. You left the Vosh community after the folder incident? That's understandable. Rudyard is my only light in the world. That's wonderful. Vosh, Steven, so Sanchiro's talking about the YouTube debate scene. Vosh, Stephen Fry, Richard Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens. Oh, okay. Sam Harris was the debate I used to watch when I was younger. Yeah. So like New Atheist kind of stuff. Do you want a President Run Day update? Look, he's not always wrong, right? I'm never, you know, like I give him credit. I give him his flowers, right? When he's doing something good. I thought his debate against Landlord Dan was actually pretty good. I appreciate him taking the piss on that jackass. But, yeah, some of the other stuff. Yeah, I didn't even mean to, but I ended up calling him out when I had Vadim on as a guest. He's kind of like somebody that disappoints me. Like, I want him to be better. That's my main problem with President Sunday. It's not that I hate his guts. It's not that I think he's the, like, apex of, you know, that which is wrong. Can I have my Patreon sub count towards the Grill and Sicilian? Yeah, that's a great idea. So starting us out, Shaxpia, with 5 points on the dono goal. And, there's Ludwig. Morning Joe Lago, nice. Okay, so like, yeah, thank you, Shaxpia. Actually, you're helping me to show how this whole thing works. All right, so Shaxpia subscribed as a Patreon, which you can do too at patreon.com/nocommentchick. I think it's .com. So signing up as a patron counts, donating to my throne counts, getting yourself a membership on YouTube, gifting memberships to others counts, doing a super chat, a super sticker, anything like that counts. Over on Twitch, getting out of the ad break with a Twitch Prime sub or a $6 sub or gifting subs, that counts. All of that stuff counts, right? And you can let me know in the comments if you donate in any of those ways, which of these topics you want to see next. We got What If Alt Hist. We got gaming. We got FD Signifier's anime video essay, which I actually wasn't aware existed. And I don't know. That's winning right now. It could win. It could win. We got Brianna Wu's Dollhouse and, so Shaxpia just, signed up on Patreon and, so what I'm doing, since Shaxpia said, what if alt hist? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that right there. That's 5 extra points to what if alt hist, right? So look at this. It's FD Signifier's anime video essay is #1 right now, followed by what if alt hist. But thanks to Shaxpia's tipping of the scales, ever so slight tipping of the scales, it's actually not that far behind. It's actually in striking distance. So yeah, these are all a possibility. Make sure to vote if you haven't already. If you're watching me on Twitch, you can come over to YouTube, nocommentchick on YouTube if you want. And you can vote on this poll as well, as long as you leave me a like while you're there, because I appreciate that a lot and it helps me out greatly. And you can, like, this is, this and the donos are what decide what bonus content we get. We're at 5% of the dono goal right now. If we get to 100% by the end of the stream, which may be shorter because I'm tired as fuck. Who is Alf? I don't know. Watch out for that dude, though. He's scary. Alf is an alien life form, I believe. Is that right? Anybody want to explain Alf? Tosh is better than Vosh. Oh my god. I don't know that much about Tosh. Was he the one that made the joke about... I love that we live at a time where we have to take the name Bronze Age Pervert seriously, right? No, like, let me give you another name. Menacious Moldbug, right? That's another name that's unfortunately becoming more and more relevant. When J.D. Vance got elected as vice president, he brought in a lot of garbage with him. He brought in a lot of really bad, really fucked up people whose name should be resigned to the annals of Substack. Annals? It's annals, isn't it? Wait, what are you talking about, Oracle of Monsters? You just want me to get to the content, right? I can appreciate that. Oracle of Monsters is all business. It's all business today. No, I think they just came in while I was talking about the dono goal, and they were like, I don't know. Look, I don't expect everybody to contribute monetarily to my stream. It helps me out a lot. It's the only way that I'm able to bring you this content. But I know that times are tough for a lot of people, and it might be annoying to, hear the call to action when you cannot answer. So just know that I appreciate thumbs up as well, right? There's always something you can do to help out. So you're all fluff. Is Alf all fluff? Alf is from Melmac, yeah. The internet forgets the most heinous shit within like 5 minutes of it happening, even though it's all out there for anyone to see true. Well, yeah, it's like there's too much of it. And it gets memory hold. I can't help it. I like someone like Hitchens who is smarter than everyone else in the room. I mean, I guess, comparatively speaking, there are definitely worse people out there than Christopher Hitchens. If that's what you're saying. Haven't seen Kyle's content in a while. Oh yeah, Brooks is great. No, Alex J, I agree with you there. I agree with you there. And Brooks has got his own channel. If you want to go, support just if you're all about the Brooks. No, I feel like Brooks is like from what I've seen, and I don't know, I'm not an expert on Sunday stream. I'm not an expert on Brooks, right? But Brooks is like the Jiminy Cricket on Sunday's shoulder, right? If Sunday was Pinocchio, Brooks is like the voice of his conscience. And the voice of his, the guy that's half of the time trying to explain theory that Sunday doesn't quite understand. Started watching him after TYT was a huge thing. Times are tough. Maybe for you lot. I'm dining on a truffle stuffed olives. That's an interesting thing to put on an olive. Till Islamophobia melted Hitch's brain. True. Yeah, a lot of people say the same stuff about Sam Harris. I don't... Oh no, Davi, your roommate's arguing with his girlfriend really loudly. Yeah, Brooks is like his better angel for sure. Hey, Sassy. All right, well, we should probably get going here. Yeah, we don't want to make Oracle of Monsters wait too long. All right, I'm getting my getting ready to blast off here. We're gonna start off with a little bit of politics, including the shout out that I got from RM Brown and what's going down on Pod Save America. We're going to be getting to this later, right? This is Ethan Klein's new video. It's all about Ludwig. Ludwig is a streamer, but like, you know how like Moist Critical or Philly D, you know how they don't really take a stand on anything? They just kind of ride the fence and then they say, but what do you think? Let me know down in the comments. Maybe, you know, like, right? They're always like trying to avoid, that's what Ludwig is like, right? And somehow in Ludwig just covering this whole, adpocalypse thing between Ethan and Hasan, he got attacked by Ethan, so we'll take a look at that. There's always more Ethan shit, unfortunately. This was like on offline, I think. Oh yeah, that's right. Now I can't find their channel. Yeah, Offline with Jon Favreau. That's, I think, where this is.
If you think about the most
All right, we haven't really covered these guys in a while. These are the Pod Johns. This is specifically Jon Favreau's channel, which is called Offline. Which I find really silly for an online content creator, but whatever. To each their own. So this is a video that went up, I think, on Sunday, called How Donald Trump Dominated the Online Ecosystem in the 2024 Election. This is Jeremiah Johnson, whose name sounds strangely familiar. Talking about the manosphere, and which is purported to have helped Trump win the 2024 election. It's not exactly my diagnosis. I feel like the the biggest help to Trump winning the election was the Harris campaign itself. But let's hear him out, see what he's got to say, and specifically about Joe Rogan. If I can find that. Oh my god. Pull that up.
Very gratuitously to court him. And at the same time, the Democrats have been pushing him away. You know, one or two people went on his show, like Bernie Sanders went on Rogan, but
I love how this guy considers Bernie one of them, like one of the Democrats, right? Like, we sent Bernie over, and we sent Fetterman over. Red Rover, send Fetterman on over. But in reality, you're talking about, was this in 2020? I can't remember. Bernie Sanders on Rogan. When did this happen? I can't remember if this was 2016 or 2020. Bernie Sanders Rogan. When did this happen? 5 years ago. So what? Okay, so this was before. Yeah, this would have been before the 2020 election. Not only did Bernie go on Joe Rogan said that he was voting for Bernie. Right, and this is the whole thing. This isn't like Bernie Sanders acting as a liaison for I mean, Bernie Sanders does sort of act like a liaison or has been acting in some ways as a liaison for the Biden administration. He has gotten a certain amount of influence in that administration. He's affected some of the policy, including the labor policy, set it in a positive direction. At the same time, he's kind of let down a lot of his supporters in his, lack of, in how slowly and undecisively he's come to any sort of a moral stance on the issues around Gaza, right? So, he is, I guess, regarded as a more of an institutional figure now than he was in 2016. Bernie was considered a disruptor. Bernie was somebody that you couldn't vote for because you were sexist if you voted for Bernie, and you wanted Donald Trump to win if you voted for Bernie, right? And then in 2020, Bernie was for a while the front runner up until the point where the establishment Dems decided that they would not accept a Bernie Sanders candidacy in 2020, even though it's the most logical thing after the Dems lost in 2016 to maybe try another tack against Trump. But yeah, the shitlib candidates dropped out. They all endorsed Biden. You all know the story.
Has very actively courted Joe Rogan. They have gone on his show. Is a benefit. They want to own the libs. If you get outraged at them, they think, awesome, I'm winning.
So he's talking about like the Curtis Yarvins and the Bronze Age perverts of the world here. The type of it's so weird. This guy's whole come on is so weird, right? He's on one hand talking about how effective and the far right figures, you could even say like the nihilistic figures on the right are, right? That like this is a great success for the right. And then at the same time, but the problem for the left, the problem for Democrats is that we're listening to the activists too much, and they were too far to the left. Kamala Harris, somebody that was involved in law enforcement for her whole career, is being portrayed as, she's just a little too beholden to the activist types, right? It's wild. It's wild, the kind of cognitive dissonance that you're seeing from establishment Dems like Jeremiah Johnson here, in terms of the prescription that worked for the Republicans was tacking to the far right, and the prescription that's going to work for the Democrats is also tacking to the right. It's becoming Republican light. I believe that this was tried. I believe that Liz Cheney was courted. I believe that Kamala, her biggest selling point, or one of her biggest selling points from her speech at the DNC, was that we're going to have the most lethal military on the face of the planet. If there was anything woke or leftist or activist about Kamala Harris, she was keeping it very well hidden. And yet it's not enough for assholes like this. They got the same prescription that they've had since the 80s, since the Democrats became loser liberals, since they threw away the legacy of the likes of FDR and LBJ in terms of social programs for neoliberalism. And they have been fucking losers ever since. And even when they're not losers in terms of politics, even when they don't lose the election, they somehow manage to lose on a policy level. They somehow manage to, water down any kind of reform that they end up doing. So how's that working out for you? How is that working out for you?
Try more. Let me drink those liberal tears. That's the tradition he comes from. And J.D. Vance has managed to put a slightly more respectable.
So we got some questions for chat as far as who this is. We're watching Pod Save America. We're watching Offline with John Favreau, who is one of the Pod Johns, one of the hosts of Pod Save America. And this is his guest for the week. This is Jeremiah Johnson. I don't know much about this guy. Do they tell us about him? They don't. It would be nice to know. I mean, I kind of like. Do you want to watch the intro? Let's just watch the intro really quick to figure out who this guy is.
Thinkers of the last 10 years, you are probably thinking of people with usernames and not real names. You're thinking of Mincius Moldbug, who's a guy named Curtis Yarvin. He's a blogger.
Oh, yeah.
And Yarvin has written long essays defending slavery. Like, he believes slavery should be a part of society and that some people deserve to be enslaved. Very explicitly, he says, yes, this is a good thing.
Yeah, no, like a lot of shit. He says a lot of shit, right? He talked about turning the poor and the homeless into biodiesel. And then he said he was shit posting about that, and he didn't really mean that, and he thought that a more acceptable and humane solution would be to matrix the poor. Like, as in, how the Matrix works, right? You're hooked up to a simulation where your life is not real. It's a simulation, and you're essentially a human battery. That he was like, no, actually, maybe something more like that would be. So like, it's like, which one is the shit post, right? The one that I could actually imagine you doing that's like a monstrous, like, violation on human rights, or the one that sounds like science fiction. I think you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's not a lot of comfort for him to be like, no, I was shit posting about the biodiesel thing. I think that actually a matrix would be a better solution. Like, I mean, it's hard to tell where these guys are serious, where the line between, like, if you think you've seen like edgelords, right? You haven't seen edgelords until you've seen the far right weirdos that have been super influential on the right. These are people that J.D. Vance loves. J.D. Vance follows. J.D. Vance tries to emulate. This is where his, like, childless cat lady shit comes from, right? So the right's following their extremist weirdos, and apparently to great success, while this guy's prescription for the left is we got to make sure that anybody that says trans rights is just like, hey, we're not with them. We're not with them. We're normal people here. We're not pushing the envelope.
And
the same kind of shit, the same kind of loser liberalism that made the Democrats think that they shouldn't support gay marriage.
Vance mentions him approvingly on podcasts.
Man, to be clear.
Not the Mountain Man.
But we've got him on a future week, right?
But something that someone who I've been wanting to have on the show for a while, because I really like that Substack.
And everybody loves Robert Redford.
And he does the, and he also does the worst tweets bracket.
It's a very funny. He's someone who is a
Sorry, did I miss?
And everybody loves
Jeremiah Johnson.
Not the Mountain Man, to be clear.
Not the Mountain Man.
But we've got him on a future week, right?
But something that someone who I've been wanting to have on the show for a while, because I really like that Substack.
And everybody loves Robert Redford.
And he does.
He's a Substack enjoyer. Favreau is a what? Oh no, this is bad, chat. this is bad. Look, I don't want to paint with a broad brush. I've got friends that have Substacks, right? So, being on Substack doesn't make you a bad person. It's just a platform. It's just a platform, right? But there's a tendency of that platform, and somebody like Anna Kasparian or somebody like Barry Weiss is pretty typical, right? That's what, in terms of the left on Substack, that's what you expect to find.
Does the and he also does the worst tweets bracket.
It's a very funny. He's someone who is a chronicler of online and how annoying it is, which we love.
Which our wheelhouse. So last week we did a bit of an election postmortem where we talked about the internet's role in the outcome.
Okay, I don't care.
Still in this meeting, and then we've only met on Twitter, so it's nice to actually see you on a screen. Your initial take on the election, in your.
So yeah, I guess we're not going to get anything more about this guy. I want to kind of concentrate on a specific point that he's making about Joe Rogan, because that's what I commented on, and actually my comment is right now the top comment on this video. Yeah, pats on the back, But yeah, he's talking about the far right and their influence, their unbelievable influence on the Republican Party, the establishment Republican Party, particularly Vice President J.D. Vance, and sort of lauding them for that. And then at the same time, we're talking about the problem with the left, which is apparently that we're a bunch of activist SJWs who will not tolerate any other viewpoints. I don't know. It's there's not a lot of logical consistency. There's a lot of compartmentalizing and cognitive dissonance, and he's just not making a argument that I don't know. Is he thinking this through?
Show like Bernie Sanders went on Rogan, but the net result to court him show take it all the way back to the Joe Rogan thing, and they don't think the idiosyncratic voters will punish them for saying weird stuff.
Okay, so isn't that interesting, right? He's talking about the Curtis Yarvins and the Bronze Age perverts, right? People that say like out of pocket shit on the right, and that are tied to JD Vance, right? Like visibly tied to JD Vance, and they don't think that the voters will punish them. But whereas on the left, look at the difference in how he talks about that.
And by and large, they're right, because to take it all the way back to the Joe Rogan thing, I think that the right for the last 8 years or so has very actively courted Joe Rogan. They have gone on his show. They have said, we like you. You should like us. Here's a bunch of things we think. What do you think? And like they're very much trying very gratuitously to court him. And at the same time, the Democrats have been pushing him away. One or two people went on his show, like Bernie Sanders went on Rogan. But the net result of Bernie Sanders going on Rogan was that, number one, it works. Rogan enjoyed him and endorsed him. But number two, Bernie Sanders fans got super mad at him and said, how dare you do this? Rogan is a bigot and he's beyond the pale.
So now I won't say that there wasn't some clapback on Bernie for going on Rogan, but I will say that the majority of that clapback came from the institutional Democratic Party itself. And I don't know whether, what is he hanging it? Like, I'm trying to find some thread of like logical consistency with Jeremiah Johnson here. Because this was used, I guess, opportunistically to attack Bernie Sanders. The party, the Democratic Party, does not want Bernie Sanders. I am convinced, even if he is the only way that they can win in a given election, and granted, Chad, I'm not talking about 2024, and I'm not talking about 2028. I'm talking about 2020 or 2016, right? Even if a Bernie Sanders like candidate is the only candidate that can win, because we're in a space which is favorable to outside figures like Donald Trump, who was able to essentially take over the Republican Party. Even if the only way that the Democrats can win is with an outsider, they don't want one. They would rather lose. They would rather have Trump. I'm convinced. I'm convinced that that's how it is. Look at the way that they curtailed Kamala's campaign, which started out with a lot of good vibes and hope, and picking essentially the best possible vice president she could have if you were a progressive. You like to see a Tim Walz choice. It went from that to don't talk about price gouging, don't call the Republicans weird. Go back to Joe Biden's strategy of saying that Donald Trump is a danger to democracy, and if you're voting for him, you're riding with Hitler. And go back to courting Liz Cheney, courting Republicans, trying to win with the center, actively pushing away your base, actively pushing away the people that you would expect to do the canvassing, to be that energy, actively pushing, on one hand, they like push these people away and they're like, oh, a bunch of student activists, causing troubles, being bad optics for the Democratic Party in the student protests over the summer. But at the same time, who do you expect to go door to door for you if not college students? That's the vote that the Democrats lost, right? We talked a lot about our black voters leaving the Democratic Party. That didn't turn out so much. A lot about shifts in demographic voting patterns from the Latino community. We didn't talk about the shift in the younger demographic and where that might have come from. And they're unable to draw the most obvious logical conclusion, which is if you discussed a portion of your party, even if it's not the majority of your party, like let's say that most Democrats, Gaza is not their top issue, fine, right? But if your foreign policy is revolting to enough of your base, you're going to lose along those margins. And you're not going to make that up with suburban Liz Cheney voters. Those don't exist. That you're living in another time period, right? You're appealing to voters from I don't know, the 2010s or something. Like these voters do not exist. You are a fancy weasel. Thank you for the 15 stream watch streak, Omega Star.
And so nobody does it anymore.
Right. Which is like, I mean, I do think that the JD Vance point, I do think this is like a vulnerability for them, that the Republicans, that they seem sort of like too online, weird, insular. But where I really agree is that,
okay, so here's the deal. Too online, insular, and weird, obsessed with trans people, can be an Achilles heel for the Republicans if you make it one. But if you're spooked that making fun of them for their preoccupation about the 4 trans athletes playing high school sports or whatever in a time where people are not able to afford food, and you pair that with with fighting against price gouging, with saying the rent is too high, you can beat them. You can beat that terminally online group. However, all right, even though the terminally online demographic that the Republicans, whether it be Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis, are courting through their strategy of earned media. Earned media is the kind of media you don't have to pay for. You're not buying an ad. You are booked on Joe Rogan, for instance. That's earned media, right? You are, you give a speech in New York instead of in a swing state, and everybody's like, what's going on here? Why is he giving a speech in New York? And everybody covers it, right? That's earned media. These are two different examples of that. Earned media will actually add up. And if the Democrats don't do something to combat that, if they don't have a way of exploiting that and calling it out, because in the reality, look, the online space is becoming more and more influential. More and more people are getting their news from influencers, from online, from TikTok, from YouTube, from wherever. More and more people are plugged into a feed and are hard to reach through traditional means. But it's not a majority yet. If you ask somebody about, let's say the Ethan Klein drama, which we're going to cover in the second half of the stream, right? If I get on the bus, and as I'm getting on the bus, I ask the bus driver, what do you think about the Ethan Klein drama? not only does he not know what the not only do they not know what the Ethan Klein drama is, but I will not be able to explain that shit to them in the time that it takes me to take out my card, to swipe it, and to, to get out of the way for the next, person to get on the bus, right? That's the bus driver test, we call that. Like, if there's something online that you couldn't explain to the bus driver while you're getting on, then it's probably a little too online for most people. So, like, right, you can still turn that into a liability. Maybe one day you won't be able to. Maybe one day everybody will be, I don't know, though. I don't know. How do you feel about that? I feel like there's two different movements, right? There's a movement to get more and more of your shit online. There's a movement to distrust the legacy media. There's a movement away from, television, obviously. But there's also kind of a movement towards touching grass. And so I wonder if this like online aspect of our lives might have a like an endpoint, like a limit, right? You can only take it so far, right? So but anyway, regardless, for now, you can exploit calling somebody a sweaty basement dwelling, terminally online weirdo. If you choose that tactic, instead of trying to appeal to the Liz Cheneys of the world, instead of taking on the entire Biden campaign staff, and instead of allowing the party establishment to tell you how to run your campaign, right? And Kamala was having great success with that in the beginning, during the Brat Summer era, if you will, and she stepped away from that much to her detriment.
We have to focus less on what people say, or people meaning Republicans in power, what they say versus what they...
Sassy Sasarai says, I can explain anything to a bus driver if the bus driver gives me time. They don't, though. I mean, unless you're like the only person on the bus, they don't. You know what I'm saying? Like, you get on the bus, there's 15 people behind you also trying to get on the bus. That's the situation that the bus driver test of whether something is too terminally online for normies, because there still is... you still are going to win more elections with normies. Also, Omegastar, thank you for the gifted sub on Twitch to Aaron D. Pat. Aaron D. Pat, you just got weaseled, and that's a good thing.
Because I do think that idiosyncratic voter, it matters to them if legislation is passed or proposed, or they think that, a Republican's going to do something that takes away a right, a freedom, makes things more...
Metaphor it is.
Whatever it may be. I think that the age of like, well, that's something offensive that I heard from them, and that's going to move votes. It's just not likely to move votes of people who haven't already made up their mind at this point. And I think that it's hard, it's really hard to internalize.
But listen to what Favreau's saying, right? And this is what disappointed me. I thought that the Pod Johns kind of got it on some level, right? When I saw that conversation with Hasan, I thought that maybe they understood. But this is making me think that they really don't, because like at the same time as he's saying, you will not, that the right wing, there's no way to punish the right wing for their association with Project 2025, their association with Peter Thiel. Oh my God. You know what? If you're kissing corporate ass, that's true, right? That's the problem. Look, what I'm talking about, if you're not familiar, is a member of the PayPal mafia, I guess they call themselves, named Peter Thiel, who is intimate. No, let's use a different word there. Who is strongly connected to JD Vance, and I would say has a lot of influence through JD Vance, right? So you got a fucking tech bro gargoyle, billionaire, asshole, who is the paymaster of JD Vance. That should be exploitable in and of itself. Oh, you want to say that you're the, you want to say that you're against the establishment? Well, then why does a billionaire fucking own you, dude? That sounds pretty establishment to me. But you can't say that if you're Kamala Harris and you're hearing in one ear, hey, don't go too hard on the corporations, right? We want the corporations to support us. Yeah, I mean that's where this really falls apart. But yeah, what he's trying to say is that even if it's a connection to like a Curtis Yarvin, a connection to a Bronze Age pervert, or a connection to like some of these right-wing figures on the far right that say out-of-pocket shit, that there's just no way that you're gonna, make that a liability for them.
Realize that when you're dealing with Donald Trump or even someone like JD Vance, because they will give you something outrageous to get outraged about every single day.
Yeah, but there you go. He's got it, right? That's just the thing with Donald Trump, right? Donald Trump says a lot of out-of-pocket things himself, right? He doesn't need JD Vance connecting him to, tech bro gargoyles or right-wing weirdos or anything like that to, how he is enough of a liability himself. But he manages that liability with a media strategy that I'm really surprised the Democrats have not. And remember, this is Pod Save America. These are Democrats that are they've been part of campaigns, right? These are speechwriters and campaign staff for Obama and Hillary and people like that, right? They still have not figured out how Donald Trump is able to avoid being impaled on one of the many out-of-pocket things that he says. The example that I always go back to is when he compared his January 6th speech to the I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King. And the comparison was, I actually think I had more people. Martin Luther King, Martin Luther whoever, Martin Luther whomegalol, I had more people at January 6th. Suck it, right? That should have ended his campaign. Like, right? That if the Democrats had drilled down on that or like any number of things, right, you could have really made some, you could have divided the electorate in a way that's favorable to your side. More people are going to be put off by Donald Trump flexing on Martin Luther King than are going to be like, yeah, no, that's great. January 6th, I love January 6th, right? But they don't do it because Donald Trump is always on to the next thing. He's on to the eating the cats, eating the dogs, right? And the Democrats, they take the bait. They're like, squirrel, 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 right? You can't get distracted. You got to pick something that you know will work and you got to stick with it. You got to make it stick and you define the candidate by that. Instead of Donald Trump being able to appear at a McDonald's and redefine himself as like, oh, hey, it's a guy handing out French fries and, oh, he really likes French fries. He really likes McDonald's. He's just like me for real, right? Instead of letting that asshole define himself, you've got to define him. The Democratic Party failed in 2016. 2020 was a weird year. Donald Trump was the incumbent and probably lost the election because of his, on-the-job performance as president. And then 2024, they still didn't have anything. You've already run against this guy 2 times. And you're going to tell me you don't understand that he does the weave. He talks about this and he talks about that and he's got Hannibal Lecter and he's got that. You got to drill down on something. You can't expect to just throw out a laundry list of like, look, we got Hannibal Lecter, we got blowing the microphone, we've got like you can't expect the laundry list to work. Laundry lists nobody remembers what's on the laundry list.
Multiple times a day. But I do think it requires like a level of discipline and focus from the left that I don't know that we've had, and I don't know that social media really incentivizes, or even just life on the internet incentivizes. But I do think that it is very notable that I was thinking about this with RFK Jr., God help us, as the HHS secretary, and Mike Pence this morning. We're recording this on Friday. Mike Pence this morning opposed him because he's not sufficiently anti-abortion. Now, I'm going to wager that Mike Pence is going to be pretty lonely in that kind of opposition. The anti-abortion groups, a few of them I'm sure will oppose him, put out statements. I don't think it's going to be a problem for his confirmation because I think Republicans, like you said, are more willing to be like, yeah, I don't like this guy's views on X, Y, and Z, but he's in the MAGA tent now. He's part of the crew. He's part of the identity. So and he's going to piss off the libs. So let's put him in HHS.
I agree. Donald Trump has been reasonably good at moderating on key issues, I think, and he doesn't get credit from Democrats for doing that. And you can say whether this is sincere or not sincere, but he has a few things he cares about.
I feel like this guy, I can smell the Substack on him. I can smell the Substack flop sweat. Like this is who this guy's is. And sticking around on Substack for long enough will turn you into somebody that is essentially a Republican in Democrat in Democratic in the guise of a Democrat. I don't know what to say. It's the Anna Kasparian effect.
Cares about, I hate trade. I want tariffs. I dislike immigrants.
Look at how much like admiration there is for the Republican Party. Look at how much admiration there is for Trump. Look at how much he wants to, at the same time, emulate Trump. But if you actually looked for a mirror image of Trump, this guy would be disgusted by that. This guy would call that a woke scold. This guy would call that a far left activist, right? There's no logical consistency in what he's saying other than he's been pulled to the right. He's been radicalized. And this institutional, kind of political expert is now being tapped by the likes of Pod Save America for look, give us the really good advice, right? And you know what advice he's going to give you? I mean, you've heard this, right? If you've been around the discourse, right? You have heard people say the left needs a Joe Rogan. The left needs a Joe Rogan, right? That's what they're missing. If they had somebody like Joe Rogan.
And I want to crack down on immigration. And he's got kind of this isolationist view of the world. But on stuff like, wanting to cut Medicare and Social Security, kind of Paul Ryan politics, he was like, yeah, I don't care about that.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to protect your Social Security. In terms of abortion, he flips.
Yeah, I mean, he's not.
He flip-flops back and forth all the time. And progressives have just got to get better at this, especially
at flip-flopping. They got to get better at flip-flopping. No, they got to get better at authenticity. Look, the thing that works for Joe Rogan, all right, I'll break it down for you. It's really simple. It's authenticity. He says what's on his mind. Now, sometimes that is brain rot, right? Sometimes Jamie has to be like, Joe, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, right? Sometimes that's bigoted as fuck. And sometimes it's surprisingly refreshing, like when he endorsed Bernie Sanders.
The activist wing of the party.
But he's authentic. Joe Rogan is himself. What these assholes are trying to do is suggest that the Democrats or the lefty media sphere make themselves more like Joe Rogan. In other words, make themselves less authentic. It just like it's galling how little that he actually gets.
There's kind of
how little he understands what makes Joe Rogan and his platform actually tick, right? And he's going to suggest something really odd in a second as far as who could be our left-wing Joe Rogan. I don't know. Maybe you, John. Maybe you, Favreau. Look, I'm not a big believer in the whole, the right-wingers love to call everything they don't like soy. All right? But there's a certain aspect of Favreau's personality that just does not match the likability, that you're going to see from a Joe Rogan. So it's
one more example.
Like these people are doomed. And as long as the political left allows the institutional Democratic Party to run the show, they're going to drag us down with them. They are fucking doomed. All right. Their only answer to any political failure is to double down on the shit that didn't work. Kamala ran to the center. Kamala thumbed her nose at the base and embraced the Liz Cheneys, the Dick Cheneys, the George W. Bushes of the world. In other words, the losers who have no fucking aura. They've had the aura sucked out of them. They don't represent anybody. These are Republicans that used to have a constituency, but do not have a constituency in the post-Trump world. That is who they thought were going to win. Yeah, we'll get Liz Cheney, and it's going to pull this massive suburban Karen vote in for us, and we'll just make sure don't ever stand up for Palestinians, don't ever stand up for trans rights, don't ever stand up against police brutality. And, just emulate the Republicans as much as you can. That's what everyone wants, right? Is a diet Republican Party. No, they can get the Republican Party if they want it. They can get the actual thing. They don't have to go for the diet, caffeine-free version.
Of this that I would share. There's a guy whose blog I really like. The blog is named Garbage Day, and it's written by Ryan Broderick, and he proposed a set of like who could be the Democratic Joe Rogan, who could fill this spot. And just so you know, John, you were one of the potential nominees. I thought it was an interesting.
Him. Wait. Let me make sure that you can see this on. If you're watching me on. There you go. I don't know, chat. What do you think? Is this the Joe Rogan? Look, and I'm not trying to be mean here, all right? I feel like I said, like I want, Favreau to be better. I want, this guy. This is going to be the Joe Rogan. He doesn't understand Joe Rogan. If you think that guy will ever fucking substitute for Joe Rogan, you think Favreau can be that dude, I'm sorry, you don't understand what makes Rogan tick. And also, yeah, like I said, it's authenticity. So instead of trying to be Joe Rogan, Democrats, progressive should, I don't know, try being progressive? Try being real? Try selecting politicians who are real? Try selecting politicians who are not, empty shells for, for policy and slogans to be like poured into to fit the moment that are panel tested, and try being real.
List, especially because one of
like Bernie.
Ryan Broderick's favorite candidates was Sam Reich and the Dropout crew. And I think Ryan is really insightful in a lot of ways, but I don't think he really.
And do you see how much of this like cancel culture discourse that this guy has like absorbed and taken to heart? Like how much, and this is such a dead discourse. Like he's like, I swear to God, this guy's like 6 years late to this, right? This kind of discussion about, there was this guy, a great comedian on the show, and he got canceled because they brought on a guest who was offensive to some people, and this is why the Democratic Party has to throw. We have to poll test everything, right? Every issue. And if something ever comes up where, oh yeah, the American people are against that, then you got to throw that group under the bus. That's the diagnosis. That's what they've learned from this election.
Is that Sam Reich and the Dropout crew could never be a progressive Joe Rogan because of what happened just 2 to 3 weeks ago. There was this incident where Dropout, if you're not familiar with them, is a sketch comedy site, and they've got several 100,000 paying subscribers.
But look, the analog to Joe Rogan on the left would be somebody that had a sketch comedy show. They invite, like, I don't know, somebody who's an advocate for Palestinians on. They get pushback from people who don't want to see that, and they say they giga-chat it, right? That's what he's missing. That's what he's missing, is that the one thing that maybe could be emulated, and I still hesitate to say emulated, because once you start emulating, you're not being authentic, you're not being real, and people pick up on that. People see that. People notice the lack of authenticity, right? But the one thing that Joe Rogan does is, when he is like he pushes back on pressure, right? Generally, like pressure, that one of his comics is too edgy or something like that, right? And that works for him. But the mirror image of that on the left is not. So what we need to do is like cancel all the far lefties, cancel anybody who's ever said, hey, maybe we need a ceasefire, maybe we need to stop sending arms to Israel if they're going to be used to do human rights, like war crimes, right? Maybe we should cut that off, right? It's to embrace that person. Yeah.
They're very popular, they're growing, and so it's natural to think that they also wear their progressive politics on their sleeve. Like Sam Reich is actually the son of Robert Reich, the former Secretary of Labor, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so it's natural to think, oh, maybe it's them. They're non-political, but they are like they show their views. But about 2 to 3 weeks ago, they brought somebody named Noah Grossman on one of their sketches, like a guest comedian, and they do that kind of thing a lot. And their progressive fan base realized very quickly, oh, Noah Grossman is a Zionist. And by Zionist, they meant that he had made one statement 6 years ago about how his great grandfather immigrated to Israel, like when Israel was founded in 1947, and he was proud of him. That was the extent of his Zionism. But I'm telling you that.
So look at what's going on here. This guy is complaining about progressive pearl clutchers while he's clutching his pearls about progressives.
About fan base tore itself apart. They're fighting on Twitter. There are great battles on subreddits. People started organizing boycotts, and Dropout had to kind of issue this like groveling statement.
Also, bro, I hate to break it to you, but you're too fucking online. Like I make my living online, okay? And I don't know about this shit. Yeah, I don't get myself involved with subreddits, okay? That's some sweaty shit from a sweaty guy. Anyway, chat, I don't want to like get hung up on this too much. I just wanted to show you that really quick, and I'll show you also that if we scroll down to here to the comment section, look at who has got the top comment. Who is the top comment chick here, right? So yeah, my comment was, I tried to make it short and sweet, right? That's probably why it got upvoted. Again, not a lot of upvotes, but this is their smaller channel. This is a 15.4K subscriber channel. So yeah, not too bad to get 76 updates on there. Sorry, but the Dems never had Rogan. Bernie did. Bernie, whose policies were far to the left of Hillary's. That's what he's missing. That's what he's missing. Bernie's not an emissary for the fucking rot that is the institutional Democratic Party. Bernie is an outsider. And that's why people like him. Bernie is authentic. And yeah, Bernie's able to reach out to people like Rogan, who he might, disagree with on a lot of it. But honestly, Kamala should have gone on Rogan. Kamala should have gone on Rogan. Rogan is actually really simple. There are a few issues that he will push back on. But other than that, he'll ask you questions, he'll give your opinion, and he'll nod. That's what Rogan does. That's Joe Rogan. He's a simple guy. He's not a terribly smart guy. He's not a terribly complex guy. Yeah, he does have certain issues, right? You can't, argue you don't want to argue trans women in sports. He'll fight you on that one, and if aliens exist or something like that. But other than that, Rogan's a fucking empty vessel, and he was there. If Kamala wanted to use him, unfortunately, I guess the campaign just thought that there was too much risk. There was too much risk in him, showing Kamala in a bad light. Anyway, Bernie, whose politics were far to the left of Hillary's, and apparently those of John's Guest. It's not about throwing people under the bus. Kamala did plenty of that. That's what their campaign was defined by. It's about, there we go, chat, authenticity. Okay, so enough glazing myself up, although it does show how flexible I am that I'm able to do that. Oh my God, what am I even saying? What am I even saying here? I want to check this out really quick.
Welcome back to Pod Save the World. I'm Tommy Vitor.
I'm Ben Rhodes.
So that sucked, huh?
Yeah, the election. So I'm trying to figure out what we got here. Post-election reactions, Trump's foreign policy picks. That's what I'm interested in. So we're going to talk about Trump's picks because we haven't done that yet. I get that for some of you, election coverage may not be exactly what you want to see right now. You might have seen too much of that. I gave a little breather. I covered drama for a few days, but we got to be back at it. Let's take a look at this really quick before we'll get back into more drama after this with the Ethan Klein stuff. So
on this stuff is the foreign policy staffing that's starting to happen. So as of Tuesday,
Harris was willing to work with Rogan, but Rogan wouldn't agree to what Harris team wanted. Yeah. So essentially, Natalie, Harris would have had to take some time out of her campaign in order to be on Rogan. Rogan did insist on doing the interview in Austin, right? Which would have which would have been an imposition to the campaign. They offered instead to, I don't know what, fly Rogan out to a hotel room or something like that, and because Rogan is the one that's doing the platforming, he's the one with the power. He said no, I will not accommodate you. It works the other. It's just like think about Tim Pool with the Sam Cedar stuff, right? He offers Sam Cedar to come on and debate with him. Sam Cedar assumes it's going to be over Zoom since it's COVID. Tim Pool says, no, that's not how it works. Now, Tim Pool doesn't have the kind of influence that Joe Rogan does. So, but at the same time, he was firm on that, right? He didn't like budge and say, yeah, Sam, you can call in.
Tuesday afternoon, here's who has been leaked.
Rogan did reject our free vacation. That's true.
As filling up positions in a way that seems, all but confirmed.
Look, I'm not I'm not like, unlike some people, I'm not concentrating on blaming Kamala Harris as a candidate. Yes, she's not the candidate that I would have preferred. Most of the Democrats are not the candidate that I would have preferred. But in terms of, where I place the blame, it is mostly on the Democratic Party. It is mostly, I think that, with a different strategy, the Harris campaign could have won. And
in most cases. So Congresswoman Elise Stefanik.
Unfortunately, she had some really bad advice. And look, she took it. So on some level, yeah, the buck's got to stop with her, right? She's the one, she was the candidate. But she was also in kind of a tough spot in terms of being the sitting vice president to the Biden White House and having to, kind of do a little bit of a tightrope walk there.
Will be the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. Florida Congressman and former Green Beret Mike Waltz will be National Security Advisor. Florida Senator and current Senate Intelligence Committee Chairman Marco Rubio will likely be tapped to become Secretary of State. That's the one that's the most kind of hedged in the reporting so far. And then South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is going to be Secretary of Homeland Security. RIP to any dogs that tried to cross.
Yeah, I was going to say Secretary of Animal Welfare.
Southern border. We don't know who will be Secretary of Defense, but we know it will not be Mike Pompeo, who got spiked via Trump social media post, as did Nikki Haley for any job in the administration period. And we know it won't be Senator Tom Cotton because Cotton pulled himself out of the running. So let's start with the big picture, and then we can go through these individuals one by one. I think the key through line here is loyalists and sycophants. Rubio is the one pick that surprised me the most. He is a neocon. He's a hawk. He's exactly the kind of person that the MAGA world says they hate, and you're seeing some of this play out on social media. There's some MAGA types that are very pissed about the Rubio pick, but Rubio also spent the last few years kissing Trump's ass at every occasion, including after he was passed over for the vice presidential nominee, which apparently Trump noticed. So here we are. I'm a little bit relieved that some of the worst of the worst haven't been named to jobs yet. People like Kash Patel, Rick Grinnell, Mike Flynn, who are like MAGA.
Yeah, just wait.
Crazy.
I mean, they did. What did the guy they named for Department of Defense? Like, this guy's got like white supremacist tattoos.
For lack of a better word. But I'm sure, that punch in the face will be coming. Waltz is not who I expected to be National Security Advisor. There seems to be some Florida favoritism happening, maybe. Maybe that's like the Susie Wiles impact, the new chief of staff. But apparently Waltz has been close to Trump for a long time and was considered like a Trump whisperer in the first administration. As a whole, though, I mean, this group it tilts a little more hawkish and establishment Republican than I'd expected. I would say it's bad news for Ukraine, bad news for anyone who wants a humane immigration policy, bad news for Iran, because you have to think that given the assassination plot reporting and then the arrest that just happened, that Trump is going to want to fucking destroy them. And then Rubio and Waltz are really hawkish on China. Maybe that's good for Taiwan. This crew is terrible for the Palestinians. They will back whatever Israel wants. And then it just weirdly, I mean, you keep seeing these reports that Elon Musk, Donald Trump Jr., Tucker Carlson, and Rick Grinnell, and kind of like MAGA media types are playing an outsized role in personnel selections. So I don't know, maybe that means we'll see some real curveballs. But any kind of thematic takeaways from this crew so far for you?
I think the thematic takeaway, the main one is you have to compare these people to who was there in 2017 and put aside the 2 weeks that Mike Flynn was National Security Advisor before he got in trouble with the FBI. It was H.R. McMaster as National Security Advisor, Rex Tillerson as Secretary of State, and Jim Mattis as Secretary of Defense, and Nikki Haley at the UN. That was an incredibly conventional collection of traditional neocon-like Republicans There were not people that were particularly close to Trump. He barely knew some of those people. I think didn't know some of those people at all before he appointed them. All of these people are Trump loyalists. Even Rubio. And by the way, we should say there's like a non-zero chance that he's going to humiliate Rubio by withdrawing.
It'd be so
but
funny.
I think we have to assume it's Rubio.
Yeah.
All of these people have repositioned themselves as first and foremost Trump loyalists. They're going to do what he says. They know going into the jobs more than was the case in 2017. That's why they're there. They know that they'll be fired within a period of weeks or months if they are crossing Trump on key things that he wants to do. So these are all people who sold their souls, and that's why they're getting these appointments. I had the same takeaways as you, and to put it into policy, annexation of the West Bank, very much on the table. None of these people have any problem with depopulating Gaza, annexing the West Bank. Confrontation with Iran could escalate. The only question is whether Trump's anti-war instincts moderate military action against Iran by either the U.S. or Israel. Then Russia, deep concern.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Trump's anti-war instincts, if you believe that that is a real thing, I've got a winged horse from North Korea to sell you, okay?
I mean, Rubio was against the last aid package to the Ukrainians. So he's totally reinvented himself into someone who is America firster on the Ukraine war. This is all bad news to the Ukrainians. This suggests that he means what he said about cutting them off and getting to a peace deal. And we can talk about what that might actually mean. The China piece is interesting, though, because it's the one area where you're still kind of allowed to be a neocon. And so Waltz and Rubio have these incredibly hawkish views on China.
So hawkish. I mean,
yes.
Like, we'll get into it more, but yes.
Well, yeah, and it suggests that we, prepare for a bumpy ride here. The tariffs are coming. The kind of confrontation with China is coming. This is the one place where these guys can be ideological, and so that's what I see is ratcheting up of tensions with China, along with all the other bad things that we've talked about. And yeah, you're right. It could be worse. I'm interested. You named the big three: Kash Patel, Rick Grenell, Mike Flynn. Those are the scary guys. CIA is still open. FBI is still open. DNI is still open. So all the intelligence jobs are still open. And while I'm glad that Kash Patel's not National Security Advisor and Rick Grenell is not the Secretary of State, if those guys are in charge of the intelligence community, that's scary.
I think it's scarier. I think it's scary in terms of when it comes to abuse. Like if you're Secretary of State and you're just a prick and an asshole and not qualified for the job, that's not good for U.S. interests abroad. But if you have control over the national security apparatus or intelligence collection or could somehow abuse that through the process.
Sassy Sassarai says, I keep seeing memes that blame the uncommitted movement for Kamala's loss, as if the uncommitted didn't give her a backhanded endorsement. Yeah. And she gave them a backhanded something else, right? There was a speaker, a Palestinian speaker, who was ready to speak at the DNC and to endorse Kamala Harris, but that was considered too controversial.
That's scary to me for, getting back to some of the old school abuses of the FBI, collecting on Americans, et cetera, et cetera.
And covert operations too. So the CIA has a huge bandwidth, right? And it's nothing we can talk about, but the reality is, people know the CIA can do things totally out of sight through covert operations. And so imagining somebody like Kash Patel being able to, or Rick Grenell, or Mike Flynn, or anybody like that, being able to do things totally in the shadows, which will also be the area that is most attractive to Elon Musk. That's deeply worrying. So maybe that people like Rubio are the front men for this operation, but that a lot of the dirty work could end up running through the intelligence community. That's certainly the pattern in American history. And so watching those appointments.
And who have they got for intelligence so far? Tulsi Gabbard?
For sure. So let's take through these one by one. We'll go a little faster with some of them than others. So Elise Stefanik, just manifestly unqualified for the job, but she's a Trump loyalist. She's a congresswoman from New York. I think she's 40 years old. Was a very normie moderate Republican until she reinvented herself as a MAGA fire breather. I think the question, I'm 100% sure she'll use this position to grandstand on behalf of Israel, like she did at the hearings with college presidents. The question I have is how aggressive Trump will be about going after various parts of the UN budget. The U.S. provides a ton of money to the UN. The UNRWA money for Gaza relief efforts, that's probably going to be zeroed out right away. I wonder what will happen to the World Food Program, the World Health Organization. There's a lot of pieces of this, and it just depends on how aggressive Trump decides to be.
Yeah, you're right there. The platform she's going to use is going to be about Israel. She made her name.
Somebody in my Twitch chat whose name I can't pronounce is saying it's just a bunch of letters. I can't tell how I'm supposed to say that, but there weren't any new wars under Trump's first administration. I would caution you. Do not allow yourself to be programmed, okay, by talking points, of which that is one. Yeah, no, Trump just lit the fuse on Gaza, right? Trump just continued a forever war in Afghanistan, getting more people killed in that conflict than Biden did. Trump just did an act of war against Iran, blew up a nuclear deal. You want me to go on? Allowed for the annexation of the Golan Heights, the movement of the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Motherfucker lit the fuse. And you're like, well, he didn't start any new wars. Well, look at Biden. No, he just droned people in fucking Yemen. No, he didn't start any new wars, though. See, that's a talking point. And when you examine it and you actually look at the substance of Trump's foreign policy, you see that it's like the best thing that you can say. It's like taking a cereal that's got like 5 possible carcinogens in it and saying, well, it's fat free though. There's no fat in the cereal. It's a fat free cereal. You know, that they like, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
In some circles with these anti-Semitism.
Literally just changing the literally just sleight of hand. And when you just slurp up all these talking points, you're getting played by a con man from the fucking 70s who studied under Roy Cohn.
He's attacking college presidents. She'll basically attack the UN the same way she attacked the college presidents. You know, everybody's anti-Semite, but I also worry about getting under
abandon the Kurds,
kind of crippling the U.S. contributions to the UN system. I think we can expect that. But I don't think that this is a person, Lee Stefanik, who's going to be a big player. It's frankly interesting to me that Republican UN nominees tend to get more attention. You know, nobody was a tea leaf reading Linda Thomas Greenfield. You know, and that's not a knock on her. It's just, this is someone who's kind of at the far end of American foreign policy, largely a spokesperson. And so, you know, she's a Trumpy.
Anyway.
We'll call them all anti-Semites and probably cut funds to things that are really important to people's lives. And that's what we shouldn't lose sight of. I mean, the question for the UN system is, can they make up some of that money in Europe and other places?
Yeah. So Waltz is a 50-year-old retired Green Beret. He's a combat vet turned Republican rep from Florida. As we mentioned, he's a longtime China hawk. He also has had policy jobs at the Department of Defense in the White House. So he's had a lot of experience. He was described to Politico as a Trump.
You know, sadly, being hawkish on China is something that the Democrats and the Republicans seem to agree on.
Defense policy whisperer. On specific sort of areas, he is opposed to sending more money to Ukraine. He wrote, quote, "The era of Ukraine's blank check from Congress is over." He had a tweet about Taiwan where he said, "We must learn from Ukraine by addressing the threat of the CCP and arming Taiwan now before it's too late. That's why I asked state and DoD officials for a timeline and specifics on how we plan to bolster Taiwan's self-defense capabilities." So again, he's very focused on Taiwan and all things China. He one time said that he wants to let Israel finish the job in defeating Hamas. He supports maximum pressure on Iran.
And this is something that Trump echoed as well, right?
At one point, he suggested that the U.S. military should have a bigger role in battling Mexican cartels. Then we
so yeah, war with Mexico. What's not to like? LLXM1.
Joking around about AUKUS a couple weeks ago, which is that, you know, U.S.-Australia submarine deal.
No, Trump's the peace candidate, right? Just wants to declare war on Mexico.
In an op-ed he wrote, "Mr. Biden and Ms. Harris have taken some positive steps on China, such as strengthening export controls and establishing AUKUS." So he's apparently an AUKUS fan. Shout out Australia. So the last thing on this about
AUKUS is a what is it like? It's like a treaty similar to NATO, but in the South Pacific.
On NPR, Waltz talked about how he thinks Trump could bring Putin to the negotiating table with Ukraine. Here's an excerpt from that.
I think it's perfectly reasonable that this is going to come to some type of diplomatic resolution. And first and foremost, you would enforce the actual energy sanctions on Russia. Russia is essentially a gas station with nukes. Putin is selling more oil and gas now than he did pre-war through China and Russia. And you couple that with unleashing our energy, lifting our LNG ban, and his economy and his war machine will dry up very quickly. I just spoke with the Speaker of the Parliament of Lithuania.
Mm-hmm.
She buys 85% of their oil and gas from Texas and Louisiana. She said, "What do you want me to do? Go back to buying from Russia?" Because we've constrained our energy supply. So I think that will get Putin to the table.
Now we're the magical thinking part of.
Yeah, that's bullshit. The Biden's drilled harder than anyone. The United States is a net exporter. They're maybe the biggest on the world stage at the moment.
Yes.
Of the administration, where there's just an easy answer sitting there on the table for how to get Putin to
it's another situation in which both parties have bad policies.
Putin to the table. I know, a big picture. What do you think about Waltz and what do you expect from him?
You covered it well. I think
Trump literally playing with the mother of all bombs, with the largest conventional ordnance in the United States arsenal for fun, because he wanted to see a bomb explode in Afghanistan.
a lot of magical thinking in that. Let's just take what he said. Israel should finish the job fast. Well, Bibi Netanyahu might not be interested in finishing the job fast. And by the way, what does it mean to finish the job? Who's in charge of Gaza? What happens to the people there? What happens in the West Bank? He talks about using energy sanctions to cripple Russia. My God, we've heard this for years. The Russians have figured out how to avoid our sanctions. There's not some magic wand that the Trump people can wave that's going to make these sanctions somehow bring the war to the end. And I think what they're in for is the reality that Putin and Netanyahu may be more Trump friendly and happy that he's in there. But why wouldn't they press on? Why wouldn't Putin try to keep taking more Ukrainian territory? Why would he stop now when he has the likelihood of the U.S. administration cutting the Ukrainians off and not backing them up, and the kind of vibe that he's on offense? So I think their talking points about ending all these things quickly are going to run into a harsh reality that the Middle East and Ukraine are unlikely to end anytime soon. And they're likely to get worse for the Ukrainians, because that's one thing where Waltz has been very clear. He's kind of J.D. Vance pilled on cutting off assistance there and trying to kind of figure out a tough guy talking point on sanctions that's not going to work. This China piece is consistently interesting, though, because, again, it suggests that the U.S. is America first kind of everywhere except.
Anyway, let's take a look at some of the other nominations we've got.
I'm Dan Pfeiffer.
On today's show, Donald Trump's cabinet picks go from mildly amusing to terrifying. Co-chair Howard Lutnick, if Kennedy would be in charge of health and human services, his answer, of course not. What he actually meant by that is, of course.
It's easy to misspeak on live
Yeah,
television.
no,
I will
it
say.
was just missing a word there. Kennedy falsely believes that childhood vaccines cause autism, has spread misinformation about COVID and COVID vaccines, and has already pledged to remove fluoride from drinking
So
water.
we're talking about RFK Jr. here.
Former acting director of the CDC, Dr. Richard Besser, told NBC that RFK Jr. as HHS secretary would, quote, imperil the health of people across the country. Though Kennedy does have one unlikely supporter, Jared Polis, the Democratic governor of Colorado, who said he's excited by the news and thinks Kennedy will help make America healthy again by shaking up HHS and FDA.
Look, I wish that was the truth. And there are some things as far as Kennedy's, stances on, for instance, he's critical of the revolving door of lobbyists and at the ag department, at the FDA, et cetera, right? And that's a real thing, but that's not something that's going to be curtailed under Trump. Remember, Trump is not draining the swamp. He is the swamp. He exists in the swamp. He wants the swamp. Trump doesn't want to add regulations to make America's food supply safer. He wants to take away regulations to make corporate profits larger. So yeah, any good instincts that RFK Jr. might have, and I will admit that there's probably some, are going to be curtailed, and only the most fucked up aspects of his policy are going to be implemented. Policies like going after vaccines. Guy has apparently never seen a vaccine he doesn't hate.
What do you think's going on there?
Literally comes up to parents on when he's on the trail and saying, "That's a nice baby you've got there. Better not get it vaccinated. Better not vaccinate that baby."
What's your
Well,
general,
I have some thoughts.
reaction? Okay, first, general reaction to RFK Jr. as our next Health and Human Services Secretary.
Do I think there's a problem and a potential danger with the top healthcare official in the federal government being someone who sows conspiracy theories about vaccines? Yes, I think that is deeply dangerous. And if RFK Jr. is confirmed or ends up in a position in one way or another, I think that will lead to more measles, more smallpox, more whooping cough, and all the other things that vaccines have been keeping Americans safe for, because now you have a very famous, very prominent former Democrat Trump administration official spreading those lies from a position of great power and authority. So I think that's deeply, deeply dangerous. I think Polis's statement is very interesting. People are very, very mad about it. And he did a follow-up tweet where he made the point that what RFK Jr. says about vaccines is has been proven false scientifically. It is absolutely not true and is deeply dangerous. But if we as Democrats say we follow the science, then some of the other things that he is talking about, like the dangers from factory farming, of pesticides.
There we go.
In chemicals, if you follow the science, there's also ways.
Look, it's not that, I'm like anti the use of pesticides or that I'm like naive and Pollyannish and think that like we could, move to like a all organic a food system, right? I've always said that if you got the choice between eating organic, if your choice is between not eating vegetables at all because you can't afford organic, or you can't afford pesticide free stuff, and eating vegetables that are conventional, go with the conventional ones, right? But at the same time, we've got too much industry capture when it comes to regulation, and they're not regulating enough, right? And you've got you've got things like, look, I'm not again, another example, right? I am not anti the study and the use of genetically modified organisms. However, when the intent of that genetic modification is to make the crops tolerant to more pesticides, that is a move that's very much in favor of industry and at the expense of the American consumer, right? So I will grant that possibly there are issues. I don't know enough about RFK's ideas to absolutely say that there's nothing that he would want to propose that's good. What I'm saying is that the stuff that he would be able to propose, the stuff that he would be able to implement, in other words, the stuff that Trump would let him get away with,
so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking communists
are not going to be issues where he wants to add more regulation, right? Trump and his administration and the Republican Party are fundamentally opposed to the adding of regulations on business.
in which we should reform our government there. And this is a big thing, and I'm sure it's big in Colorado. It is big where we live here in California. There's a lot of skepticism about big pharma, big food companies, what huge greedy corporations are feeding our children. And RFK has been sitting in this wellness space for a very long time talking about these things. I've said this on this podcast before. This is something my wife brings up all the time. She follows a lot of influencers on Instagram. She has constantly fed people in the wellness space who are RFK adjacent and have become MAGA adjacent because of RFK's association with Trump.
Yeah, if you want to know more about what he's talking about there, read Naomi Klein's book, Doppelganger. She talks about the way that the wellness movement, if you go back like 10 years ago, if you go back like 10 years ago, you're going to find a wellness movement that is comprised of mostly progressive people, right? Unfortunately, you're also going to find some conspiracy theorists that have you kind of burrow into the wellness movement. And through that burrowing into the wellness movement, that gave QAnon a place to dig in as well. And essentially, that whole sphere of thought has been largely captured by conspiracy theorists, by right-wing conspiracy theorists, right? It's become a pipeline to take crunchy organic food eating hippies and turn them into MAGA conspiracy QAnon weirdos.
And so the thing I think about this is it's very dangerous. We should
we should watch that sometime. Video about crunchy mom to MAGA pipeline.
Possibly can to stop them. We have to be careful about talking specifically.
Like Bronze Age pervert talking about seed oils being the ultimate evil, being the ultimate detriment to Americans' health.
Vaccine stuff. And not making ourselves the defenders of big pharma,
Oh my God, RFK doesn't believe that AIDS is real. That's great. Yeah, hey, similar to Marianne Williamson, right? Didn't she have some similar take?
Food, factory farms, and all of those other things. I think that's what Pulse was trying to get at, and he has a bit of a point there.
I fucking love Big Pharma. What are you talking about?
He's got a bit of a point, but this is not the time, Polis. This is not the time to be glazing up Mr. Brainworm.
This is. I'm going to get to this at the end, but this is.
I still have smoke for Jared Polis. I don't care if look. I can grant that, a broken clock is right twice a day, but
see that giant pit we're about to jump right back into. That's where we're headed.
I think the reason that this is particularly combustible is, to your point, one result.
He said that school shootings are caused by antidepressants. God.
Result of the pandemic, one of fucking many, is that trust in public health institutions has fallen by a lot, not just among Republicans. And we don't have to go into why that is now, because you could spend a whole episode.
I honestly think that Jon Favreau's off a little bit here. This is the time where you saw a lot of loss in faith, but that was already that was already in the works, right? The loss of faith in public health was already. It had already started before the pandemic. It just got
on it, but we had a fast-moving, mutating, changing virus, and the CDC and our public health agencies weren't always as nimble as they could have been, and also maybe even the best-staffed agencies that made no mistakes still would have appeared to be changing their minds all the time because the virus kept changing, right? And you had vaccine mandates and not vaccine mandates and masks and this, and then there's this variant and this variant, right? So trust in public health institutions has gone down, right? So into that steps RFK Jr., who has been peddling unfounded conspiracies and misinformation about public health for a long time. And some of the things he said about Big Pharma, absolutely true. Some of the things he said about, environmental pollution and big corporations polluting the environment, absolutely true. The problem with him is he doesn't necessarily follow the science at all.
No.
He and when the science tells him something that he doesn't want to hear, that flies against his own preconceived notions, his own beliefs, his own theories, he just ignores it. Right? He has embraced raw milk. FDA is saying that drinking it is risky, particularly amid a current bird flu epidemic among dairy cows. But he says go for it. He's also said he's going to go say to the National Institute of Health scientists, we have the best, the scientists at the NIH are the best in the world. They have discovered some of the best cures to disease and scientific and medical innovations in the world. And he's going to say, he said he's going to say to them, this was just recently, thank you for your public service. We're going to give infectious disease a break for about 8 years. It's wouldn't we all love to give infectious disease a break? But it's not going to give us a break, so we might as well keep studying it and not lay off a bunch of scientists at the NIH. In his book,
some of this discussion, and I'm kind of going back to the subject that we started on. Some of this discussion about from the neo-libs blaming the progressives in the party for Kamala's loss. includes stuff like, what about those people that are still wearing masks? What are you doing, silly? Sweaty? What are you doing, sweaty? The pandemic's over. Oh my God. Oh my, that's a brain broken take right there. Look, just because something is conventional wisdom, and just because something, yeah, like conventional wisdom buoyed in a lot of ways by, the Biden administration's policy. There's another failure of the Biden administration. Prioritizing the feeling of getting back to normalcy over public health.
His book that he wrote in 2021, he claimed in the book that Dr. Fauci and Bill Gates are members of a vaccine cartel trying to kill patients by denying them hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin.
Literally, if you wore a mask, right, in the past 2 years, you're the reason that Kamala lost.
He also argued that this cartel secretly funded doctors to produce fraudulent studies showing that the drugs were ineffective against COVID, and that they did so in order to orchestrate global lockdowns and accelerate the construction of 5G cellular networks, which of course are bad. That was from The Atlantic. Someone had read his book, thankfully, so we didn't have to. I mean, I just, it's like, but I take your point, and that I think that what we can't do is just like wave him away as a nut, because for a lot of people, they're just hearing about him for the first time, or they don't know all of his theories. And so I think when you're talking about RFK Jr. to your friends, you kind of have to go into what he's done. We talked about this when Lutnick first said, he might or might not run HHS, and I was telling about the measles outbreak he helped cause.
In Samoa, yes.
In Samoa.
He personally caused a measles outbreak that cost more than 80 lives.
Yeah, and everyone can go read it and see for yourself. It's like, if he wasn't singularly responsible, he certainly helped out. He lifted up some of the people, the anti-vaxxers in Samoa, who were trying to stop these kids from getting vaccinated, and a bunch died. So, like, look, it's the facts are all out there. Just, go do your own research, as RFK Jr. might say.
Yeah. I mean, he's just, I think, the part you just read from his book is that he really is sort of a maestro at spinning a conspiracy theory, taking legitimate concerns that people have and real questions that are worth asking, and then taking that one step further into a very dangerous, very incorrect, and very unscientific set of solutions that is where he is taking us. But what we have to be able to address why his solutions are wrong without seeming like we don't share some of the same concerns about pollution and food quality and pesticides and chemicals in this country.
It's a big day for the brainworm, huh?
I mean, this is yes, that's exactly right.
Big day for I also really enjoyed in the New York Times story about him getting Trump announcing him. There's just like casually a sentence there that says, in addition to his outside the mainstream views about medicine and health, he has been associated with a number of peculiar activities, like dumping a dead bear in Central Park and supposedly decapitating a whale. What are we doing?
Big day for road.
Look, I'm sorry, I can't laugh at that anymore. I made a video about that. I think it's one of my funnier videos, right? The video of him explaining the bear incident to Roseanne Barr. But like, this dude's going to be Health and Human Services Secretary.
Kill here in America.
What are we doing?
I'm sorry. I think I've laughed all my laughs on.
Moving on to two people who Trump wants to put in charge of the U.S. military and the nation's secrets. And
I guess you can count on, RFK Jr. if he does get appointed to be the source of more weird scandals, more weird news for the Trump administration.
Agencies, Pete Hegseth and Tulsi.
It's hard to laugh. It's easy to laugh at, people like that are out of power. It's not. It's not as funny when they are in power.
The co-host of Fox and Friends Weekend, and an Army vet who loves to criticize today's allegedly woke military. He also said as recently as last week, quote, "I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles." A reminder that Trump's team is also reportedly drawing up an executive order so that Trump can purge the military of generals he doesn't like or that he thinks are too woke. I don't know.
You know about the woke generals, right? That's the problem with the Army. It's like the generals are woke. The problem with the fact that crime statistics aren't showing a rise in crime, but are rather showing a decrease in crime, particularly violent crimes. That's because the FBI and the cops are woke.
Call me crazy. I feel like a weekend cable TV host might not be qualified to run a department of 2 million people. But what do I know? I'm just a.
Oh, this is a Fox News dude. This DOD nominee.
The defender of institutions.
Here's a weekday podcast host.
What do you think about Pete Hegseth?
For years now, going back to 2016, I've been making a pretty unfunny joke about how Trump's cabinet picks, staff picks would be just dregs of the Fox News green room. Well, joke's on me, people, because now he's in charge of the military.
Now he's in charge of the military. It's you can imagine that Defense Department officials, not just Biden appointees, but people who've worked at the Pentagon for years and years, again, career officials, are sort of terrified by this. And again, all these nominees fit in different categories. Some of them are crazy. Some of them are just, they're going to carry out Trump's, revenge wishes. And then some of them are just like, most of them actually have no experience for the actual job or qualifications for the job that they're being nominated for. I think this is where Pete Hegseth comes into play. Like the defense.
Well, and look, it had to happen at some point. Look, the first Trump administration had what we call guardrails, right? That Trump didn't know how to do didn't know how Washington worked. So he had to rely on people who did to tell him what to do. And because of that, you didn't have this kind of, like, in other words, like, Trump is phenomenally unqualified to be president, right? Trump is the only reason that Trump was able to run for president is because of the brain rot of American capitalist ideals that say, business owners, bosses, corporations, CEOs, these are the people with the most brain power. The country should be run more like a business. So if we had a successful businessman, which Trump is not, then we would have a more successful country because, like, right, they think it's a company, and, like, look, it could be. It could. You don't want that. You don't want companies, you don't want corporations running more of your life. But at the same time, you had institutional Republican Party people who at least Republican Party people. Yeah. You had like institutional people who would at least make sure that the candidates for office were somewhat qualified, right? Now that you've got a second Trump administration, where he feels burned by the guardrails, where he feels like, the people that were put in charge of making sure that shit didn't crash and burn in his first term were getting in the way of him being able to, I don't know, shoot protesters in the street and stuff like that, right? You're going to have more people nominated for positions that they've got no business being in, but it sounds like a good idea to Trump.
Big department. That's one of the biggest, if not the biggest.
It is the biggest, right? And it is a massive management challenge. Put aside, like, he obviously served in the military, he's a very decorated veteran, but running the department is very different. And up until this point, his main role in life is to be Steve Doocy's understudy, right? So it's like,
if that doesn't prepare you to run DOD, I don't know what does.
The fact that he's the Fox and Friends weekend anchor is just so fucking funny. Like Fox and Friends anchor would be funny, but Fox and Friends weekend is just so much funnier. It's not funny per se because that guy's might be in charge of our military, and his confirmation prospects went through the roof with RFK Jr. and Matt Gaetz. The people are supposed to be lining up to vote for Pete Hegseth now because if they have to vote against one of these other two people.
So then there's Tulsi.
This is what I was saying, is that, like, some of the weirdo nominees that Trump is making, like Matt Gaetz, like people that might not actually get approved, right? It kind of makes it more likely that his other, like, suspect choices will get approved.
Gabbard. So she started off as a Democratic congresswoman from Hawaii before going full MAGA, particularly during this campaign. During her long political journey over the last decade, she developed sort of strange sympathetic views towards Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad and Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, both of whom have committed crimes against humanity by slaughtering thousands of their own people. She met with Assad, went to
secret
trip to Syria during the Obama administration while Assad was again slaughtering his own people, and she just decided to have a meeting with him. Didn't tell anyone, just a meeting. Then she said he's not our enemy. She defended Putin's invasion of Ukraine. She even opposed U.S. sanctions on Putin. Putin, again, killed thousands of Ukrainians, abducted 20,000 Ukrainian children in this war. The war's still going. Didn't want sanctions on Putin. How on earth does this person get a job as the director of national intelligence?
She ran for the Democratic presidential nomination 4 years ago.
I know.
Never served on the Intelligence Committee. It is now Donald Trump's nominee to be charged.
So look, I want to point out something about Tulsi Gabbard, about Andrew Yang, and about RFK. These are three people that were essentially moles. Like, the Republicans talk about rhinos. They talk about people that are Republican in name only. That's the name that they have for, non-MAGA Republicans now. But with these three candidates, you are talking about right-wing people with right-wing allegiances that ran for the Democratic Party and just fucking gaslit the fuck out of it. I mean, Andrew Yang is a fucking libertarian. Tulsi Gabbard is, super right-wing on a number of social issues, right? And RFK Jr. is a fucking... RFK Jr. is unhinged. And yeah, ultimately, right-wing. Far right, I'd say, if you look into his weird anti-Semitic shit. And with the exception of RFK Jr., I'm not sure. Like, look, what I'm saying is that if the Democratic Party doesn't have more resistance to a candidate like that, you could end up with both parties being sort of in the pocket for MAGA.
national intelligence. What a journey! What a fast and tumultuous journey to where she is.
I mean, I'm sure Ben and Tommy will go get into detail about all of this and why it's dangerous on Pod Save the World. But I was just reading the Politico story about it. There's like Western intel officials from other countries telling Politico, like, you know what, other countries, including our allies, like may not want to share intelligence with us anymore. Like as we're trying, and we need that intelligence to like prevent terrorist attacks and other things. And if they can't trust that, like, who the fuck is Tulsi Gabbard? Just like freelancing on her own, meeting with dictators.
So yeah, the idea being that Tulsi Gabbard is very likely a foreign agent. The sharing of security is something that allies do with each other quite often. They're not going to want to do that if they've got somebody like leading one of the departments that is.
And now she's Trump's pal, who's going to be the director of national intelligence, despite not having any experience. What?
I mean, just to put in perspective the importance of this position, the director of national intelligence was a position created after 9/11, when all of our separate intelligence agencies and intelligence we were getting from the CIA, from Defense Department, from the FBI were not brought together, which allowed 9/11 to happen. So we created this position. This is a serious position that is supposed to manage all these various intelligence agencies, bring them together, and make sure that we are getting the best information to protect the United States homeland from terrorism and to understand what's happening abroad. And we've handed that to someone with no experience, who was seemingly just a pick to troll the people that Donald Trump hates the most in the intelligence agencies.
Yeah,
like it is like that is the theme through all of these. Right, like he picked Marco Rubio for whatever reason to be at State, and he picked the random New York former Congressman Lee Zeldin at EPA. But these are little MAGA hand grenades to roll into the parts of the deep state, quote unquote deep state, that he hates the most, to piss people off the most, to render these agencies unfunctionable.
Well, I was going to say, in the first term, you could look at some of his appointments and think that person's a real Yahoo, but there's an entire agency, a lot of career officials, and maybe that person doesn't know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about earlier about the guardrails. Now, I will say that, when you're talking about intelligence, when you're talking about like the military industrial complex, I don't have a lot of faith in the people that are already in there. I don't have a lot of faith in like, the people occupying those offices like under a Democratic administration. So
there's an agency full of people who do know what they're doing, and they will try to work with this person and and maybe help them succeed, because we all want the government to succeed, right? Like we want.
Wait, was Tulsi raised by a cult? Is that true?
We want all these agencies to do the job that they're supposed to do. This time around, it's different because Trump and his team have been making plans to try to fire not only the political appointees, get rid of the political appointees at all these agencies, but the career officials. And either they fire some of these career officials, or some of these career officials might leave because they don't want to stick around for this. And then you're right. Then you just have chaos, and you have a bunch of agencies that don't have the people they need to actually just perform their basic functions. And that to me is a real concern, aside from just the character and qualifications of the people who will lead them.
I wrote about the Gates and Tulsi Gabbard appointments in Message Box this morning, and which caused me to go back and look at all of Trump's first set of cabinet appointees. And it was his approach was very different. He was clearly trying back in 2017, trying to send a signal to the Republican establishment that he was a serious person, right? Like Rex Tillerson was the CEO of Exxon. Like obviously he was not a foreign diplomat, but he was a serious person, right? Jim Mattis at Defense.
Till he was fired on the toilet.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Secretary of ExxonMobil, or like CEO of ExxonMobil, right? That's our serious guy.
I mean, no, it did not end well.
That's a serious. I mean, this sort of tells you the bias of the Pod Johns here, right? That like, well, Rex Tillerson, CEO of ExxonMobil. That's okay.
Kelly, former general at Homeland Security. Like these were, they weren't like they were.
That being said, yeah, he was one of the people that would be referred to guardrails on Trump, and that he had a vested interest in not letting shit get too far off the rails. But Jesus Christ, that's like
not good at their jobs. Most of them didn't last very long, but they were at least people who, on paper, for the most part, were qualified for the jobs. You were swinging in the exact opposite direction here. He's specifically picking people who are not qualified for the jobs, who will likely go in there and really fuck shit up, right? That seems to be his plan.
Pod Save America is brought to you by Z-Biotics Pre-Alcohol. Let's face it, after a night with drinks.
All right, so we got one more. Nomination that we want to take a look at. This is Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, who have been nominated to lead the DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency Commission. Now, we don't know how this is going to operate yet, right? There's some people that think that that maybe Trump is just kind of sick of Musk, that Musk has been, a little bossy and it's not appreciated by Trump, that maybe Musk has taken too much of the spotlight, and that the DOGE is like a meaningless commission for Trump to just kind of dump him at to make him feel important. And there's some people that say that this is going to have a lot of effect on how the government runs under Trump, or even still look at Trump as being beholden to Musk. It's hard to say exactly how this will shake out.
That's for last, because I do think of all the shit that we talked about, the DOGE Commission might present the the best opportunity for Democrats here, because Doge.
Best opportunity for Democrats? What?
Of government efficiency. Also the name of a fucking Bitcoin that Elon Musk has.
Also the name of a meme?
Or whatever. It started. I don't know what the fuck you do. I don't know how to talk about that. Anyway, so Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk, running the Department of Government Efficiency. Not really a government department, but something they're providing outside advice for. I thought originally it was just like this blue ribbon commission, and they can go like, I made this joke. It's like the MAGA Simpson Polls Commission. I made this joke to Max on offline, so people will hear it on Sunday too. And I said, the only people who will be laughing at this.
So I just really wonder, right? The Simpson Bowles Commission, if you're not familiar, was two old dudes from the Senate who had a plan to take probably the best thing that Democrats had done policy-wise, like one of the most important linchpins of the New Deal, and compromise it and sell it out and reform Social Security in a way that benefits finance rather than in a way that benefits people who need to access and use Social Security. So there's a thing that was established in the 1980s. It's called the Social Security Trust Fund. If you watch the Majority Report, Sam Cedar talks about this all the time. It's essentially able to pay out all benefits up until, I don't know, like what is it, like several years in the future, right? And even after that, it pays out like 85% of the benefits. Now, you don't want the program to get to the point where it's cutting its benefits, right? Because people, old people need Social Security. They probably need more Social Security than what they're getting. Right? So the proper way to reform this would be to raise the cap, would be to require more contributions from wealthier people who are capped. In other words, they're only the first, $200,000 of their income is subject to the Social Security tax, and then after that, the rest of their income doesn't get touched, right? If you raised the cap, if you lifted the cap, you would have no problem. The issue is essentially a demographic one. The baby boom generation is really large. They're going to be retiring. The subsequent generations are not as large, so you don't have enough, as many workers as you have, retirees. And, at some point, it does run into some problems. Not as big as people are describing, right? It's not as cataclysmic. And Sam always makes this point, as people, imply, and in a way that's easily fixable. But the fix that we want is a fix that the wealthy don't want. And so that's the issue. Now, the Simpson Bowles Commission would have essentially, solved the problem off the backs of future retirees. It's a bad deal. It's a bad thing. And this was called the Grand Bargain. And Obama was really proud of the Grand Bargain because it showed he was above partisan politics. It showed that he could reach across the aisle and work with Republicans to achieve something that the chattering class was going to find was going to think was really great. And it didn't happen because the Republicans didn't want to give Obama that W. It would have been something that he would have been talked about in kind words by the David Brookses of the world. He would have secured his legacy in that way, right? So it's a really, it's essentially Obama being willing to sell future retirees out. They're making a joke about the Simpson Bowles Commission. And John Favreau was part of the administration that tried to sell Americans out on that. That's a joke I don't find funny. Pod Save America.
Are Dan Pfeiffer and Ben Rhodes? Big Tommy?
I'm laughing on the outside. I'm crying on the inside out of some PTSD from being in the White House with the Simpson Bowles, and sadness for you personally for having made that joke.
Yeah, no, you should have.
You're self-aware about it, so I appreciate that.
It's very pathetic of me.
Oh God, do we need to cover the Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski thing?
Anyway, so some blue. They keep them busy. They identify all these cuts, and then of course you have to, bring it to Congress, and Congress is like, okay, fuck off, whatever. But the
I'll
Washington
see if
Post
we've got time for that
White House
today.
is preparing to try a novel strategy for adopting the Doge's recommendations, even if Congress does not. There's some 1974 Act, Impoundment Act, or whatever, where the White House thinks, or the Trump people think, that the president is able to say, oh, well, Congress decided that we have to spend this money, but we don't actually have to spend the money that Congress appropriates. Screw them. And basically, the power of the purse is not with Congress, but with Donald Trump and Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy. Here's Vivek Ramaswamy previewing its mandate.
We have a once-in-a-generation mandate right now. The American people have voted for drastic reform of the government, and our federal government is broken. It's no secret that it is a fourth branch of government. Elon's solving major problems.
So now he's saying a mandate. A mandate is more like what you'd see. I hate to say this, right? But in terms of an electoral mandate, if you look at the wins that Reagan had over Carter, the wins that Reagan had over Mondale, and the win that George H.W. Bush had over Dukakis, right? Those are mandates. Those are times where you look at the electoral map and you'll see like only one or two states as being blue and the rest of the map is red. It's a overwhelming victory, right? What Donald Trump had was not actually an overwhelming victory. There's a lot of red on that map, and he did run the table as far as the swing states. However, the margins in those swing states were still pretty small, and the overall margin wasn't that big either. So yeah, no, it's not a mandate. They'll try to gaslight you that it is because they want to be able to do more stuff. And the Democrats, it's funny. The Republicans always overestimate their mandate, the political capital that they have in order to make drastic changes, right, and feel entitled to do so, whereas the Democrats will always underestimate their mandate.
I came from the world of biology. What we're solving here now is not a natural problem. This is a man-made problem, and when you have a man-made problem, you better darn well have a man-made solution.
Oh, I forgot that his voice is going to be back. Ooh. So Elon Musk had said, I think we can cut $2 trillion from the federal government. It's a $6.5 trillion budget.
And he also said that there would be like a time of a lot of pain, right? So he's basically implied that he's going to cut into the American budget enough to actually hurt the economy, to hurt the well-being of working people. But that's just a necessary thing that we need to go through.
We can cut $2 trillion from the federal budget.
This did not get picked up. This did not get talked about by the media.
Cutting Medicare, Social Security, health programs, retirement programs, education programs, programs that people rely on. So I don't know. It seems like if they try to do that, feels like that's something that could be unpopular.
Yeah, I think the way we have to approach this very strategically. Like you and I look at this, and a lot of people listening to look at this, and it's like, here are two fucking MAGA clowns with a fake job, just running through the government trying to make some proposals. And the way a lot of the country will approach this is, here are two pretty successful business people looking at a ineffectual and waste-ridden government.
And by the way, a lot of ways to get rid of in the government. Like
That's the point.
Barack Obama was obsessed with this and did not get as far as he wanted to.
No.
He wanted to.
Yeah, they're not going to be going for. So like Barack Obama was obsessed with this. Barack Obama's initial proposals for the Obamacare would have maybe given a little bit more savings in terms of medical costs. In other words, the medical industry is not only a commodification of a basic need of human beings, right? Which is medical care. It's also a hugely wasteful one, in which unjustifiable profits are taken by corporations, right? And Obama might have had some design originally in his original proposals on curtailing the cost, right? Which a lot of the cost is just upcharging. It's literally just profit and fluff, right? He abandoned anything that would actually affect, price meaningfully really quickly, because he thought he needed to have the insurance industry, the medical industry on board for the plan. He'd seen what happened under the attempted reforming of the insurance and medical system under Clinton, and he didn't want to, have his signature policy torpedoed in that way. So yeah, he let go of that really quickly.
There are multiple.
I would not expect, though, for Elon Musk to be cutting unnecessary expense out of government budgets where it comes out of a corporation's profits, right? That you're not going to see, because Elon Musk, like half of his business is literally taking government money.
proposals to combine a couple departments. I think we were going to like combine commerce and something else.
SBA. You lose your cabinet seat, Small Business Administration, yes.
And here's the point that
it wouldn't be about cutting government spending. It would be about using monetary policy to induce economic shock to discipline labor. Yeah, no doubt.
No. We did enough of that during the State of the Union. Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they have this point, which is you go into government, and we tried to do this. Like you try to combine agencies, and suddenly everyone at the agencies and the secretaries, the cabinet officials in those agencies are like, absolutely not. You can't. Why can't we combine them? Why can't we get rid of all this? Because, and they give you a blizzard of words that don't really, they're not a compelling argument, but it's just like the bureaucracy just really does make it hard to reform government. So like that is true.
This idea is going to be pretty popular. It is like the scene from Dave, and he brings his accountant in to work on the federal budget. Like it is, it makes sense to do it. So the way we should approach it as Democrats is we should agree that there is too much waste in government. We should look for places.
Jesus Christ, Pod Johns.
To make it more efficient and work better and make us better stewards of taxpayer dollars. We should absolutely do that. And then we should say, if these guys come up with good ideas, we're open to listen to them because we agree government should be more efficient and we should save money. Let's see their proposals. Let's make them put their cards on the table. What is the $2 trillion? Elon Musk told Tucker Carlson he wanted to
classic Democratic cave.
Eliminate like 300 federal agencies.
Yeah.
What are those agencies? Are they going to help people like flood victims? Are they protecting our food, our air and water? Are they preventing diseases? FEMA? What are those? Put them on the table. Where are you going to get your $2 trillion? You're going to get it from Social Security, Medicare. You're going to get it from education. You're going to get it from disease prevention. Where is that coming from? Put it on the table and let's have a big giant debate about it because they're doing this thing at the exact same moment that Donald Trump and the Republicans are trying to pass a multi-trillion-dollar unpaid for tax cut for billionaires and corporations.
Yeah, I think that is the sort of general advice on all of these things, which is think about how an action, not just words, not like Donald Trump said something crazy or Elon Musk said something crazy or the cabinet secretaries who are all fucking nuts said something crazy, but like we should focus on how these policies and actions and legislation actually affect real people. Because I think that is, we sometimes just get caught up in the offensive comments and the craziness and the chaos, which there's plenty of, but voters care about what actually affects them. And they could do a lot of damage, all these people. So we'll see.
As people who work in government and believe as part of our political philosophy that government can and should help people, we understand the value of experts and experienced people doing these jobs because we've seen it when there are good people in those jobs and bad people in those jobs.
Yeah, this really worries me. This my biggest fear about the next 4 years is not about the part that's out of our control entirely, which is the actions of the Trump administration. It's that there's going to be enough.
Up here, but now there are freaking communists invading.
There's going to be enough collusion from centrist Dems to allow Donald Trump to be able to do more than he would otherwise be able to do. That the few things that the Democrats could possibly pull the brakes on, they will negotiate on instead. That's my biggest concern. And the fact that the Pod Johns are going seamlessly to like this guy is a threat to democracy. He's a threat to our American way of life. To like, well, we're just going to have to work with them. And if they come up with good ideas, we're going to have to be like, good idea. Right? Just fucking throw people right under the bus.
That is not how most of the public sees this. They don't necessarily think that some of these people that Trump has appointed should be disqualified simply because they don't have quote unquote government experience. Right? They just elected Donald Trump twice. So
not putting a premium on government experience.
Yeah, they've been pretty clear on what they think about traditional political experience. And so the arguments we make about these people, as I think we did around RFK Jr., is, as you pointed out, what they will actually do will hurt people. And I think an important meta argument, because we want to tie all these people together, is not that it's a bunch of inexperienced clowns, is that Donald Trump is picking a bunch of people who are loyal to him above anything else, who will put Donald Trump's interests first, not your interests. And that is the thread that combines them all. And I think that's how to talk about this.
Yeah, I very much agree. Okay, when we come back from the break, you'll hear my conversation with Congressman and Senator-elect Andy Kim. 2 quick things before we do that. On this week's episode of Polar Coaster, Dan, you looks at what the polls got, where they fell short, and what we still don't know.
We're done with that. Now, I got a request to take a look at what's going on with Morning Joe. Massively hypocritical. Like, these people were, in no uncertain terms, calling out Donald Trump as a fascist 2 weeks ago. And now they are going to Mar-a-Lago to have a little tete-a-tete with the Trumpster.
Okay, so here.
Let's get a flavor for this at least.
The past week, Joe and I have heard from so many people, from political leaders to regular citizens.
So how are they going to pivot, right? You literally said the guy's a fascist. You weren't making that up. You were quoting his generals. You were quoting his cabinet officials. Multiple sources talking about how his instincts are fundamentally authoritarian. And in many ways, he admires the German government under Hitler, the German military under Hitler, right? You correctly blew the whistle on that shit. Now, I don't know, should that have been the, centerpiece of Kamala's campaign the way that it was? Probably not. Probably not, right? The thing that works best on these tyrants is to ridicule them, is to cut the legs out from under their ego, right? If you want to defeat somebody like this, right? So I don't think this should have been the centerpiece, right? But again, like, what does this do? This allows Kamala to continue her campaign without making any promises, without doing the things that she needs to do, like promising to make the average American worker's life easier when it feels like it's slipping out of their hands. Instead of doing that, we talked about the creeping danger of fascism. And I don't think they were wrong about that. I just think that they went about, fighting it in the wrong way. Regardless, right? This is the couple, the power couple. Now, if you don't know who this is, right? This Joe Scarborough here is a former Republican congressman under a different Republican regime. It's part of the left, I guess, of the current batshit MAGA coalition, right? And you got Mika Brzezinski, the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski, a huge figure in international relations from the Carter and the Clinton administrations, right? They're married. They were on their, they had the show together, and at some point they revealed that they had been dating and that they were getting married, and so they're like a power couple, right? And it's the most annoying lib show that you'll ever fucking see. It's like, it's the worst, right? If you think The View is bad, you haven't seen Morning Joe. But after all this discussion of Trump being utterly beyond the pale, they are now pivoting to justifying outreach to Trump, right? I don't know how much of this is their idea, their attempt to retain some kind of influence in a government that's all three branches have been taken over by the Republicans, or how much of this is like their bosses at MSNBC saying, you got to play nice with Trump now, like, right? We can't have you being the fucking enemy within, right? You gotta make nice with him.
Deeply dismayed by several of President-elect Trump's cabinet selections, and they are scared. Last Thursday, we expressed our own concerns on this broadcast and even said we would appreciate the opportunity to speak with the president-elect himself. On Friday, we were given the opportunity to do just that. Joe and I went to Mar-a-Lago to meet personally with President-elect Trump. It was the first time we have seen him in 7 years.
Now, we talked about a lot of issues, including abortion, mass deportation, threats of political retribution against political opponents, and media outlets. We talked about that a good bit. And it's going to come as no surprise to anybody who watches this show, has watched it over the past year or over the past decade, that we didn't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, and we told him so.
What we did agree on was to restart communications. My father often spoke with world leaders with whom he and the United States profoundly disagreed. That's a task shared by reporters and commentators alike. We had not spoken to President Trump since March of 2020, other than a personal call Joe made to Trump on the morning after the attempt on his life in Butler, Pennsylvania. In this meeting, President Trump was cheerful, he was upbeat, he seemed interested in finding common ground with Democrats on some of the most divisive issues. And for those asking why we would go speak to the president-elect during such fraught times, especially between us, I guess I would ask back,
why not?
Why wouldn't we?
Oh, I called it.
Political warfare has deeply divided Washington and the country. We have been as clear as we...
So after correctly identifying somebody as, as not just like a fascist, and I see you, chat, like, correctly noting that there are elements of fascism have been present in the United States government and are actually pretty instrumental to a lot of the United States policy through the years. But, somebody who is in a mask-off way embraced the government of Adolf Hitler. All right, if I can be more specific, if that helps you. they are now saying, well, it's time that we make peace with Hitler. Peace in our times. There we go. That's what we got from Morning Joe. Not that we expect much from these assholes. Not that we expect much from the neoliberal establishment. But Jesus fucking Christ.
Know how in expressing our deep concerns about President Trump's actions and words in the coarsening of public debate. But for nearly 80 million Americans...
Wasn't Mika crying on The View about how dangerous Trump was? Yeah, exactly.
Election denialism, public trials, and January 6th were not as important as the issues that moved them to send Donald Trump back to the White House with their vote. Joe and I realize...
I'm sorry, but these people...
something different. And that's...
These people are craven. They have no, self. They have no authenticity. They are purely political creatures.
Starts with not only talking about Donald Trump, but also talking with him.
These aren't independent actors who are giving their perspective on the, current governments and, nominees, etc. Right? They're literally filled by whatever is in power. That's what animates them. That's where their words come from. That's where they're empty. There's nothing there. There's no person there.
Somebody close to Donald Trump told me this past weekend, this is a president who's not seeking re-election, so maybe, just maybe, now could be the time for both parties to get to work. And I know.
To get to work cutting Social Security and Medicare. Yeah, there we go. There we go, Joe.
Read every day.
As long as they can have their grand bargain, right? They're cool.
Seem like a stretch, but think about...
They are husk. Yeah, Omega Star, you're right.
Of the
no moral compass.
150 million votes cast. Donald Trump got 50%. Kamala Harris got about 49%. So I don't know. Seems to make sense for leaders of both parties to seek common ground, if it's possible at all. And I will tell you, a lot of Democratic...
You don't have any leverage, right? All you're going to do is ingratiate yourself to those in power, which is apparently all you cared about in the first place.
Leaders we've talked to this past week, since the election, have told Mika and me it's time for a new approach. And when I say top Democrats, I mean top Democrats. They said, we're open, and this was before we talked to Donald Trump. They said, listen,
okay,
we're open to...
This is really concerning.
Working with the incoming president.
As cringy as hashtag and disingenuous as hashtag resistance was, this is more worrying. The fact that they're just going to they're ready to roll over for the Republicans.
If the incoming president is open to working with us.
Yeah, the question is, though, how do we get there? Hyperbole and personal attacks will not work. My hair on fire doesn't work. We've all seen that. What also does not work is threatening political opponents with arrest, harassment, and even jail. That is a failed path.
So he's all they're all well, so, this enemy within thing, this going after the media thing, you can't do that. But we are willing to throw anybody you want. Just name the constituency that the Democratic Party supposedly sticks up for, and we will throw them the fuck under the bus for your pleasure. My lord.
Recent history has proven that impeachments and trials turn those on trial into political martyrs and only make them more popular.
Oh, yeah, so don't even try to have accountability for elected officials.
With the American people.
They've given up on the battle of the Nixon administration. They've given up on water. According to what they're saying, Richard Nixon was done dirty. He should have been above the law. Send your burglars in to steal the medical records of candidates that you don't want to run against as president, so that you can rat fuck them out of ever getting out of the primary.
Just ask Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. We know this will be a consequential presidency. The question is whether it will be constructive. It will take a new approach from all sides, from both parties, and a leader who can bring them together. And only time will tell if Donald Trump is that leader.
And a bunch of glad-handing assholes in the press to say that the emperor's clothes are fucking beautiful. Yes.
As for us, we also
To
let
gaslight us into thinking he's not fucking sitting there naked,
know that we will
talking about Hannibal Lecter while he fillets a microphone.
continue to speak truth to power and push back hard when called for. As we have
When he calls for it. Would you please push back hard on me? I'd like that.
with all presidents.
It's so hard to take these people seriously. If there's one thing, if there's one silver lining from this, god awful election, maybe it could be the final stripping away of any pretense of respectability from the mainstream media, the neoliberal establishment, etc., etc. The recognition that the sinner, in fact, will not hold and has not held.
Don't be mistaken. We're not here to defend or normalize Donald Trump.
You just did that! What do you think you were doing?
We're here to report on him and to hopefully provide you insights that are going to better equip all of us in understanding these deeply unsettling times. And I am reminded of what Marty Baron, legendary editor, told his Washington Post reporters back in the first term. We're not going to war. We're going to work. So let's go to work now with David Ignatius. David.
Yeah, let's dip out. Okay, that's it, chat. That's it. That's depressing. That's scary. That's awful. God damn. All right, so here's the deal. You've been watching along with us in shorts. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you could spend some time, going over this. I know this is like hard stuff to watch and absorb. It's it's a scary time, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's not. I'm not going to sit here and tell you things are going to be okay where every sign points in the opposite direction. But it is, I think, important not to look away. It is important to to do what we can and to not just to not just check out, right? We're going to be continuing the stream on the full screen stream, right? So the short stream is going to end, but the full screen stream is going to continue, and we're going to continue. We're going to go over the current drama with Ethan Klein and Ludwig. And, this is the whole Twitch adpocalypse thing that involves Hasan, etc., right? That's what we're going to be talking about next. So if you'd like to join us in that, I'm going to give you a link that you can click on, and you can stay with the stream. Otherwise, it's been nice hanging out. Yeah, there you go, Narwhal. Thank you. That's exactly what I was... Whoops, that's not the right thing. I didn't copy. It's a good thing we're not leaving it up to me to But yeah, I'm gonna end the stream now. You might be rated into the full scale stream, or you could also click on the button to join us there. And otherwise, I will see you next time we stream. Yeah, the fun half. All right, so let me take a look at the Oh, interesting. So 39% of you in the poll are choosing FD Signifier's video about anime, and this is kind of an older video essay, right? But it looks really interesting. I'm kind of curious about his take on anime and anime fans. That's what's winning right now. Unfortunately, what's not winning is the bonus goal overall, and this is maybe the second day in a row that I don't know. We're at 11% on the. I'm trying not to get depressed, chat, but like, the timing is it's pretty bad for me. I look, I hope I stay around. I hope I can stick around. Like, I love what I'm doing. I want to keep doing it. But yeah, it's all dependent on viewers like you and your support of the stream. So yeah, we're at 11% on the dono goal right now. If we somehow miraculously completely turn that around and get it to 100% by the end of the stream, then you'll get some bonus content. If not, it'll probably be a shorter stream than what you're used to, and you'll be seeing like more shorter streams in the future. So yeah, I mean, we'll see how that goes. Gaming, says Sasha G.
$5. Gaming yummy face.
Yummy face. Is that really what that's called? Yummy face. Thank you, Sasha G, for the $5 super chat. That gets us up to 16%. But yeah, I mean, you're gonna find there like I don't know. We've got some Ethan Klein content to get through. We don't have as much time as we normally would. I did not sleep last night. I've got some pretty serious financial hardships that came my way right as I'm trying to get the fuck out of this country to be able to continue the show in a place where I'll be able to sustain myself financially and hopefully even bring in some more kinds of content, bring back kickboxing and a little bit more diversity to what we're doing in terms of the stream. Unfortunately, that all is on the other side of a giant financial bottleneck. So that's why I'm a little bit I'm having like anxiety. Because of this anxiety, I ended up staying up the entire night last night and not sleeping, just kind of worried about my situation. I kind of got a bomb dropped on me by my landlord. The fact that my roommate had not been paying her share of the rent for months and months. And apparently, like, I don't know, I guess I got the like nicest landlord ever. I'm surprised we weren't kicked out by now, but yeah, we are coming down. I got like a 14 day notice. I really didn't think I was gonna have to move again before leaving the country, but it's looking like that's what's gonna happen, and I'm just hoping that doesn't eat up so much of my income that it makes it impossible to get out of the country. So a little bit scared, but we got the money for the I vote for sleeping and kickboxing. Oh, thank you, Simone Pierre. Up to 17% here. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I'm gonna try to figure out like what to do here. This has really kind of thrown me a curveball at the last minute. Like I was like, yes, we can do this. I can move, I can be safe, I can be able to say, whatever I want about politics without worrying about repercussions from not just like the government that's incoming in January, but the toxic atmosphere in the country. Remember, like 50% of the people voted for this asshole, right? This is a scary place. This is a scary time. But chat, we've always made it work in the past somehow. I didn't think that I'd be able to move from being like a part-time streamer to being a full-time streamer and to be able to, pay for my needs with the money that I earn from streaming. So, like I don't know. I'm just trying to stay on the bright side of things. Uchinas, that's what country are you moving to? I think some people in chat have figured it out already, and it's not like, well, actually, I don't know 100%. Let me be real. I don't like. I've got some ideas. Essentially, I'm gonna have to move to a place where, rent and everything is a lot cheaper, right? Just to be able to manage. But I think I can. I hope I can. I need to find a way to make this work. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's been supporting me. Speaking of which, I should thank the Patreons, right? Patreons, at times like this, I greatly appreciate your support, right? And as part of my thanks for your support, I like to give you all a shout out with every stream. So yeah, there's a shout out that comes with the fancy Weasel tier and above. So let me shout out my fancy weasels here. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Shaxba. Shouts out to Nadia. Shouts out to Moe Noape. Shouts out to Just Julie. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JR. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. And fancy shouts out to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. Thank you, Patreons. Your monthly you're helping me out with a monthly donation is very is very much appreciated, especially at times like this. So, but yeah, we'll figure something out, chat. It's expensive everywhere. I mean, more or less, but that more or less, sorry if it's private, just I don't entirely know. Like, I've got some ideas. And I was thinking about maybe, like, because I know I'm not the only one who's thinking about, like, moving out of the United States. I thought that it might be good as, like, content, right? To talk about yeah. No, yeah, unfortunately, it's like that's not the way that it was set up. Like, the original people that moved in were like 3 friends. They they took the rent for the entire place, and they divided it according to, like, who had the best room pays a little bit more, who had a less good room paid a little bit less, right? So they set, like, the rates that everybody was going to contribute. And so the whole thing is that like it's like, she's sort of holding us all responsible. Now, I mean, I'll talk to the landlady, tell her what's going on from my perspective, that I'm actually out a little bit of money in terms of the fact that I've been paying for internet for all of us, and I haven't gotten paid by I'm out money from this roommate too, and ask if maybe I can stay like a little bit longer if I go ahead and like, oh my god, thank you for the super, wait, there we go. Thank you for the super sticker. So yeah, hopefully I'll have some time for that. The whole thing though is I'm like streaming so much, I like don't have time for like anything. So this is making it harder. But yeah, I'm gonna be going to the passport place hopefully tomorrow, and getting that on its way. It takes a while for the passport to get to you, so God, I'm sorry, chat. My mind's just going so many places, and like hopefully I'll sleep tonight, because I didn't sleep last night. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for, Sassy. That's what I'm hoping for. And then I got to talk to the roommate too, and just be like, hey, are you gonna like pay? Like, I just the fact that she kind of like has not paid the rent for multiple months. Either there's a massive communication thing going on here where maybe she has paid but the landlady didn't realize it, or I don't know. If she hasn't been paying the rent for this many months, then it sounds like there's like no money. You can expedite your passport, but it costs more money. Yeah. And thank you to those of you who contributed to my passport fund on Throne. That is, I wouldn't have been able to afford it without you. So, especially considering what's come down the line. But yeah, I'll try to get that all figured out and worked out as much as I can. Anyway, I don't want to put too much of my stress off on you. I know that you all have your own stress, you have your own struggles, and life is not easy for anyone. That being said, we got some drama to cover tonight, some Ethan Klein related drama. And it looks like we're up to 22%. So at least we beat last night's. We got closer to we're getting closer to the dono goal than we were last night. That's a encouraging thing. Anyway, yeah, like I said, what is winning right now? Oh yeah, for once, What If Alt Hist is not winning. I wonder though, is that because I wasn't specific about which What If Alt Hist video that we're doing? I was gonna leave that up to you, chat. Like, right, there's a few. I'm thinking the bureaucracy one. Anyway, that's not what's winning for once, right? It's the FD Signifier anime video is in first place. The Brianna Wu Megastar, thank you for the gifted sub to EMC. EMC, you just got weaseled. And that's a good thing. Brianna Wu's Dollcast, which is the podcast of Brianna Wu and her toxic friends, that just dropped. So that's in second place at 25%. What If Alt Hist is in third place. Wow, not expecting it to see it there. But that's where it is tonight, at third place with 20%. And gaming is in fourth place with 14%. Remember, you can still vote. We got 84 votes so far. If you're watching me on Twitch, you can feel free to come over to the YouTube stream. Oh my god, Utana, thank you for the super sticker. That is how I want to feel with the sunglasses and the baby lime. The baby lime is my favorite part of that super sticker. Like, right, I didn't know what that, I was like, wait, what is that? It's like a baby lime on the left. Oh, you didn't notice it on the list. Yeah. Who knew we were going to be living in a fascist hellhole universe? I mean, look, the United States has had a lot of, like, I don't know, in some way, like what Shakespeare said earlier about fascism not being like a on or off sort of switch. Essentially, countries and places and people are susceptible to fascism, largely depending on their material conditions, and also depending on the culture, depending on the degree of class consciousness that that a people have. There's a lot of things that like tie into a country's propensity towards fascism, but a big one of those is just this kind of, imperial project of, U.S. global hegemony. I think makes so when you've got an empire and it's exploiting the global South, let's say, in order to hold itself up. That exploitation, when it has no place else to go, when the other nations are fully exploited, that exploitation falls back on the people of that country, right? Empire always turns in on itself. And, yeah, the imperial core. I mean, we're like, look, the whole Iraq war thing, right, was brought forward by a bunch of people called the Project for a New American Century. Narwhal by nature. Yo! That is an interesting deal with it. Oh, it's like a video game controller. Thank you, Narwhal. So 22 plus 25, and then we make it 35. And remember, if you're donating, you can let me know in the chat which of these topics you want to see as your bonus content. I'll be happy to add your donation as a percentage to the topic of your choice, regardless of what form your donation like what form your donation takes. I appreciate it, and I will allow you to buff your favorite topic in the poll if you want to. Right now, we got a 6% buff on gaming. We got a 5% buff on What If Alt Hist. If you've donated, feel free to let me know which of these topics you want to buff. And, if you donate in the future, also let me know in the chat. You can also say Vox Populi if you want to de-emphasize the role of the donos and re-emphasize the role of the vote itself, right? That's always an option as well. So yeah, we got to get to this content. I guess we can start with Philly D.
Y'all, the apocalypse.
So I'm not showing you Philly D content because like I am a fan of this guy or anything. I don't really know much about this. Some of you in chat do, to like like some people aren't super fans of him, but he is, fairly influential and his take on these controversies as somebody. He sets himself like it's like Moist Critical or Ludwig, right? These people set themselves up as like neutral arbiters, and they kind of have an influence on how a controversy is seen in the public at large. They're, I guess they're influencers basically, right? So it is worthwhile to take a look at what and how Philly D does. He's gonna be like he's gonna not take a too strong of a stand. Even though you're gonna see it through like he's gonna have a perspective on it, right? But he's gonna say something like, "What do you think about the adpocalypse? Let me know down in the comments," right? Like these types of content creators famously like to do fence sitting, right? And another person who famously does fence sitting is Ludwig, aka Mogul Male. Mogul Male recently became embroiled in this controversy through just doing a video summarizing it. And that summary was not to the liking of one Ethan Klein, who is now apparently calling Ludwig, aka Mogul Male, an anti-Semite. For not like mentioning him. Ethan was sore about that. So yeah, let's take a look at what's going on here.
Is here again, allegedly, maybe. Also, this time, not on YouTube, but instead it has to deal with everything that's happening over on Twitch right now. And actually, where we'll start with this is the update to Twitch's hateful conduct policy that happened over the weekend, with them saying in a blog post starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious belief is against our rules. With Twitch going on to clarify that referring to the Zionist political movement in either a positive or negative way, that won't get anyone dinged, but their goal is to, quote, prevent coded hate directed at individuals and groups of people. Which, I mean, just that by itself.
So my understanding is that like what they're saying is that like if you were to say like Zionist and then another word that's like an insult, I think that's what they're responding to. Which doesn't necessarily conflate to look, dog whistles are pernicious and almost anything can become a dog whistle, right? And if somebody, wants to get around rules against slurs and they can kind of code it in the right way. I guess Zionist, like just about anything else, could be, if it's put out there and understood by the audience as being, equivalent to a slur, then yeah, it works as a dog whistle. But that being said, I don't have a lot of confidence in Twitch to adjudicate, like, who is saying this word as a slur and who is talking about a political philosophy, which is what it is, right? It's a philosophy, it's a ideology, it's a perspective, right? And there's plenty, especially in the United States, there's plenty of the conflation between Zionist and Jewish person is not one-to-one. In fact, most American Zionists are Christian evangelicals. So yeah, I mean, this is problematic. This is also Twitch, caving into the brigading that's been going on, which is just going to really encourage more brigading. And again, I don't really trust Twitch, like many tech companies, has been reducing its workforce rather than increasing its workforce. And so I don't have a lot of confidence in Twitch's ability to disambiguate somebody using, this word as like a dog whistle from somebody using this word accurately to describe an ideology, right? And so what I think is going to determine whether somebody gets banned or punished or whatever for using this term is going to be the volume of the volume of criticism of it. So in other words, again, the people that are brigading Twitch, if they can make enough noise about anybody saying this word, we already saw a panel about hummus and about Habibi get characterized as a racial tier list, which it was not, right? If Twitch will accept that, then I don't have a lot of confidence in them not punishing people who are using this word in a descriptive, appropriate sense, right? It just depends on how much of what the volume of call out on this is, how much pressure Twitch gets to deplatform somebody, sadly.
That stoked its own set of reactions and controversy. But then, the second half of this story is you have a lot of streamers saying they've noticed some major drops in their ad revenue. I mean, we're talking reports of drops as high as 95%.
I average about $100 to $200 a day in ad revenue.
Now, I wonder if Philly D's got the second half of this, right? If this is the stock guy, the stock guy, right? Okay, so this was a VOD or a video of his from a few days ago, right? I don't know if Philly's got the second video, because the second video is him changing some of his tags. He had the word election in his tags, right? So what gets you demonetized in Twitch? Well, first of all, if you're talking about politics like I am, right? So I'm, demonetized right now. I'm not getting any ad revenue. They might still be playing ads on my channel, but I'm not getting any ad revenue. Again, I would love to turn those. I set a goal of 100 subs. If we can meet that, then I'll turn ads off, because I don't think I'm getting paid for them regardless. But anyway, he was covering something related to the election, and he put the tag election in there. So even though he doesn't have the CCL, he doesn't have the label that I have, right? I have to label my content as being political. He's got he had the tag election so like you're seeing, he's ad revenue, and then it like falls off a cliff, right? That falling off a cliff was around the time, if you see, of November 7th of the election. When he's talking about the election, he had the election tag on his stream, and he just forgot to take it off, right? So that's actually he's not experiencing the adpocalypse. In other words, he just his content got confused with political content because of one of his tags. I don't know if Philly D got the message on that.
Right? 5 days a week. You're talking about $600-700 a week. You're talking about $2,800 a month. $3,000 a month. I make about $8,000 a month on average, and sometimes 9. Right? So it's about 40% of my, sometimes 50% of my income. I'm averaging $15. $15 in ad revenue.
And so seemingly with people's wallets getting hit, this sparked a lot of conversation from some of the big names in the streaming world. And a number asked...
So the way that Dan Saltman and Destiny, the people doing the brigading, want this to go is that they want the people who are getting their ad revenue taken away to blame Hasan and to put more pressure on Twitch to deplatform Hasan, and or to put pressure on Dan Clancy to step down.
Asking or hitting on why is this happening in the first place? With, for example,
yeah, that's exactly right, Bad Lefty. The stock guy removed the tag and got his revenue back up. Yep.
Ludwig talking about Asmongold.
The genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asmon got banned off of Twitch. Because you see, Asmon got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asmon for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but, what about this person saying this thing about this people?
For example, he mentions Frogan, who said on stream that she hoped American soldiers got PTSD from their service. And this also after she co-hosted a TwitchCon event that a lot of people...
Now, I mean, like, I'm appreciative of the fact that Philly D's got to summarize all of this. But what's getting left out is that Frogan said American soldiers who are not regretful about their actions in war, American soldiers who go to war, do harm to civilians and then are not regretful about that. That's where the PTSD was wished, right? So there's a little bit more to that. And also the understanding that this isn't just somebody being like, I fucking hate soldiers. I hate, this occupation that some people have. This is somebody whose life has been impacted by soldiers, right? And so it's a little different if you've had family members hurt because of these wars than if you're just like, I don't like soldiers, right? So yeah, there's a little bit missing from Philly D's description. Again, I understand he's got to summarize it.
people believe was anti-Semitic. Though there, I think it's important to know, because we're dealing with such a polarizing topic, you also had a lot of people who didn't see anything wrong with that event. But either way, you have Ludwig saying that people started sending emails to advertisers by the thousands, with them pointing out times.
Yeah, so this is a it's a brigaded thing, and it's also a botted thing. Right? This is not just people being like, I am upset by this, and I will organically write to Twitch and tell them that I don't like it, right? This is a campaign that is essentially botted to make it look like there's more people concerned about this than there actually are.
That their ads ran near or within segments people thought were anti-Semitic.
It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse. Attempt very successful.
And while Rogan was later banned, you still had a lot of people thinking that Twitch really dragged their feet there. And this also is notably a lot of people got really mad at Ludwig because he didn't call out Hasan Piker, who people have pointed out is a friend of Ludwig and who many have blamed, at least in part, for this whole mess. So people saying things like, this is worse than just skimming some tweets to find the news about what happened with the situation. You are literally intentionally leaving things out. And actually, having been named earlier, Asmongold agreed that Hasan definitely played a part here.
Hasan clearly is like one of the biggest proponents of this. I would say he is the biggest proponent to a lot of the contention around the, quote, adpocalypse. He's the main reason why this is, like 90% of the examples that are being used are him. Like, or maybe not 90, it might be 80, 70%, but it's like the majority of all examples on the entire platform are all Hasan. So yeah, very clearly, this is the reason why it's happening. Now, you can say that it's unfair, but that's fine. That's okay. But you can't say it's not happening, or that's not the reason.
And he also doubled down on that in his response to Ludwig's video, saying,
a lot of this...
I mean, look, it's not... It's like saying the Sheriff of Nottingham has been coming around extracting exorbitant amounts of taxes from all the townsfolk that they can't afford to pay. They're barely making enough to survive. And this is all due to Robin Hood. This is all due to Robin Hood. So if you see Robin Hood around, report that asshole to the Sheriff of Nottingham. Yeah, this is essentially this is that kind of logic. This is that kind of logic. It's not Hasan, ass man. It's not. It's Dan and it's Destiny. That's who's doing this. That's who's pulling the trigger on this. That's who's actually... I mean, this is just the worst kind of fucking logic. It actually... I don't want to draw up a parallel to the situation in Gaza, but, it's not hard if you try to see that, like, the blaming of civilian deaths on a militant organization, right? It is, I don't know. It's and I don't want to, like I said, that's a real thing. This is a monetary, that's a human life thing. This is a monetary thing, right? I don't want to draw the parallels too strongly, but right, it is bullshit. It's villain logic. It's like literally cartoon villain logic that they're employing here. Well, it's really Hasan's fault for existing on the platform, right? If it wasn't for Hasan, who Dan and fucking Destiny are brigading and are viewing as like a white whale that they gotta take down at all costs, right? Then everybody would be fine. So just, fuck Hasan, I guess, right? That's such bullshit.
This is because a lot of people just don't like Hasan. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. Hasan has said a number
So
of...
it's Hasan's fault for not being liked by reactionary racist douchebags that were sore, that were butthurt that you got banned, Asmongold, for endorsing a fucking genocide. Something that I will note Hasan has not done.
Things over the years...
It's victim blaming rhetoric, yeah.
...that sound really bad. I don't want to get into a big debate about whether they are...
Because you would lose, because you're full of shit.
...or who was right, but we can all...
You were arguing for a genocide that is already happening. You were giving aid and comfort to people with the power to fucking...
G super chatted $5. Can you switch my votes to WIAH?
WIH, yes indeed, Sasha G. Where were they at before?
I'll acknowledge that there's a lot of people that didn't like him. Okay? A lot of people didn't like them. And people are using all of these examples to try to get advertisers to leave. That's the reason why. That's the main reason. So my situation might have made this bigger than it already was, but this was already happening before I even had any of, I never got suspended. I didn't have anything to do with this.
Ethan Klein also jumping back into the mix, calling Ludwig out, saying he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue under the rug.
Ludwig, why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? Just, you don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it.
Or with Ethan bringing up when Hasan earlier this year interviewed a pro-Houthi Yemeni pirate, also criticized.
I think that's right.
How he talked about the Frogan incidents.
This level of anti-Semitism is platformed on a main stage of...
Yeah, again, we're talking about a Yemeni TikToker. We're not talking about a pirate. We're not talking about a Houthi. I believe Shakespeare did some research into the background of the TikToker in question and found that he's definitely not like the Houthi movement is like a Shia movement, right? And they wouldn't take him as a member of that movement, right? He's like, this is just wrong. And the only reason that this sticks is because people see a face of a Middle Eastern person and the description of terrorist and say, ah, that makes sense. The only reason this sticks is because of racism.
TwitchCon in front of these sponsors. I mean, what the do you expect, man? Don't blame the people sending emails. Blame Dan Clancy and his team of morons that did nothing to shield their ecosystem from this, especially considering they had so much time to learn from what happened to YouTube. Pure incompetence.
And while this blame game thing has gotten a lot of attention, there are also others saying that this adpocalypse part of the situation, that it's actually wildly overblown. With us now seeing some streamers outside of the political space saying that their revenue has not been impacted. And specifically some like Stock Guy pointing out that once he removed politics related tags, his revenue jumped way up again. With then the likes of Hasan sharing that clip on Twitter and adding, this doesn't mean there isn't a concerted brigade effort cynically mass spamming emails to advertisers urging them to pull ads. There very clearly is one. And so ultimately we find ourselves in a situation where seemingly there has no—
Look, the logic of YouTube, right? And I am a YouTube girl. I got my start out on YouTube. Like, that's the reason I have this channel in the first place, was just a comment on stuff, right? That's why it's called nocommentchick. But the accepted morality of YouTube is that you don't fuck with somebody's bag. You don't go after somebody's platform, right? There are certain like limits to how far you're going to take some internet beef. And this isn't internet beef. This is about Destiny getting banned for saying out of pocket shit where he's actually endorsing violence and dehumanization and all kinds of other shit, right? Destiny literally fucked around and found out he was treated with kid gloves by the platform because he made a lot of money for them, but eventually he became too much of a liability and they cut him the fuck off. And they're not interested in bringing him or his toxic community back, right? This is what this is about. This is about Destiny being butthurt and trying to attack the person who outdid him. Somebody that he did content with a long time ago, who is a much smaller streamer that is now a much larger streamer. And that's the thing that Destiny can't stand. Look at who Destiny flips out at. Like Vosh, Hasan, these are the people that get Destiny's, undying hatred, right? Destiny was able to let the Keffels thing go. Huh? After what Keffel said about Destiny? That's wild, but he's not able to let these other things go, right? I mean, maybe Vosh to a certain extent, but again, Vosh never became bigger than Destiny. Vosh just took a portion of Destiny's community. Hasan did what Destiny was doing better than Destiny ever did it. And that's why Hasan can never be forgiven. And that's why these horrible little orbiters, these sweaty little basement-dwelling orbiters, like Landlord Dan, have got to impress their daddy.
Not been a full-blown adpocalypse, but that is allegedly not due to lack of people trying, nor does it mean that there won't be one forthcoming, especially as this topic gains more and more attention and creators are pointing the finger at one another.
But yeah, they're literally fucking with everybody's bag. And by bag, I don't even mean bag, right? There are some people that are making, like Asmongold talked about somebody who was complaining about, I made, well, like, apparently, no, never mind. That guy was farming clips. That guy wasn't even serious. But like, Asmongold talked about, oh, you were making $200,000. Now you're making $100,000. Oh, too bad. I feel like, right. He just like, right. Like he's talking about people that are, his size streamers, right? People that are close to his size, people that he might know. When we're talking about the bag that gets fucked up for a lot of small streamers, that is the bag that makes them able to do their stream. That is their whole stream going up in smoke because of Destiny's fucking hate boner, Mr. Bonarelli, and his hate boner that he cannot fucking let go of.
It's all incredibly messy, and I will say...
Yeah, that's right, Dwellsy. Lacey said he was farming. You're right.
Though it has been extra interesting since as of, a week and a half ago, we started streaming over on Twitch as well in the mornings. It's definitely a different world there. I will say also, in addition to your Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday Philip DeFranco show...
Okay, so now he's... Wait a minute. I just want to know, does he get ad revenue? Right? Because he's literally... this is some... Like, I don't know what he talks about on Twitch, but... Like, this is incentivizing people not to do serious political content on Twitch. This is incentivizing people to, stick to gaming or stick to, just reading chat. Right? This is making Twitch less powerful and less dynamic and less influential as a content platform. And, as somebody who started off my career on Twitch, like that kind of burns me up. That pisses me off.
We'll be streaming there every morning, at least for this week. So yeah, at 10:30 Eastern.
He does live ad reads.
Come by twitch.tv/DeFranco Live. But yeah, with all that said, going back to the story, what are your thoughts here? But then...
Yeah, tell me down in the comments. All right. So that's Philly D for the day. DeFranco doesn't rely on ads for a long time. He went through YouTube apocalypse and everything. He's well off. Every chat's telling me he does live ad reads. That's how he makes his money. Thank you, chat. All right, so let me see if anything's changed in the poll. We brought a bunch of people in from Shorts and maybe even from Twitch. We got 96 votes now. We're up to 96 votes. 39% of you are voting for FD signifiers anime. Video essay, 25% of you are voting for Brianna Wu's Dollcast. It's her podcast. It's her toxic podcast. 20% of you are voting for What If Alt Hist, and 17% of you are voting for Metaphor, Refantasio, or Fallout New Vegas. We're up to 40% in the dono goal. So, kind of close to striking distance? I don't know. I guess it could happen. Never say never, chat. Never say never, but I'll let you know, I don't have a lot more content that I've got planned for today. And so if something's going to happen, it's going to need to happen fairly quick. But yeah, right now it looks like with the 20% buff to What If Alt Hist, that is just ever so slightly in the lead. All things considered, because remember, the thing that decides what bonus content we get to watch, it's a combination of the poll along with the bonus, along with the donos, right? So when you donate, you can let me know in chat which of these topics tickles your fancy, which of these topics you want to see as a last segment of the stream. And I will be happy to put your money where your mouth is and add it like I have other people's donos as a buff to the topic of your choice. You can also debuff everything by saying Vox Populi and kind of throw it back to the voice of the people, the votes in the chat, right? So that's an option too. But yeah, whether you're doing a super chat, a super sticker, whether you're getting yourself a membership, gifting memberships, whether you are throwing money my way on Throne, or signing up for Patreon, or you're over on Twitch, getting out of that ad break with a Twitch Prime sub, or a $6 sub, or gifting subs to other people, anything that's a donation, you have the right to let me know in chat where you want that money to go, and I will add it as a percentage to the topic of your choosing, thus helping it win the day and be the content that we see on the bonus goal if we get there, right? Yo, Narwhal, out of nowhere with the super wait, oh, like, I feel like I'm hearing the story of the lime and the lemon, right? There's like, it's like a continuing, you know what I'm saying? Like, the different stickers, they're like the continuation of the story. That's pretty dynamic. Thank you for the $50 super chat, super sticker, in fact. That does, in fact, get us up to 90% towards the dono goal. So again, it might happen. Let's see what Ethan's got for us. That is a very generous lemon sticker. Yes, Marino. Thank you so much. As always, chat, make sure to take care of yourself. First, I don't want anybody, feeling like bad for me and using money that they need for themselves or their loved ones. I only say this because I know that the most generous people tend to sometimes be the people, people that need to be generous and take care of themselves too. So I don't know who, if anyone, that applies to, but I'm just throwing that in. But yeah, much appreciated, and I'm sure the chat appreciates it too. So let's see what Ethan Klein's video. Oh my God. I'm so sick of watching Ethan Klein. I want to be done with this fucking Ethan drama. I want Ethan to just I know it's not going to be, because he feels like if I just push a little harder, I can get Hasan kicked off the platform. He's like the Minecraft meme where it's like a cross section, it's like an X-ray of the mine, and the diamonds are right on the other side of the person mining. That's what Ethan is thinking. He's thinking the diamonds, they're like, just gotta mine a few more blocks and I'll get those diamonds. He's super annoying, yeah. So this new video is called "We Need to Talk About Ludwig."
And at first,
so again, nothing. I mean, this isn't focus. I mean, this is obviously about Hasan. Everything's about Hasan for Ethan, but it's not focused on Hasan. It's focused on Ludwig, who is just like, we watched his video yesterday. It's basic. It's very similar to what we just saw from Philly D. Ludwig is actually decidedly trying to stop from taking sides. Apparently, that pissed Ethan the fuck off, and he felt the need to make this video.
Today's video is about Ludwig, actually, who made a video called "What is Happening to Twitch?" in which he explains what is going on with the adpocalypse taking place on Twitch right now. In this video, he somehow didn't mention me, Hasan, Israel IP block, or anything. It's like he's so afraid of pissing off the cool.
Again, I think the more reasonable explanation for what you're noticing, Ethan, is the same reason. Look, I noticed with Billy D that he left out some important information about Frogan, right? But I didn't attribute that to like, oh yeah, Philly D's fucking, racist, or he hates Frogan, or, whatever. He's like Nicholas Dioro's roommate, right? I didn't attribute it to some I just assumed that it's because he's got to summarize stuff. And also, he might not know all the facts. Depending on your source, you might not hear all the relevant aspects, right? So, again, it's a lot like Ethan's saying that and he's mad at what Ludwig for not taking a side.
Kids, they're not going to let him sit at their table anymore. The stakes are a little higher, in my opinion, because by
Ethan is being a cryboy, yeah.
Representing what happened, He doesn't help anyone. I mean, he helps Hasan. That's the only person he does, but he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue right under the rug to the point where it's like, wow, you really don't care. You really do not care about this.
Look, here's the deal, JC. All right. And I'm glad you came to my chat because it feels like there's a hole in your information. There's a gap in your information that I could fill with something that might make it make a little bit more sense. All right. So, in fact, Hasan was mentioned in Ludwig's video originally, right? He was mentioned. No, actually, he was, right? In fact, I think they might have left the Hasan mention in there. Do we need to watch this again? I'm actually not sure. But anyway, regardless, there was a part that got cut out, right? And that part was Miskiff farming clips on LSF. Like Miskiff said, I don't know, maybe they should just ban everybody who does politics. You want to do politics? You want to be a political boy? Do it somewhere else, right? Miskiff later in the stream, says that he didn't mean it and says that he was trying to farm LSF, which he did successfully. Anything that you say that gets taken as a criticism of Hasan will do well on LSF. That was the reason that Miskiff did it, right? So when Ludwig found out that Miskiff, that something that he'd included and attributed as Miskiff's actual position, assumed that this was Miskiff, like a lot of people did, criticizing Hasan, he took it, he cut it out of the video because that was not accurate. So again, Occam's razor, right? It's a lot simpler than you think. It's not this grand conspiracy of, oh my God, Hasan runs the Twitch universe. Everybody's got to stay on Hasan's good side because he's got, the secret pictures of them at the P Diddy freak off, right? It's not that complicated
At all. So let's go ahead and watch a sliver of this mogul Mel and see what's going on with Ludwig.
Well, first,
and also if you watch this and you're like, oh, fuck Hasan, right? If you watch Karen Klein do this bullshit crybullying, lie out his ass in an obvious attempt to fucking get Hasan, and your conclusion is like, oh yeah, fuck Hasan. You're just as bad as him, and I'm gonna make fun of you too. All right, I'm gonna throw you in that lolcow pen along with Ethan Klein, and we're gonna do some farming. I'm sorry, there's no two ways about it. I'm sick of Dan Saltman. I'm sick of Ethan Klein. I'm sick of Destiny. All right, this shit is fucking A-log behavior, and it needs to be called out for what it is. And if that takes a little bit of public shaming to get the point across, I am ready, willing, and able
to talk about why they pulled out. Where did the advertisers go? Do they hate Twitch all of a sudden? Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asman got banned off of Twitch. Because you see, Asman got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch.
So yeah, so very negative comments. Like, wait, I'm trying to remember. What did he say? He said inferior culture, and he said basically deserve to be eliminated, right? I don't want to repeat what he said because, yeah, it's but that's so again, to compare anything that Hasan has said or done, any of Hasan's political advocacy to these, just like heartless endorsements of genocide, this like straight up racism. It's fun. And if you see Asmongold get banned and you got fucking butt hurt by that because you're like, yeah, no, that racism, I'm cool with that. I am cool with that. I want that to be able to be said. I am butthurt that somebody's getting banned for that. I'm butthurt that somebody's even taking a 14-day vacation. Because let's be real, right? That was 14 days. That didn't hurt Asmongold at all. If anything, it raised his profile. It reminded people that he existed. Which, we'd all do better to forget, but whatever.
And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asman for saying this thing about Palestinian people. But, what about this person saying this thing about this people? And that
this person saying this.
What about the hummus panel though? Isn't that as bad as endorsing genocide? and saying something as racist as like that somebody's got an inferior culture, isn't that the same thing? If you say hummus, the store-bought hummus is bad?
This about these people.
What's up, Canadian Brunch?
Did you just yada, yada, yada the whole anti-Semitism thing to protect your friend Hasan? How about having
I feel like you hallucinated the whole anti-Semitism thing to attack your friend Hasan.
The militant on Twitch mainstream to talk about One Piece?
TikToker, Ethan, and he's not a Houthi. He would not be accepted by the Houthis. He's not of the right like background to be part of that group.
And to glaze up his fucking little Houthi cock.
I love Ethan trying to adopt like Hasan speak. Like, I will be as cool as Hasan if I say glaze up. No, you won't. You're Ethan Klein. You're a dork. Lean into it, all right? That's all you got going for you. People like a dork. You can be a dork. You don't have to pretend to use like fucking...
With a flag flapping in the background that says a curse upon the Jews. Ludwig, why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? Just, you don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it, really.
Because this is an issue.
Ethan, everybody in your comment section, let's see, is asking, why are you talking about this? Starting to think Leftovers isn't coming back. Wait, I'm Ethan Bradbury? I don't get that one. Bro is losing it. Yeah, he's getting cooked as always in the comments. The gamer sups got to his brain. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. Everyone's a coward in Ethan's eyes. Does this dork not realize he's going through an episode? Well, I don't... Look, one thing that I'll say about Ethan is that I don't think that he's doing this. I don't think this is calculated, right? I think he believes the hype he's created. I think he 100% buys into this because, right, it doesn't make sense otherwise. He is burning his community to the fucking ground over this. So he must believe in it, right? I'll give him that credit, right? He's not going into this like disingenuously. Ethan's cognitive decline needs to be studied by some real Okay, geez, that's... Every new thing Ethan posts makes me like Ryan Kavanaugh a little bit more. Oh, geez, that's too much. That's too much. You don't have to like Ryan Kavanaugh. Crash Out is so well documented. Bro's kids are going to be hearing this in school 24/7. Jeez. Get some sleep, Ethan. Totally losing it. You can't look at anything objectively anymore. Just stop. Yeah, I mean, like his strongest defenders, like his biggest fans, are asking him to stop. You don't know what you're talking about. You're misreading this situation. You are concentrated on a hallucination of anti-Semitism while real anti-Semitism goes uncriticized by you.
Issue Twitch has been dealing with for years, which is inconsistency in their bans.
You want to talk about anti-Semitism on Twitch? Talk about the fact that they unbanned Sneeko and Fresh and Fit. Like that, those people are actually anti-Semitic. And furthermore, talk about Elon Musk and Twitter, right? This is like...
Right, they have their code of conduct, their terms of service.
Dan Clancy versus Dan Saltman, cage match win.
Whatever, they have to ban based off of...
Ryan Kavanaugh and Bad Empanada catching strays. Straight wins, okay.
And sometimes it's not upheld consistently. All right, and so this became, you can see October 16th is the day Asman got banned.
Did you see how hard they went on Frogan for eating on stream? I just wonder, chat, if I ever piss somebody off, like would somebody dig up like a video? Like I feel like I feel like I'm a lot messier of an eater than Frogan. I feel like you can find videos of me like crunching like dipping like a tortilla into hummus or something.
A very common trend. All right. Oh, you ban Asman. Well, what about when Frogan said this, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right. And Twitch got basically controversy after controversy after controversy.
No mention of Hasan. Or me, frankly. Not to suck my own dick here, but I did a whole...
Ethan, look, the less I could think about your dick, the better. Honestly, I don't need that. Nobody needs that, Ethan. Save it for Gila.
Episode dedicated in, meticulous 14 pages of...
What is he talking about, the 14... Chat, dude, like, maybe I've forgotten. What is up with the 14 pages? Is bro a 14-page dossier enjoyer? Is that what's going on? Look, my dossier, what the fuck was that? Manifesto, yeah, 14-page manifesto enjoyer. The one that was written on me was like 60 pages, and like half of it was about the video games that I played or didn't play. I mean, seriously, like, I don't know who he thinks he's trying to impress, right? But you know who you're not gonna, look, like, you got kids, right? Somebody's gonna dredge this up and show your cringy ass talking about sucking your own dick. Like, I don't know. It's just like, what's the point? What's the point? Like, if you hate Hasan so much, why are you emulating him? No, it's not 14 words, Tara Lara. It's 14 pages. It must be something that he wrote about. I vaguely remember, like, there being a video by somebody in Hasan, or like not a video, but like a effort post on Reddit by somebody in Hasan's community that was going over, like, something from Ethan. I don't remember. When did he do the 14 pages? I don't remember that. Dan admitted that he knows the raid of the brothel. Oh, yeah. Dan Saltman, yeah. That Hasan went into in Berlin was for tax evasion, not for trafficking, not underage workers. Yet all of DJG bombed that lie. Well, all they got to do is find one incident where they can accuse Hasan of lying, and then they can justify, doing it back on a much more insidious level.
Meticulous thesising about why I thought Hasan was harboring anti-Semitism and all the various examples of it. I thought that was probably a big moment for this all as well. But
look, Ethan, I'm sorry. I've covered this whole drama. If it was a big moment, I would remember it. All right. It didn't make any impression on me. You had a 14-page nothing burger. Also, when it comes to obsessive A-logging manifestos, 14 pages is nothing. Look at Destiny's manifestos, right? You're looking at enough of Destiny stuff already. This motherfucker. Oh yeah, I want to point this out too, right? All right, so let me read this. What Ethan wrote. It's beautiful, actually. He's a great writer. Never believe that anti-Semites are completely unaware of the absurdities of their replies. They know that their remarks are frivolous, open to challenge, but they are amusing themselves. For it is their adversary who is obliged to use words responsibly, since he believes in words. The anti-Semites have the right to play. They even like to play with discourse by giving the ridiculous reasons. They discredit the seriousness of their interlocutors. They delight in acting in bad faith, since they seek not to persuade by sound argument, but to intimidate and disconcert. If you press them too closely, they will abruptly fall silent, loftily indicating by some phrase that the time for argument has passed, right? Anybody recognize that? There's two possible places that you could recognize that from, okay? Depending on if you are a existentialist author enjoyer, or if you have been watching Destiny's videos. Quote is fire. Yeah, it is. It's Sartre. It's Sartre. He's quoting Sartre with zero attribution. I don't know is he trying to get away with people thinking that it's him? I don't know. But the person who has most recently dug up this quote is none other than Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bonnell III. Mr. Bonarelli himself, right, has been putting on airs of Destiny the existentialist philosopher, right? But it's Reddit existentialism. He's literally going to our existentialism for this shit, right? But he doesn't have the wherewithal to read more than quotes from Sartre, because if he did, he would find that Sartre had some interesting opinions on Israel-Palestine. Opinions that that Destiny himself might characterize as being terroristic endorsements. In other words, the author that you're fucking quoting about anti-Semitism, bro, is not even on your side, let alone thinks that Palestinian liberation is somehow equivalent to anti-Semitism. He doesn't agree with you, dumbass, Destiny. I'm sorry. That's ableist. That's ableist. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't be ableist to Destiny. It just came out. I'm sorry. My bad. My bad. I'm not trying to be an intellectual elitist, but holy shit, does this motherfucker put on a lot of airs when he is the Ben Shapiro of the left. He does the same fucking trick where he talks fast and he uses a little bit of vocabulary that's slightly above the heads of his fandom and comes off as a fucking intellectual somehow and presents himself as such. This man is a joke. And what's more of a joke is anybody who takes him seriously. Right? Such as Ethan Klein, who is literally emulating Destiny's dalliance with existentialism. What an asshole. What an ungodly, unbelievable asshole you are, Ethan. Yes, so chat, the commenters know. The other thing they know is that it's impossible for me to pronounce this guy's name or any French word without having a drink of water first. Posting a Sartre quote, you should read his work sometimes, though. You might want to start with something a bit more elementary about anti-Semitism. Yeah, Sartre's work rests on the shoulders of other philosophers, and if you really want to understand what he's on about, it's probably better to read other people rather than just quote Sartre to fucking flex, right? How about try understanding him? About anti-Semitism under a video in which you not getting credit for the failed deplatforming and harassment campaign targeting some of the most vocal opponents of anti-Semitism on the platform. We are rapidly reaching peak lolcow. Yes, we are. Yeah, here we go. This is what I'm talking about. You should read some of Sartre's later writings on Israel-Palestine. By your own definition, you would accuse him of being a terrorist, thus making you a terrorist supporter for quoting him. I mean, yeah, by Ethan's own standards, right? Yes, this is another quote from Sartre. And I don't know, am I allowed to say this on Twitch? Will this get me in trouble? Maybe I could just highlight it and not say it. Anyway, what a fucking joke.
Doesn't mention any of that. How can he not?
And you're not beating the allegations of literally cribbing off of Destiny.
Mention Hasan. How?
And
literally emulating the inferior culture of DGG.
At first, this was maybe just some social media stuff, but then there was a concerted effort by people to go straight.
By which I mean Destiny's website, just so we're being 100% clear here.
To the advertisers, all right? Because Twitch wasn't buckling. They weren't banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They banned Asman. They're like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone.
That's, I think, somewhat true, but I think the underlining problem here is that they agree with the creators who they're not banning. They agree with Hasan, and with
Look, if you want to talk about inconsistency in Twitch's bans, all right, there is a case to be made that Twitch bans smaller streamers preferentially and for longer and with greater penalties that actually harm their potential career in a much more serious way, right? You could make that argument. And you know why that is, right? You know where the incentive it lies for Twitch to retain its biggest cash cows. It's Asmongold's, it's Hasan's, right? There is a bias, and yeah, it does work in Hasan's favor, but it's not a political bias. It's not a personal bias. It's not a pro-Hasan bias, right? It is a monetary bias in that the banning of an Asmongold or the banning of a Hasan will have greater financial ramifications, negative financial ramifications for Twitch than the banning of, some random political streamer.
And it's an ideological decision. Like, it's not an unbiased decision to enforce the rules. This is them refusing.
But that's not what Ethan's on about, right? He just wants Hasan banned or punished or humbled or whatever.
To further other political point of views and identities that they agree with. It's downright corruption. It's horrifically bad.
That did not work. They were not left alone. Not only were they not left alone, their advertisers were not left alone. And this is one of the other genesis I can see of advertisers now getting involved after the Asmon ban. And here's a tweet that said, made a video of what you can do. It's anti-Semitic, and get them involved. Okay. He says, fuck Twitch for making
attempt to create an adpocalypse.
Sorry, I don't know. They had that redacted at first in another version of this. I don't want to
It's an attempt to hold certain people accountable when the platform downright refuses to and runs ads on incendiary, psychotic fucking content, right?
If it was really incendiary, psychotic fucking content, those advertisers would have pulled already. All right? The fact that it's advertised on show that it's not what you're representing it as. It's just something that makes you mad because you disagree with Hasan's content and you are getting cooked by your own fans who agree with it.
Adpocalypse attempt, very successful. Now Twitch tried to curb this. They tried to appease advertisers and also
I was wondering that, George Jackson, what does he mean by identities, right?
Anti-Defamation League, who's getting involved. And they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel that was at TwitchCon.
This is the Anti-Defamation League that has failed to meaningfully criticize Elon Musk for both the anti-Semitism that he's allowing on Twitter and his endorsement of said anti-Semitism.
And you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you, all of these sponsors got thousands of emails in their inbox after this. And it worked.
We'll see, he's just saying thousands of emails, right? If anything, Ethan, the criticism from Ludwig is the opposite of what you're characterizing it as, right? Ludwig's not mentioning that the thousands of emails are coming from a botted brigading campaign. They're not organic. They're not people that saw this and said, I am outraged. I think this is wrong. This should not be happening, right? That it's a fucking brigade.
This level of anti-Semitism is platformed on a main stage of TwitchCon in front of these sponsors. I mean, what the fuck do you expect, man? Don't blame the people.
How fucking griped up has Destiny's community gotten? Because this seems like this has those fingerprints, right? This is like the way that groypers get people deplatformed.
Sending emails. Blame fucking Dan Clancy and his team of morons that did nothing to shield their ecosystem from this. Especially considering they had so much time to learn from what happened to YouTube. Pure incompetence.
I mean, look, that's the one thing that you said that I kind of agree on, right? There's definitely some incompetence demonstrated by by Twitch, and yeah, I guess it's leadership, but you admitting that it's incompetence should call into question your accusations of anti-Semitism. Which one is it, Ethan?
I was, and others were raising the siren about this event and this segment, which I found offensive and anti-Semitic. And Twitch did nothing for several days as this got worse and worse and worse. Once again, Asmongold got banned
I gotta say, I hate it when bullies win. And this guy's a cry bully.
immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people, shitting on Zionists, right?
Never mind the Jewish person on that panel, apparently.
They need a lot.
I guess they were self-hating, right, Ethan? Is that?
And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage. When a sitting congressman started writing letters, posting on Twitter.
A joke of a congressman.
Then they said, okay, we should probably do something, but.
So there's currently in Twitch world a piss match, right? Hasan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I don't know. What do you want me to say about this, right? He doesn't want to take a side.
Teaming up with people who he says, and Asmon is
looking at me.
But I guess all these assholes out here expect Ludwig to take the Hasan bad side. And they don't realize how fucking sweaty they are. Like, they think that, like, the normal person is going to see what they see and come to the same conclusions, when in actuality, their conclusions come from terminally online brain rot.
Blaming me, I want to say you're welcome.
Taking blame himself. And probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time, if I had to guess.
Now, well, why do you have to guess? You're the guy reporting on what happened, right?
Petty.
Why
What a petty man.
Ludwig, but
this guy fucking loves drama. I gotta say it. He's messy.
Ludwig is making a lot of guesses in this video here. And I'm guessing that Hasan's cock must taste pretty good.
Oh my God. Had you quit ideating, Ethan?
Where are we? Anyway, Ludwig,
What?
cheers.
Doesn't use baby? What? Oh my gosh. You're making it even grosser.
All that. Appreciate you. But you don't have to make a video, right? Because at the end of the day, what does this do? It absolves the actual perpetrators of this adpocalypse. It moves the blame over to somebody who wasn't really involved. And by doing this, you ensure that no real change is actually going to come to this platform, right? And this is just going to keep happening because you...
Hasan, grab that soundbite.
are so cowardly. You need so desperately to have the cool kid Hasan's approval that you are actually willing to throw the platform. And frankly, if I'm going to be a little over the top, your Jewish community under the bus as well. Without mentioning even a tiny bit the main issue of this, which is anti-Semitism perpetrated by Hasan and his lemmings, his lackeys. Today's video.
His lemmings. Okay, that's great. That's wonderful. Anyway, chat. Do we have an answer on the bonus content? Okay, so What If Alt Hist is getting a boost. It's getting a 20% boost. That puts What If Alt Hist ahead by by 4 points. Yeah, there we go. It's 41 to 37. Are we settled on that? Is there anybody who's donated that wants me to count their donation if I haven't already for one of these topics? Because it is really close, and I don't want to make the assumption that It's what if alt hist if 'cause it's pretty close. I'm the Joker, baby, says Sashiji. It's a Rudyard kind of night, says Narwhal. Are we in agreement about that? Is everybody cool with Rudyard? Because like I said, it is rather close. You keep on thinking I'm talking about somebody named What If Alt Hist. What if Alt? It does sound like that when I say it, doesn't it? I just want to make sure that I've counted everybody that wants to be counted. You Googled it as that? No, it's just like a cringe-lord conservative commentator. Like I'd say like far-right commentator who thinks that he is the cat's meow and God's gift to intellectualism, but in actuality just does not have the patience to understand anything that he's talking about. I officially put my tusk on the scale, 60 plus. Okay, well that is overwhelming. Voting for sleep and gaming. Wait, sleep and gaming? Is that possible to do at the same time? Whatever you prefer. I mean, I'll sleep when I'm dead, apparently. Let's do some what if alt hist. I guess that's that seems like what's winning. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. Or wait, it's like 103. A couple of users on Reddit have noticed DGG new H3 sub post in the last 2 months from a user account that has been dormant for 6 years. Finding doesn't. Wait, what are those like DGG sleeper cells? Is that what we're talking about? They're working on sleep gaming. All right. Well, if there's no more yeah, with that 60 with that 60% put towards what if alt hist. That's yeah. That's going to be tough to beat. That's going to be tough to beat. So going once, going twice, going 3 times. What if alt hist? What if alt hist? What if alt hist? You got to do the okay, so we got some options here, right? We got the greatest lie ever told. Wait, I think we saw that one. No, we saw that one. I'm 90% sure I remember. Although he does reuse his images a lot, so I could be wrong.
When the first nuclear bomb.
So it's either going to be Brave the Wave, which was made before the election. Probably this one, right? We don't want to look. I have been avoiding fastidiously avoiding videos from before the election because that's like the worst thing to see is somebody being like, if Harris wins, blah 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 blah. When I know like how it.
There was an intellectual breakthrough that was supposed to happen but didn't. I say this since I've read most of the authors in the science of history. What I've consistently found is that most of said authors were writing around the World War era. Authors like Oswald Spengler, Amaury de Riencourt, Carroll Quigley.
He loves Oswald Spengler.
William McNeill, Arnold Toynbee, amongst others. I don't think we as a society understand how intelligent these people were. On top of this, when you read older books, it's immediately obvious that our society has a
The Faustian civilization, that's like Europe, like Northern Europe, I guess. The Apollonian, that's like Greek and Southern Italian and a little bit of Asia Minor. The Magian, the Babylonian, the Egypt. Okay, Faustian civilization. Let me guess. Does this guy think that Faustian civilization is the best?
lost intellectual advancement. We're so addicted to the
Spangle me, Oswald.
idea of progress that we can't stomach the idea that we're less intelligent than our ancestors. These thinkers are operating on a level of analysis which you would never see today.
But bro, what does that fucking mean? Like think about what you're saying when you say intelligence, right? It is such a hard thing to pin down. I feel like anybody who has to even be close to being able to talk about intelligence meaningfully, I think you have to acknowledge that there's different types of intelligence, and that the intelligence which would, benefit you in like an ancient civilization is probably very different than the intelligence that benefits you now.
For example, Spengler looked at how
It's a very subjective thing. That doesn't mean it's not, that doesn't mean there's not some meaningful description of like aptitude when it comes to a discrete set of knowledge. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could talk, some people are really good at music, right? But that's not intelligence. That's like, that's aptitude.
society's concepts of nature, math, and time.
Not a linear scale.
And predict its civilizational point in its life cycle, and also what the destiny of said civilization is. These authors ended up getting a lot right. Spengler, Ralph Linton, Amaury de Riencourt, and Carroll Quigley all predicted, writing about a century ago, that the story of the 21st century would be atheism, Caesarism, social alienation, and population collapse. Quigley predicted the fall of the Soviet Union, and Amaury the stagnation of the sciences. With all that being said, these authors all end up sharing a few different points. For one, they all agree that the collapse in religion was a civilization-destroying calamity. Although all authors agree on this point, Carroll Quigley, writing around 1960, especially said that the West's lack of a strong religion, if not solved immediately, would turn to a cancer that would consume every single part of Western civilization. He titled his history of the 20th century.
I love all this intellectualism combined with like this veneration of religion. That like all this kind of like, no, everything, all my axioms are grounded, except for the one where like religion is good. That one you don't need. It's self-evident. It's self-evident.
Tragedy and hope. Given
Obviously, if you don't have religion, then you can't have meaning, and you can't have morality, and all these things come from God. You're just showing, you're posting your fucking intellectual L's.
the tragedy of the world wars would provoke self-inspection in Western civilization to create the hope of a new religious breakthrough that could save the West in the 21st century. We've since seen, with the rise of a suicidal anti-church to total dominance in the West, that he was—
What? What are we looking at? Is this like a high school notebook? I can't tell. Teachers want to be heard, involve people doing the work, decentralize. What are we looking at? Hip hop? Where's hip hop? SF, families, union, sex, math. Why? Where did he get this? Why is it here? What does it mean? What is he saying?
is correct. The one thing that all these authors agreed on, something which they all made the greatest effort to convey as basically their most important point.
I hate how he uses these, he reused, like, has anyone ever gotten away with reusing the same stock footage in every single video the way that he does?
Something unexpected would be the greatest.
Like as visually, if you've seen one What If Alt Hist video, you've seen them all. It's like the same charts, the same stock footage, the same everything recycled.
The Western civilization. All these authors writing around the World War era agreed that the rise of the bureaucracy was the most dangerous thing to Western civilization. That if left untrammeled, that it would destroy everything that made the West and global civilization great, molding us into a broken tyranny, turning us into everything we hated. Why did they think that?
What the fuck was that map?
He was the most dangerous.
What is that map? The Western core. So it's like the United States minus South Florida. like part of New Mexico, part of Texas, little bit of Mexico thrown in there, minus the Pacific Northwest. No, wait, yeah, minus not even the Pacific Northwest. It looks like Seattle's there, but not like northern Washington. It's what the fuck is this supposed to represent? What the fuck am I looking at?
Thing to Western civilization.
Parts of Australia excluded. Yeah, some racism, maybe. I don't know.
That if left untrammeled, that it
yeah, the random he just doesn't like Miami, I guess.
Destroy everything that made the West and global civilization great, molding us into a broken tyranny, turning us into everything we hated. Why did they think that? And more horrifyingly, why is it's already happened?
All right, here we go. Are you ready? Sing along. What if alt hissed? What if alt hissed? What if alt hissed? That's the
we're facing this crisis is due to the feminization.
Just like I'm trying to embody like Motorhead or something. Like I feel like it's a Motorhead song
of society, which has reached into every single aspect of life.
I can't do it right.
And without the masculine, bureaucracy takes over everything. It's why I'm always looking
without the masculine, and by masculine I mean doing push-ups on kettlebells, right? That's the masculine.
Revitalize masculinity. However, there is hope, and Black Forest is a good place to start. Black Forest NMN supplements have been dubbed the feminization killer. NMN is
what? The feminization killer. Yo. Let me guess, there's no peer-reviewed studies that actually show that this shit raises your testosterone, but they're gonna give you every reason to believe that it will.
Coenamide mononucleotide, a derivative of the B vitamin niacin, which works by replenishing diminished NAD+ levels, which naturally fall at a rate of around 1% a year. NMN.
That sounds more like a theoretical, like a lifespan extension thing rather than a testosterone increaser.
Is known to dramatically improve health and longevity.
Not the giant sperm.
Serving as a precursor to NAD+, a compound that plays a crucial role in energy.
I'm sorry, the ads are too funny. I'll put it forward. Oh, now you got the Patriots Day bundle. Yeah, you can get the bundle.
Certainly, we need to take control of our health because
like, when is he gonna take control of his health?
If we don't,
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to like body shame or anything like that. It's just that like, as much as like, he and the right wing viewers are into this like weird aspirational masculinity. It's. I'm surprised he hasn't.
They will. So arm yourself with knowledge, stock up on NMN.
12 times more flavanols.
And let's show them that we won't be silenced or subdued.
Yeah, show by buying our supplements. That's how you tell them. That's how you tell them that we won't be silenced and subdued.
We're in this together, and together we'll rise above.
Is a Patriot covered in bud? Kind of looked like it.
Part 1, class analysis. I think we exist in a beautiful moment for dissidents now, given the establishment has failed on almost every level of what a functioning society should expect. This means that for enterprising folks watching, you can choose to provide a service and make good money doing so. Academia has become ideological propaganda, so start writing yourself. The traditional movie industry has failed, so start making your own movies. This is a great point to start with since it illustrates multiple points I'm trying to convey. One of the things I would like to co-opt from the left is class analysis. This is since the left basically invented class analysis and then used it as a vector to win. A huge reason the left dominates society today is that they were able to use 3 different intellectual tricks to manipulate the populace without them even knowing.
I don't know who he thinks the left is, but he seems to be overestimating the influence of Marxism.
The left had an intellectual breakthrough in the century from 1850 to 1950, which gave them incredible power. Those 3 thinkers, or at least the ones I can think of now, in that I'm probably missing some more, are Marx, Hegel, and Freud. Read this text wall if you're interested. Marx was able to study...
Yeah, I was going to say Hegel's a weird choice, but he does say actually a conservative.
...class analysis, and thus was able to differentiate the population into different sub-interest groups with innate different self-interests. What the left was able to do was to ally itself with certain groups in our...
Okay, so now this is weird, right? Because he's not talking about class analysis at this point.
Women and ethnic or sexual minorities. From this, they were able to pander to their self-interests in order to divide society to win. It's why their platform is their controlled version of diversity, since they've shoved those groups into their coalition, and thus by putting those groups in positions of power for diversity, they can hold on to power.
Yeah, famous leftist thinker Freud.
However, as we'll see in this video, if anyone studied class oppression today, they would see that the left is doing class oppression to a horrifying level. Almost everything the left does today is an attempt by the bureaucracy to gain complete authority over society. Anyone who would study class analysis to the slightest degree would end up fighting.
Look, complete authoritarian control by replacing cops with social workers, right? That's what authoritarianism means to me, right? Not cracking fucking people's skull, not hiring a gang of like, you know, thugs, you know, based on slave patrols and like Pinkertons in order to keep the working class in line, right? But approaching it, it's just so wild what he thinks of as authoritarian.
This. Even left-wing authors like David Graeber. I would like the right to co-opt class analysis for our own benefit. I would like the right to take every single leftist technique, except those that would make us lose our souls, in order to make ourselves better and sharper. For years, I've wanted to make a video studying how different social classes affect the societies they're in. I haven't passed the threshold of intuitive comprehension where I feel comfortable in my own ability to write that video yet, though. However, the best way to explain it is that there are a series of social classes that different societies in history can choose to lead them. Said dominant social class will rework every single element of society in its favor, including its social structure, ruling ideology or religion, economics, social cues, literature, and anything else you could think of. In effect, it permeates the society on such a profound level as to become inextricably linked into its social fabric. Aristotle was able to make a really accurate model of political philosophy nearly 2,500 years ago, which you can read more about in this text wall, since due to the structure of human society, there are only so many ways you can orient a...
Like, it just blows my mind, right? Because you see what he is actually talking about something that was brought up. It's not something that the left as a group supports, right? In other words, like, if you ask your average Democrat, do you support, you know, police abolition and replacement of the police with social programs and social workers, people that you know, have like a this isn't something that the most like you get this is not anywhere close. This is like, it's a fringe set of beliefs that were proposed during the uprisings and were not adopted by the majority of the left, right? But the fact that he looks at that at replacing cops with like professionals who are not doing like cop shit, but rather trying to fill in the missing pieces in people's life so that crime doesn't happen in the first place. And he's like, oh, that's authoritarian as fuck. That's terrible. I can't believe that you would want to. But the cops, no, that's not authoritarian. That doesn't keep workers in their place. That isn't used to reinforce racial hierarchies. That's not authoritarian. There's nothing authoritarian about the fucking cops. Come on.
A society in game theory terms. For Aristotle, it was either monarchy or rule by one man, oligarchy or rule by a cabal of men, and democracy or all men. A society can be
a cabal of
governed by the priest class, the warrior nobility, the merchants, and worst of all, the secret police, just to say a few of the social classes that I've consistently seen lead societies. Each of these is archetypal in that by choosing a certain ruling class, the society takes in traits with similarities to other, often very different societies with the same ruling class. Gaetano Mosca talks a lot about this for those who are interested. A warrior society will have honor as its most important value, will often solve legal disputes through right of combat, or will rule through divine right and have a family.
Oh, that sounds like a very efficient way to rule. Yeah. Where anytime there's a conflict, somebody dies. That's
based leadership. A merchant-led society will naturally gravitate towards a parliamentary democracy with strong property rights in a colonial empire. A society run by the secret police will almost always be atheist or agnostic, since religion acts as a brake on the totalitarian extractive power of the secret police. And
yes, religion is a huge brake on totalitarian power.
Instead, we'll possibly have a utopian ideology which warrants limitless growth in order to bring about limitless good, which is the only thing that can justify said totalitarianism.
What are you talking about? You want to talk about limitless growth? That's a feature of capitalism.
Oftentimes, elites are...
It's an ideal of capitalism.
...on a civilizational basis. China has, for thousands of years, been run by the bureaucracy, a parallel which we'll study later in this video since it alludes to the current West. Meanwhile, Egypt and India have been run by the priest class. An interesting example for how a society can be molded by a certain ruling class is that when the Portuguese arrived in South India in the early 16th century, there were low-caste kings who weren't allowed to make eye contact with high-caste...
I feel like low-caste kings is that sounds like a band. Sorry, a band. It sounds like a band. We're the low-caste kings, or like, you know what I'm saying? Or like maybe it's an esports team or something.
Brahmins who were the subjects of their own country because the priest class had gained such a social predominance inside India that they weren't subservient even to their own rulers. Greece and India were run by warrior slave nobilities. You often see ruling coalitions with probably the most normal coalition being between a warrior nobility and a church, as seen in most third world societies or in the Islamic world. The West was the most successful society in history since it had a balance of powers between different ruling classes, whether the nobility, monarchy, merchants, church,
the West,
or other interests. Secondly, of all the things that made the West great, the most important in my opinion was competition. The Western tradition is predicated upon an objective aim to reach, namely God or the truth, and there's competition for who can best provide that service. This is how science, capitalism, democracy, the Western military system, and Catholicism, or even more so Protestantism, works, in that you establish a structure for domesticated competition.
So like we've already established that that he uses AI pervasively or pervasive. What am I saying? There's a lot of AI used in his imagery, right? I wonder though, when I hear this word salad, I sometimes wonder what role AI is playing in his script writing.
Which the best result wins. The West was able to dominate the world.
Yeah, the West is one society, that's right.
Health, industry, religion, or war, since the West is comfortable with enough chaos that it's willing to enter
the low-caste kings were the sigmas of their eras. Yeah, it sounds right.
Discovered or uncertain to return with goods and glory. Basically, every other society views chaos as a pure evil and is obsessed with order. This is why Asian societies venerate tradition, the government, and patriarchal authority so much. It's also why these societies fossilized, and once the Europeans arrived with rifles and steamships, they were unable to adapt. A healthy society is like water in that it can flow around and adapt to any situation it faces. An example of this working really well, and in my opinion, the greatest reason America and Rome became the most successful societies in history, was that their founders established a division of powers, which in turn established the seamless transfers from old corrupt elites to new, more vigorous ones. In America, we've seen the change of the dominant elites going from East Coast merchants.
So, I mean, as near as I can tell, right, to try to find any sort of pattern of consistency in his thought here, like, he is venerating empires and maybe, wishing that they could be more durable than they actually are.
Plantation owners, to northern industrialists, to coastal managerial class, and now we're forming a new elite around the Gulf of Mexico based off the internet. In Rome, the elite changed from the Etruscan kings, to the Roman nobility, to the populist bosses, the Roman emperor, the Balkan warlords, then Germanic barbarians, or the Eastern Roman Empire. In each case, a successful society is capable of changing out elites once they become morally corrupt, as all elites naturally do over time as a biological principle. When a civilization goes into decline, it's almost
as a biological principle, yes.
Always predominantly driven by a single elite.
Yeah, low-caste king sounds pretty cool.
Over power. This elite then centralizes power and then shuts down progress or growth, since any change would threaten their power. This is why capitalism is so rare over history, since the elite forms an alliance with the mob to tear down the vigorous and successful, since they...
I love how capitalism is so rare through history. He doesn't seem to understand, like, if you want to take anything from leftism, understand the continuity of modes of production. Understand that, right? And see capitalism as a transitory state, as the transitory state that it is.
Excite the mob's envy and are a threat to the ruling class.
And yeah, like everything is. I mean, like,
when you study when societies go into decline, you find that it's often a point that's difficult to directly disentangle, and it's an incredibly anticlimactic process. If you want to look at Spain's decline, you would find there's no single year where Spain stopped being a great power. And this is true of all countries like this, whether Britain or the Muslim world or China, where there is this anticlimactic moment where they shut themselves off to basically the divine creativity that allowed them to form great states, and they become purely mechanical through trying to maintain their current power, which destroys their old creativity. And then in the process of this event that no one noticed happened, these societies lose everything which made them great in the beginning. The ancient Greeks and Romans had advanced machinery and the steam engine, but they never industrialized given slave labor was so cheap. There was no push for productivity. Using machinery was seen as ungentlemanly.
I really would love to see some, like, students of Rudyard and see them try to talk about this stuff with each other and see if they can find any sort of consistency, any sort of framework to actually use to meaningfully, converse with this stuff. Because to me, it's like word salad, right? That like does anybody who watches enough of his videos that can just like rattle this off and like, oh yeah, of course, because it's the
In effect, a slave-owning ruling class avoided any breakthroughs that could weaken their control over human muscle power. China in the 11th century started an industrial revolution with the largest blast furnaces ever seen until 19th century industrial Britain. In the 15th century, China sailed as far as Kenya and possibly America. In the first case, the ruling bureaucracy created so many regulations that the factories weren't profitable, and in the second case, the bureaucracy burned the treasure fleets after the Yongle emperor died. Islam 1,000 years ago was the wealthiest, most technologically and philosophically advanced, capitalist, humane, feminist, and politically strongest society in the world. However, from that point, the nobility and church teamed up to keep down the merchant classes, peasants, and science. The Middle East went through an active process of social decay and decommercialization. Even before European colonialism, the Middle East regulated itself into obscurity. For just an example, at the time of the Crusades, the Levant was one of the wealthiest places in the world, then descending into complete depopulation by the time the British conquered the region in the early 20th century. Egypt in the 19th century had less than half the people it did in the 12th. All of the authors I mentioned above knew about this historic precedent. This is why they were so terrified about the rise of the bureaucracy. They knew this principle, and before their own very eyes, they saw the rise of the exact sort of social elite, which had killed every previous civilization. Now, why did the West go from the society which had done the best job ever at avoiding this to doing it to itself? Part 2. The story of Britain. In 1914, Britain had the largest empire ever seen in global history even today. The insane thing is that the largest empire in history made up less than 5% of Britain's total GDP. The British Empire also made up less than 15% of Britain's foreign trade. This means that Britain conquered the world without ever having to even take up a fraction of their financial efforts. Pre-industrial taxes, with some exceptions, were so low as to barely register today. Britain was the country in Europe with the highest tax rates, and to survive the horrible Napoleonic Wars, they raised their top income tax for the highest income brackets to 10%. Top tax rate in Britain today is 50% in peacetime. Every single incredible building you see in Washington, D.C., as well as the conquest of modern America from the natives, was done by a society without an income tax. Let's zoom ahead to 1945, or within a single generation of this. The government jumped from making up 5% of Britain's economy to something like 2/3. Today, governments in the Western world make up between half to 2/3 of the economy in peacetime. Top income tax in Britain was 95% and 90% in America. In very short time, the government went from a relatively weak force in Britain and the rest of the Western world to a complete dominating sun. The governments that came out of the world wars, especially even more so behind the Iron Curtain, were the most powerful and intrusive upon personal life known in human history. A theme which we'll tease out in this video is that both sides of the Iron Curtain had much more in common than we'd like to give them credit for. They were both sides of the same coin, being atheist, bureaucratic, leftist technocracies. It's clear that at some point in this process, there was a major shift between different ruling classes. This is the sort of thing that's normal historically, in that the Black Death saw European civilization gradually transfer from a socio-economic system based off feudal nobility to a merchant-based capitalism. Alternately, the Persian conquest of the Near East in the 6th century BC was a warrior nomad elite conquering native regimes like the Babylonians and Egyptians, who were ruled by theocratic priest classes. Britain is an easy example of this. Britain before World War I was a hybrid regime between a warrior nobility, which threw a parliamentary system based off income, where they worked with the industrial merchant class, who gradually gained more power as time went on. For a brief side note, an alliance of the nobility and merchants is one of the best combinations a society can have if done well, with some of the most successful societies in history having this combination for reasons I can explain in this text wall. When we look at Britain in 1914, as said before, with their global standing empire that made up less than 5% of Britain's total GDP, Britain was dependent off a gold standard. They saw inflation as a moral evil. In British law, the government was not allowed to interfere in private family life. Britain did not have conscription until the final year of World War I, relying off
Imagine your divorced dad sending you this link.
social trust.
This guy gets it. This guy understands.
Since they saw a draft as state overreach. The negative side of all of this was the British government was so low government that they didn't intervene in trying to improve the horrible famines in Ireland, which lowered the island's population by 2/3 in the middle of the 19th century, as well as in India, which saw 30 million deaths over the British colonial period, making the famines in British India one of the bloodiest atrocities to ever happen. This is clearly a society which, as I explained in this video, was run by a property-owning merchant class in which the merchants support property rights and parliamentary democracy, which allows the stability for which commerce is necessary. This is also the most effective system in history for economic and social improvement, as I can explain in this text wall. As James Burnham liked to say in his book, which partly inspired this video, or the Managerial Revolution, World War I was the last war of the capitalist order, and World War II the first of the managerial world. For a look at Britain at the end of World War II, it was a country with a 95% tax rate, in which most industries, including even remarkably steel, were nationalized. The British Empire was peacefully decolonized, and as the managers took greater power, even things as ridiculous as what flowers you planted in your garden were regulated by the state. I really can't emphasize how much power the managerial class has, and how much it can needle into every single aspect of life. As a petty personal example of this, I used to live in a town that didn't even have an HOA, but the local town would literally fine me if I left my trash can at the curb on any day except the day they picked up the trash. I tested this thesis where I would travel for an extra day, and I would leave my trash can out a day early, and they would always email me every time.
So I gotta read this. People don't get why Zoomermen are so disaffected. The short answer: listen to this story about trash cans and curbs, then now extrapolate that to someone's entire life for as long as they can remember. Zoomermen have grown up in school, media work, romance, and everything else with romance. You've experienced tyranny in your romance. From Karenism, stupid Karenism blocking you from doing anything. There weren't even allowed to play. So your fucking freedom is forestalled by your inability to subjugate women. That's what you're, and you're appropriating the idea of a Karen as now meaning for you a woman with too much power.
even if it was just a single
that she is undeserving of, but as from being a woman.
Day. This stuff is more normal than people think. If we go through every single aspect of a person's life, whether they're work, school, romantic, religious, recreational, child rearing, you'll find a bureaucracy which needles its way in. Even things that you would hopefully imagine would be sacred, like religion, ethnic pride.
Okay, did anybody get the purpose of the fucking trash can shit? This dude sounds, oh my god. He sounds like an incel. He looks like an incel. He moves like an incel. I'm not saying that he's an incel. All right, but yeah, he is, definitely. I could see if incels wanted to make him a mascot.
Sex, or the most culturally and sensually rich things, you'll find a bureaucrat telling you that you're doing it wrong. Britain is a great, and I guess that's not the right word, example of this process reaching a point of sheer ridiculousness. It's insane to see what's going on in Britain. The only way I can explain things is that it's a true nanny state tyranny. It's literally illegal, and you can go to jail in Britain for having offensive memes on your computer, even if you don't share them. Hate speech is still illegal in Britain, even if it's factually true. Keep in mind we have technologies now, due to the internet and the digital revolution, that Orwell never could have dreamed up in his worst nightmares, such as AIs capable of mass surveillance, as well as the little telescreens we keep in our pockets, which know every single detail of our lives. I'm sure to a horrifyingly precise degree that
Does he call himself a Volcel? Is that what is this a thing that he identifies as? A Volcel?
can't even understand now. Britain is already installing a national surveillance system, and has for decades had cameras in every major public place. Ford Motor Company is installing things that listen to people's conversations in the car to see what the effectiveness of their advertising campaigns are. Britain is literally having jabs for fat people to lower the cost for the NHS through giving them these injections to lower their weight. That's tyranny, if anything is. The horrible thing is I don't really see a countervening force in Britain in which their conservatives have become completely controlled by a leftist uniparty, which just proves the managerial class domination thesis. When I look at the new Western form of nanny state tyranny, which manifests very strongly in—
Wait. This is 2 weeks ago.
Britain. I see a tyranny so ridiculous, which gains its power by its sheer insanity, which blinds its rivals into a stupor. It's remarkable to watch a meme destroy an entire society. Read this text wall for the multiple meanings of that statement. I'm friends with a lot of British conservatives, and it's horrible to see them live through this. If you folks want to know more, check out the Lotus Eaters podcast, which covers the new insane—
Oh my god, yeah, no, I learned all this cool stuff from Sargon.
News coming out of Britain really well.
You can watch it too.
Although, to be frank, I am worried that outlets like this are in danger as the British government careens more towards madness. I have British conservative friends that are leaving the country ASAP since they're afraid for their own safety in somewhere that's becoming a police state. My heart really goes out to Britain, since partly Britain is so culturally close to America that I know that if it can happen in Britain, it can very easily happen here.
This guy hating on Britain so much makes me want to go there, although I know it's probably a bad idea.
Also see this exact same process occurring in Australia or Canada, which are as insane, if not more insane than Britain in a lot of ways. Almost all of my ancestry is from the British Isles, and so these are people who are culturally—
He believes his 23andMe. He believes his 23andMe. Oh my god.
And genetically my kin. Although I find the things they are doing disgusting, it can really happen here. It's also remarkable to me that the British were the people who basically invented freedom. This gets in the way of a lot of racial innate arguments. Lots of authors from a century ago believed that the Saxon and the Celts was a genetically free race, and the events of the last few years have made me question that very deeply. Both of my parents were ethnic nationalists, with my father being very proud of being Irish and my mom being very proud of being English. I guess there's no wonder that they got divorced. And I used to think that British people had some kind of cultural aversion to tyranny, and I see that that's just not true. And it's horrible to see that my ancestors a century ago were clearing the frontier, and now we've reached the point where after centuries of maintaining this republic, we will throw it away for nothing out of boredom and silliness. One of the interesting parts in James Burnham's
Clearing the Frontier
book on the managerial class is his predictions of the future. I spend a lot of time studying people in the past predictions of the future, since I also predict the future. Thus, I try to study whatever principles worked in the past.
You gotta bring order out of chaos, chat. That's what Western culture does.
Burnham was writing around World War II, and much like most of the most advanced rightist thinkers of the last century, was a former communist who took a Marxist class analysis and applied it through a rightist frame. To start, he did get some stuff right. He accurately predicted that the managerial class would be able to seize total control over society. He and Francis, the other author who was really inspirational for this video, were able to clarify the sheer scope of the cultural differences that would come with this, which are difficult for most people to understand. Both really got how the managerial class would break the world in their own interests, largely since Burnham seems to have been a very astute student of the more obvious managerial regimes like Nazi Germany or Stalinist Russia. However, there's one major detail that Burnham got wrong. Burnham predicted that the Western world would become completely communist, with the total loss of private property and the state consuming everything. He said that this was due to the natural self-interest of the managerial class, as I will explain in the next segment. As I read through,
This does not make sense.
The best conclusion I could come to is that capitalism is just a superior system holistically to managerial dominance. In fact, what many of the authors mentioned at the start of this video—
Well, I will say that the professional managerial class does actually have more, like when we talk about class, we're talking about class interests. And the fundamental contradiction is the interest of the worker versus the interest of the capitalist, right? But when you start to divided up into this like whole concept of professional managerial class. Like you're talking about a high level of worker that is given a certain level of privilege that causes a lot of these people to see their class interest as being more in line with the capitalist class than with the working class, even though unless you're like a doctor who owns their own practice or something like that, you're still you're still a worker. You're still being exploited for somebody else's profit, right? But yeah, people always want to kind of represent that as being bourgeois, because that is the closest thing to bourgeois that working people can experience, can see. If you're an actual capitalist, you're behind a gated community, you're cloistered in a way to make your existence and your lifestyle invisible.
McNeil also did not realize is that when allowed to flow, capitalism will beat the managers. All the authors implicitly assume that managerialism would have the competitive advantage, probably due to it having won in the military-industrial structures of the world wars. Keep in mind the reason that governments took in the managerial revolution was because it was necessary to control the sheer scale of military-industrial economic structures that occurred with the world wars. When we look at the second half of the 20th century, the capitalist structures which survived in America due to its founders establishing a decentralized structure in both national and regional governments were able to cause breakthroughs that would beat the managers. An example of this is the Second World War, the Cold War, and later the Tech Revolution. In each case, the creativity of capitalism was able to defeat the organizational advantage the managers had. This was something I don't fault the authors of the time for not knowing. The Cold War was in many ways an answer to many questions posited in the previous century, as I explained in this text wall. One of the big things that separates us from our very recent ancestors in the 20th century is that they were blinded by the god of progress and reason. And as time has passed and we've lived through the consequences, we've since lost faith in that god, but we have to remember how much it ensnared our ancestors. There are two impulses that came with the godlike power of industrial technology. One was towards freedom and another towards slavery, which are the two normal impulses of massive breakthroughs, as we can normally see in frontier cultures, between the Cossacks and the serfs of Eastern Europe, or black slavery and the free democracy of North America. What I would like to ultimately say here is that this is not a matter of equality. Once Britain established the managerial class as its rulers, it saw one of the most stunning national collapses ever seen in human history. The British went from the wealthiest, most technologically, culturally strongest nations in the world, with the largest empire ever in history, to a fourth-rate nation. The sun used to never set on the British Empire, but now its people are in poverty. It has nothing worthwhile to export, even culture or intellectual stuff which it used to pride itself on, and which are the normal pride of a declining, once former great empire. Once they took in domination by the
British once prided themselves on intellectual stuff. Now they have none.
Managerial class, the British lost everything that mattered to them as a nation. As the founding fathers would say, a man who trades his freedom for security will receive neither in the end. The horrible thing is that even though I used Britain as an example here, this is a consistent pattern across the whole world today. Even places you wouldn't think about like Argentina or Indonesia. If we look at the nations with the worst birth rates...
was that Sigma Benjamin Franklin?
Second world former communist nations like China, Ukraine, or Russia, is that these are the nations which the bureaucracy had the most control over. These are the oldest nations in the world since they killed their organic cultures, like religion, family, folkways, tradition, honor, so that the people had no reason to live and thus procreate. They're also not rich enough to even cover comfortable national retirements like the Germans or the Japanese. Now let's look at Europe, which is a parallel to Britain. Europe went from the most advanced place in the world technologically, culturally, philosophically, militarily, economically, and being a dynamo which dominated the whole planet, with nearly the whole world either being a European colony or one step removed from it. Europe has now become a museum, crashing from 40% of the world's economy in 1968 to 19% now. Surprisingly, none of those trends occurred in America, which has remarkably stayed a constant percent of the world economy since the 60s, taking in Europe's former predominance in all of those fields. When we look at the growth in the world right now, it's an almost perfect match for the weakness of the managerial class, in that growth either happens in places like Texas or Dubai that purposely allow the free market, or in poor third world countries that aren't wealthy enough to afford bureaucracies yet. Part 3. Managerial incentives. I spoke earlier about how certain ruling classes have archetypal incentives which you see over their different manifestations. What that means is we can look to other societies in which the bureaucracy won to see what they did afterwards. There are a few examples before in history that we can look to. In general, once an empire gets beyond a certain size, it needs a bureaucracy by definition to manage its sheer scope anywhere in history. The question beyond this is how much power the bureaucracy gets, and can it transplant other ruling classes, which rarely happens. In most cases,
what are we watching after this? I'm going to be going to sleep after this, unfortunately. But I will be back.
Military is able to get a stranglehold on power due to them having the guns to bully the bureaucrats. Examples of this were 19th century France, the Ottoman Turks, the Roman Empire, Tsarist Russia, the Arab Caliphate, amongst others. The only cases where this doesn't happen is in situations in which the external military threats aren't enough for the military to be strong enough to bully the bureaucracy. For an example of a strange dynamic like this, and a good place to talk about the first time in Western history the bureaucracy gained any real power, is the French Revolution.
Yeah, there's a whole almost 5 hours before this, so
been on a big French Revolution research.
You want to watch the VOD
rabbit hole lately. Taking from Tocqueville, whose book on this is unbelievably good, I now view the French Revolution as a series of class wars for control over France. Pre-revolutionary France was paradoxically an absolutist monarchy, which existed to protect a free society, in that the King of France was literally given absolute power for the purpose of maintaining French people's freedoms. France had a combination of different social elites, which competed for power between the church, nobility, monarchy, merchants, and bureaucracy. The bureaucracy had been grown to express the monarch's will. One of the most brilliant points that Tocqueville touches on is that within 2 years of the establishment of a bureaucratic committee whose role was to manage the whole French kingdom, or parallel to the king, the French Revolution took place. The point here is that the French Revolution was when the bureaucracy, which the king used to realize his own power, themselves realized they didn't need the king and the nobility, so they killed them. The bureaucracy went a step further and then also tried to replace the church and merchant class, as well as colonize the military with their own supporters. This is why the French Revolution failed, since the bureaucracy was still fundamentally dependent on an authoritarian king to lead them. Without that, they spiraled into crabs in the bucket, envious purges. What then happened is that with Napoleon, the military became the new king in French society, which continued over the 19th century until the bureaucracy could gain total dominance over France after the horrors of World War I. There's a handful of points I want to unpack here. The first is that the bureaucracy will always push for authoritarianism first and then totalitarianism by its very design, unless like China there's an explicit religious and social structure built against it. Humans can only really organize through hierarchy or emergent phenomena. This is why you either see slavery or serfdom or capitalism over history. When the communists tried to replace capitalism, they had to default onto slavery, since that's the only real alternative. The bureaucracy, since it's against emergent living phenomena, turns the world into controlled matter which they can manipulate, thus requiring authoritarian governance. When we look at the great democratic free societies over history, like Britain, America, the Dutch, Athenians, or Romans, when they were their freest and strongest, these were societies
like he does seem to be familiar with several modes of production, but he's just not meaningfully understanding the like transformation of society between them.
A near complete absence of bureaucracies. They were governed through a combination of the free market, a strong religion providing social trust, and a nobility with a strong sense of social obligation. The bureaucracy exists to make sure stuff gets done in the absence of those other social institutions. This is why Hayek said the natural endpoint of the state's intervention into the economy was the road to serfdom, something which we've seen in the real world, as in 1920, 90% of Americans were self-employed or worked in small businesses, and in 1990, 90% were employees. Thus, bureaucracy was strong enough that France could not be a real democracy until it industrialized when the private market got strong enough. Democracy stems from the power of the merchant class or a proud warrior nobility, which are often the same thing as I explained in this text wall. Secondly, the bureaucracy will naturally push for totalitarian.
A proud warrior nobility or merchants, whichever is more convenient.
Given the bureaucracy's natural incentive. And remember, things follow.
It's like an non-stop Ayn Rand AI generator. That's what I'm wondering, right? So I do see a lot of I do see like a lot of AI in terms of the images that he uses, and it makes me wonder in what way might he be utilizing AI in terms of generating a script, right? I'm not saying that he just like, gives it a prompt and has it write a script for him. I just feel like it feels like the words, the script, it feels like in some way touched by AI, and I'm just not sure how.
Their incentive without thinking or even often being able to help themselves is towards perpetual growth. This is something Sam Francis explained really brilliantly. What has happened, and we see this very clearly through the French Revolution, is that the bureaucracy made a religion in which they were God, and the infinite growth of the bureaucracy was the morally necessary and correct path to choose. We often think of liberalism as synonymous with leftist, but the reality, which I explain in these two videos, and this is why the word liberal is so complex and contradictory, is that liberalism is actually two ideologies masquerading as the same thing. This is what Sam Francis called classical liberalism versus consensus liberalism. The difference is very much masculine versus feminine, or merchant class versus bureaucracy. Classical liberalism stems from Locke and the British Enlightenment, culminating in the American Revolution. Consensus liberalism stems from Rousseau and leads to the French Revolution. Both of them cluster around the idea of personal freedom and abstract but not reality. Classical liberalism is freedom from authority, and consensus liberalism is freedom from responsibility. Classical liberalism sees personal freedom as extending from God as the ultimate arbiter of political theory. Consensus liberalism stems from Rousseau's idea that the will of the people, or emotions, are the ultimate political arbiter. Classical liberals see the freedom as the government not being able to interfere in your life. Consensus liberals that the government supports you financially, allows you to get abortions, or stops discrimination. Making
yes.
Government to protection.
Let's get those abortions.
It's clear that classical liberals are the objectively accurate definition of freedom and of the term liberal. Terms are completely screwed today, as the left purposely obfuscates this stuff as a literal strategy that they admit to. However, the right-left division is this divide inside liberalism, in which the classical liberals have a tendency to work with nationalists.
Okay, I don't agree. I mean, I don't agree with like most of what he's saying, but I really, oh my God, Thomas Sowell. Like, he sees the divide between right and left being within liberalism. And I see it as being between between capitalism and non-capitalism.
Religious interests, while the consensus liberals with Marxists and their descendants. We see this in the French Revolution, in which the leftist factions then basically matched the leftist coalition today, ranging from people who are close to classical liberals to literal communists. As the French Revolution went on for years, the classical liberals gradually lost out authority to people who were literal socialists. What the left's coalition has in common is that they see bureaucratic bloat as the ultimate religious aim of the human race. I explain this more so in this video. However, the left sees progress, which coincidentally is only progress.
Labor aristocracy is an actual term. Yeah, it's usually defined as like people like there's a labor aristocracy inherent in the imperial core. petty bourgeois might be the borderline case. Yeah, and by petty bourgeois, we mean a small business owner. But I'm assuming, Nadia, you're talking about my early... See, now if this is true, then I won't be able to talk to Nadia because the part of the VOD that is being watched is like much earlier. But I think that this is in relation to our discussion of the professional managerial class, which Rudyard touches on.
If carried out by the bureaucracy as the only aim of life that's worthwhile. When progress occurs under capitalism, it doesn't count. And when communism fails, it also doesn't count. Having a communist state without a bureaucracy is physically impossible. And that's really the point. One of the points Sam Francis has made is that the left's strategy is picking issues that physically can't be solved by a bureaucracy and thus allowing infinite bureaucratic bloat. The issues with ethnic ghettos, the hysteria of Karens, the innate biological differences between
such a childish outlook. Yeah.
Races and sexes, inequality, hierarchy, empire, war, struggle, a sense of self, tradition, and the nation itself. It's important to see the left as the bureaucracy declaring war on all human and even non-human life, trying to rupture and control it all. You can give the left all they could ever want and more, as we've already done in our society, and as we see, they'll demand even more.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Given the bureaucracy demands infinite bloat. As it grows, the bureaucracy must grow ever bigger, like the Midgard serpent eating its own tail. From this perspective, the left sounds completely insane, and it is. However, the reason they were able to even think of this is that the 20th century involved giving the state complete power over almost all aspects of human life. Literal electricity, water, and food, alongside work, media, and education. This is the power the god emperors of Egypt and Peru would have killed for. Thus, we made the state our god, and the extension of its power was our religion. The first country in Europe to develop a strong, centralized bureaucratic state was France, and thus that's where leftism first started with the French Revolution. I don't think people realize how much power we've already given unelected bureaucratic officials, with the executive branch or the FBI and CIA as good examples. Again, these are people the public never consented to, but unelected officials appointed them. Now they control almost every element of human life, between economics, between who the state spies on, between foreign relations, even stuff that's romantic or personal life for the family. The bureaucracy has unelected almost infinite power over. This is why the American Revolution worked and the French fell into insane despotism almost immediately, even though they were both liberal. The American
Omega Star, we are sleeping after this.
Existed with clear boundaries established by the merchant classes in the South's slave owning.
What is this? Great question.
Nobility. That in order to maintain freedom, you had to separate power. In the French Revolution, the bureaucracy declared war on human life and society, which failed, as it has to. De Tocqueville said something so beautiful here, that so many in the ruling regime of France during the Revolution said they loved mankind or the nation in abstract, and yet you could see them do the worst things to the people around. Who is the abstract nation of people they love if everyone they actually deal with as an individual they give suffering? The left created a false simulacrum or imitation of the world, in which the growth of the bureaucracy was ordained by their god of dialectical progress. I hope you see from this how the story of the last 200 years has in large part been the growth of the bureaucracy over Western civilization. This isn't just leftism, in which fascism is just as much a managerial ideology. The Industrial Revolution and centralization of government demanded management in order to keep the sheer scale of things cooperating. A majority urban society demands bureaucracy since humans did not evolve to cooperate on this scale, and thus you need paperwork to fill the evolutionary gap. Another example posited by the French Revolution is that it's impossible to hold the bureaucracy accountable. I talk about this more in the communism video, in which the way communism works by nature is that no one can ever be held accountable for anything. This is a bigger detail than it sounds, since it means nothing can be accomplished and you can't have any standards. Let's say you run a company or a school and you can't fire bad employees. You would stop accomplishing anything. The irony, something that Orrin McIntyre touches on very well with his book The Total State, another very good source on this topic, is that the bureaucracy in the modern world was established as a check on the worst and most animalistic parts of human nature. The irony is that it just enables its worst evils. This is since the bureaucracy can't
Jen IW, thank you for the raid. Welcome streamer, welcome raiders.
Be held responsible for any of its actions, and it has no standards to assess itself against. This is why the worst atrocities in history, such as the Holocaust, the Great Leap Forward, the Holodomor, Qin Shi Huangdi's tyranny, and Caligula, were all carried out by the bureaucracy. Bureaucracies exist as a tool to wield power. That's their purpose. They are established inside structures since they're very good at either extending the reach of power or its duration. The problem with that is that they become addicted to power, much like the One Ring to rule them all. The worst part of the bureaucracy is complete inhumanity, and that besides the secret police,
this guy thinks he's really smart. This is what the fucking internet and, to a greater point, the manosphere has allowed. It's just like a new kind of undeserved, meritless privilege that dudes like this, pseudo-intellectual shitbags like this, have been able to claim. And it's truly a disturbing development in our culture.
Another form of bureaucracy is that it's the least human and living of all the ruling classes. This is the origin of Hannah Arendt's theories on the banality of evil, in which she studied the Holocaust and found that the humans who perpetuated it were all pretty boring people. The logic here is that the bureaucracy can perpetuate the worst evils under the guise of utilitarianism. Utilitarianism is the idea that that which does the—
Oh my god, this sounds like a Tim Pool take here. You know who else was a utilitarian, Sam? Thanos. Think about that. You have the same ethics, same ethical system as Thanos.
most good for most people is the best. The problem with this logic is that it leaves out context, and so without other belief structures, utilitarianism can be used to justify the most horrifying evils. A majority of wolves voting to eat the minority of sheep. Modernity thinks evil has to be some Genghis Khan burning cities down, but no, it can be very ordinary and very boring. We've said many negative things about the bureaucracy so far, but as a counterpoint, let's look to a society where the bureaucracy has both done the best, and also in which it was able to maintain its power stably for thousands of years. The only major pre-industrial society I can think of in which the bureaucracy gained total social authority was China. Interestingly enough, the French revolutionaries were obsessed with China, and Rousseau's idea of the social contract.
Did he just show a piece of anti-Semitic propaganda from like Germany? That is fucked up, Rudyard.
Ancient Chinese concept of the mandate of heaven. China was run by a ruling class called the Mandarins. The language Mandarin, or the dominant Chinese language today, stems from the dialect they spoke in the Middle Ages. The Mandarins took over China gradually 2,000 years ago under the Han Dynasty. China's ruling class was chosen by having young men take a test. Whoever scored highest on said test would then be given government positions, which they could then financially loot for their own gain. Families would invest for generations and hope that their children would get said government jobs in order to repay their investment. The bureaucracy suppressed China's capitalism, and wealthy merchants would in turn buy land and try to get their children government positions as soon as they could. To start, there were negatives with China's bureaucrat ruling class, which we alluded to at the start of this video. For most of history, China was the wealthiest and most technologically advanced society in the world, and they invented the printing press, gunpowder, and the compass. However, China stagnated for centuries, never using any of the technology, having colonies, or adopting ideas from the West. When the British sent a delegation to China in 1791 with technology 500 years more advanced than anything China had, the Chinese said the British had nothing to offer them of any interest. China nearly had an industrial revolution. They sent ships out as far as Kenya, and they possibly reached America. Well, each time...
Lies says K. Mbappe, K. Mbappe. Yeah, I mean, this is Rudyard. This is somebody I don't agree with.
Bureaucracy actively shut
on much of anything
down, either by regulating the factories in the 11th century or burning the treasure fleets in the 15th. China has spent a majority of the last 1,000 years governed by barbarian conquerors who the Chinese have normally outnumbered 100 to 1, since the bureaucracy purposely starved the Chinese military of talent and funding, knowing that if it gains enough power, it would supplant the bureaucracy. If you want to know more, watch the video I made on Chinese civilization.
Yes, I'm sure you could learn a lot from... No, this is not a person to learn from.
However, even with all of this...
The pseudo-intellectual that fancies himself God's gift to...
Pre-modern world, you could very...
History...
argue that China was the most successful civilization in human history ever. China was consistently the most populous, united, technologically advanced, wealthiest, civilized state.
Chat, I wonder if anybody's familiar with this, right? There was a interview recently between Michael Knowles of the Daily Wire and some guy that claimed to be the most intelligent, highest IQ person on the earth. What I saw in that interview was the most embarrassing demonstration of false merit, intelligence, bravado. It's the wildest thing. It's Professor Dave has responded to it, right? And there was some weird, kind of elitism in Dave's response, right? But this piece of content, which apparently right-wingers are sharing with each other and being like, this is the most intelligent man ever. He came up with a theory of everything.
For much of the pre-modern world. China clearly worked as a society.
Has anybody seen this? It's so bad.
Having a bureaucracy. So what about China's bureaucratic system allowed them to maintain said stable society, while the bureaucracy in modern history has largely been cancerous? Part of the answer is that China's religion, Confucianism, had pre-established protections against the predatory elements in the bureaucracy. Said bureaucracy was beholden to tradition and forced to study the classics as the predominant selection measure. This would be as if America selected its ruling class through Bible study, which ends up with a very different demographic than the current bureaucracy.
Well,
this also prevents them from...
They're going to do that in Oklahoma now.
Using the religion of progress to demand continuous growth forever.
That's where you saw it too?
China's bureaucracy had made their...
It had me, it was wild.
Peace with the universe, not declaring war on life. Confucianism very much prioritizes reciprocal relations, which created inbuilt measures against predating on...
I feel like I've never seen a more naked emperor.
Population too horrifically. Secondly, China's bureaucrat nobility were predominantly landowners. They were rural people who owned land and then used the revenue from said land to...
His pretense of expertise would not withstand very casual scrutiny. Yeah, from relatively uncredentialed commentators, someone like Wisecrack, Michael Burns. Yeah, I've seen a few videos of Wisecracks. Would annihilate him instantly.
to invest in educating their children so that they could pass the tests. This created a connection to both the Earth and the people missing from our current bureaucracy, who exist as a separate caste from the population. This all reminds me of how the West, for the first time since World War II, became an elite based off test taking. I find this interesting since it's an enormous cultural difference versus the old elite, which stemmed either from being businessmen or being part of the nobility. On top of this, it backfired very quickly in that college has already within a lifetime failed as a selection tool for a future ruling class. The West briefly tried the Chinese system and rejected it nearly immediately. Part 4, the future. If you were to ask me what the future of the bureaucracy in the West is, I largely think they've doomed themselves, in America at least. To explain why, I will use 3 words, those being internet, artificial intelligence, and wokeness. For the first two, we were dependent upon the bureaucracy in an industrialized civilization in which you had to coordinate lots of people at once. The internet and AI immediately crush both of those. The internet allows asynchronous, emergent cooperation. AI could replace all the managerial jobs overnight now. We don't need the bureaucracy anymore. For the third, the West's experiment with bureaucracy.
That sounds lovely. That sounds lovely. Wow. Wow. Yeah, you just found the only way to make like existence in a capitalistic hierarchy even worse. Amazing. You will no longer have a boss. You will have an AI.
Recently has been so cursed, I think they're going to end up overstaying their welcome. Communism and fascism.
Because bossing you around is too much work for today's capitalist. Managing you is too much work.
By the end of this century. The bureaucracy saw this, and as the bureaucracies do, thought that they should make a system out of it, which they call degrowth. Degrowth is so incredibly dystopian that I could have never even guessed it would have existed 10 years ago. And the reason it's so insane is it's taking something that should never be turned into a system and making it a bureaucracy. It's something only our society would be so simultaneously both stupid and intelligent enough to do. Imagine if the Romans had a government agency called, let's import the Goths, shrink the economy, make the peasants poor, and destroy the currency.
How about if we just said, let's pretend that like climate change isn't real and present and an existential threat? That's another option.
And that was what their ideology told them to do.
Oh, we got the Wojaks.
Problem is
the Roman Wojaks.
He's doing all of that stuff now, and they're telling us that it's good. The bureaucracy never deals with living people, and thus their ability to understand others is ridiculously poor. This is why they produce content which just looks completely ridiculous. And they should know.
Content that... Chat, I feel like we're watching some content that looks completely ridiculous.
Must horribly backfire. Examples include the recent Guys for Kamala, Stephen Colbert's vaccine dance, or the Velcro video. If you haven't watched it, watch all of those. They're comedy gold. Any normal person would know that a normal person would take these as basically an insult. This is why they're shocked people are angry that they are actively trying to drive their nations and everything they love extinct. Keep in mind, studies have consistently found conservatives can understand how leftists think, but leftists cannot understand how conservatives think at all. Keep in mind, our managerial elite purposely never cross-references their theories against actual humans. For example, I'm
sorry, what has discovered that conservatives understand how leftists think, but...
Guys for Kamala, Stephen Colbert's vaccine dance, or the Velcro video. If you haven't watched it, watch all of those. They're comedy gold. Any normal person would know that a normal person would take these as basically an insult. This is why they're shocked people are angry that they are actively trying to drive their nations and everything they love extinct. Keep in mind, studies have consistently found conservatives can understand how leftists think, but leftists cannot understand how conservatives think at all.
Studies have consistently found. There we go. Those are weasel words. Come on. Studies have consistently found.
Keep in mind, our managerial elite purposely never cross-references their theories against actual humans. For example, our social sciences make using history to understand the world taboo. I made this video on this topic for those who are interested. What this means is that our plans for how we govern ourselves are basically built off complete delusional fantasies not grounded in anything real. As I said before, the left has declared war on human life. Secondly, the bureaucracy established a world so sterile and dead that no one can have kids.
You'll own nothing and you'll be happy? You think that's what the leftists want? That's the left. I'm sorry, I believe that's tech bros.
Only a bureaucrat could think up a concept like the current concept of consent. If a woman is naked in your bed of her own volition, that's consent, not filling out a form before she comes home to your place.
The fuck? The fuck it is.
Part of the reason that our birth rate is collapsing so hard, and so many young people say it's immoral to have
children, because we're not allowed to violate people's consent? Is that where you're going with this, Rudyard? Damn.
Since we live in a world that's so sterile and anti-human that the bureaucracy didn't build it for people, but for cogs. As the new age starts, we need to make an active effort to build a society based around the crazy monkeys we are, not around some bureaucrats' delusions of completely breaking life for the DMV employees.
That's the only thing I agree with you on is return to monkey. Definitely need to do that. He'll explode by just getting into some distant proximity, in some distant proximity to Gabriel Rockhill. This guy's not read Rousseau. He's read, like, you know, just as much like of Rousseau as Ethan has read of Sartre, right? That it's the... Let's get rid of merit for important positions. It should be inherited. Is he a monarchist? I'm trying to remember. Has he ever said anti-woke rubbish from mostly just him mostly just means that he wants to he wants bigotry legitimized. Well, he feels like it's natural. That's the way he looks at it. Simping for the British Empire anyway and their freedom. How did the Romans end? It's not the fault of their schools, it's the fault of their media and capitalism. Yeah, leftists don't understand conservatives. That's what he I feel like they do though. I feel like the conservative mindset is, in a lot of ways what you get like out of the box. Like what's sort of handed to you. He makes a straw man extreme. He makes a straw man extreme so he can validate himself. Uh, to validate to himself his extreme reaction. Not grounded in anything real, proceeds to deny the basic science of climate change. Yeah. Alex Jones' view of the left. From the war on Christmas to the war on human life. I mean, it's a very Elon Musk thing to say, isn't it? A war on humanity. He hates Amtrak, I guess so. No meditation for this man. I'll put him on an island as far away from the rest of us as possible. Prayers for this creature AI human. He has said he's a libertarian. Thank you, Narwhal. I was wondering. I feel like a lot of people in his sort of manosphere orbit, they do end up on monarchism in some way. Sometimes like a Curtis Yarvin version of it, though, where it's more like they want a CEO of existence or something. Bigotry is the end product of capitalism. Yeah. Don't and don't want is two separate things. In his eyes, consent is when a lady isn't screaming or trying to bust out of the room. I mean, yeah, it's shudder to think what actions he thinks are a go sign under consent. Probably all of them. Well, like you said, just the implication of her being there is why he randomly includes that last line about consent. Yo, it kind of sounds sus, doesn't it? Watermark Hist has almost 700K subs. Wait, you're right. Yeah. Did he gain some subs recently? Yeah, it didn't feel relevant. That's what makes it scary. Sky High, that's what makes it scary. Like it's like, what is he saying? It's like the old Quora quote, the law exists to protect but not to bind the in-groups, and bind but not protect the out-group. Yeah, it is. To re-listen to that video, so I appreciate. Yo, I feel like I don't know what would happen if you like listened to every word that he said and just tried to take it in, because I feel like at some point, like it would break your brain. Like there's nothing about that word salad that's consistent. It's a bunch of utterly irreconcilable thoughts. And in that way, it's kind of amazing. As disgusting as the rape apology was, it really just stayed around the same level. Yeah, from the baseline, yeah, there's constant racism, misogyny. There's something going on at all times, basically. The AI art would definitely destroy my brain if I watched it again. Yeah. All right, chat. I have got to. Let me thank my Patreons once more. It's like I said, I really do appreciate my Patreons, especially at times like this, going through some real a real bottleneck in terms of my plan to get the fuck out of the country, and that like my current place of residence is. Oh, thank you for the subscription, KM Pape. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Yeah, we're gonna raid into Sin of Marxism over on YouTube. Let me thank my Patreons here. Temporal Insanity, thank you. Funky Monkey, thank you. Shakespeare, thank you. Nadia, thank you. Moy Noip, thank you. Just Julie, thank you. Jules K, thank you. JR, thank you. Good for Gabby, thank you. And some fancy thanks to Zerazerix, Rachel, Crystal Saphira, and Omega Star. Again, chat, I, have some fucked up shit that I'm trying to figure out how to get through in my life, and it kept me up all night last night, so I kind of came to you with zero sleep. I'm going to try to get some sleep tonight and figure out what the fuck to do, how I'm going to get through this, and thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support. And like I said in the beginning, chat, sometimes you're really, like, hold it down for me, like, in terms of, when everything around me is so chaotic, right? You're chaotic in a good way, and I appreciate you for that. So take care of yourselves and take care of each other, and I'm gonna see you probably tomorrow. Until then, good night, and or good day, whatever whatever time it is for you. Cinemarxism. Wait, what? Oh my god, I didn't know that, George.